So
I had a black people mix up the other day on here. We were talking about the guy who was interviewing Neil deGrasse Tyson on Star Talk. And I, for some reason, thought that guy was on Reading Rainbow at some point in time, which he actually wasn't.
oh no,
I wasn't mixing him up. I wasn't mixing him up with LeVar. I knew LeVar was
that's
on there.
hilarious.
You weren't
No,
wrong
but
for
I
that
can see
because
it.
I thought the same thing. I thought he was on some show, but then I realized that was LeVar Burton or somebody.
I can see it. I totally see it. That's
Yeah.
hilarious.
The more you know. But don't take my word for it. Dun-dun-dun.
Oh, okay. I do have a good example. So there's a guy on One on One. Seeing that's a show with Kyla Pratt. Arnez has a father, and they only show him he like once or twice or something like that. It's very rare that he popped up. So I thought his father was the same guy that played the guy from uh what movie is that? Brooklyn. Brooklyn. What's that? Fucking okay.
Nine.
No, the last movie about Brooklyn, where there was like gangsters and stuff, and there were cops and there were dirty cops. And who's his name? Wesley Snipes was in it, but I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about his boy. Anyway, these are two characters that are nothing but the complete opposite of each other, but I have confused them, and they're both black. And I know that doesn't help you guys at all, so I'm gonna find the two people I'm talking about.
It's all good, bro. I was just giving you shit. I confuse white people just as much as I confuse black people. Yeah, but living in Florida, I find what you don't want to do is confuse Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, and Cubans. You don't want to call a Cuban a Puerto Rican or vice versa, or a Dominican a Puerto Rican. They tend to get offended. Understandably so.
Here's been my other curiosity.
The Well, let me throw in here. They're very different looking. I definitely am more attracted to Dominicans than I am Puerto Ricans.
Dominicans have, at least, seem to have more of the native blood in them, right? So they're usually a little bit darker.
Yeah, I like the muddy skin. I also like Japanese women over Chinese women.
I'll back you on that for sure.
I think it's the symmetry of their face. I don't know. Is that a bad thing? I mean, there is a different symmetry. Never mind. Let me shut up.
Hey, genetic observations are not necessarily a bad thing to notice. It is what it is, right?
It's all natural, baby.
I don't know how it goes from hot, cold so fast. It's like fucking 60 degrees today.
I'll tell
Anyway,
you what,
Gospel Bear, I don't know if you know, but you cut out, and I took the opportunity to, yeah.
Yeah, I was just saying, the image that I posted, I don't quite get it. And the same thing with the international, or sorry, Universal Pictures intro, like the really, really, really old one.
so the depiction of the alien characters in that image you posted reminds me of Mars Attacks.
Yeah. So here's I guess the point. When did they go up and go, oh man, we were really close, but like in another way, we were actually way off. Now that we finally have these pictures, we can correct all of our models. When did that ever happen?
Yeah, never. I mean, it's the same thing for the globe that Universal Studios used in the 1930s prior to ever seeing it.
Yeah,
The
why were
Earth
they
as
so
a globe.
perfect? Why were they so perfect at is that I guess people think that that's reasonable.
Look at this claymation. You see this? That's what it looks like. I'm just looking at the screenshot that you showed. And this is what I mean about space being a religion, because when you see, it's not that they're just showing the earth here. They're showing depth to a medium that doesn't exist, a place that doesn't exist. Like, for instance, your Windows 98, Windows 90, whatever, and your computers when it goes into sleep mode and you know it's moving through space and you can see the stars whizzing by and all that. Yeah, see that right there simply is a part of the indoctrination, because stars are so far away you would never see that.
Uh-huh.
Funny thing is, they went up and allegedly confirmed that the Mercator map from 1589 is pretty much perfect. Found that hard to believe.
You know, there's a lot of things from antiquity that is just like, whoa. This right here, if this isn't proof that the Earth is not a globe, I don't know what is. How about what is that called? The Sword in the Stone? Is that what it's originally called?
The cartoon.
Where, yeah,
Hmm.
where King Arthur is told by the wizard that the Earth is a globe, and King Arthur is like, I don't understand, and then he explains it to him, and then where, you know what? Where is that clip? Let's pull that up because I don't think I'm doing it justice. Let's see,
Sword in the Stone,
and
yeah. So the funny part about that is the wizard basically takes off like a rocket and winds up in Bermuda, the Bermuda Triangle. Literally. If it's the same clip.
Yes. He says, "Fly me to Bermuda." That's the quote.
Oh yes, Arthur meeting Merlin. Here it is. Let me share this. So this is when he first meets him,
Oh,
and
blow
the
me.
first thing the
Okay.
wizard does is put his wizardry on him by telling him. You know what I mean? Like that's the first he meets a wizard who tells him initially after meeting him that the Earth is a ball. Now goodbye. Now I must be off on my rocket.
The symbology there too is they're kind of in a dome type structure, and when he turns himself into a rocket, he goes through the dome structure. It's kind of funny.
So when he says blow me to Bermuda, what exactly is he talking about? The blow me bit.
So, yeah, I don't know.
Well, we could insinuate themes based on the shapes of rockets if we wanted to.
It looks like steeples. I am a wizard, a soothsayer, a prognosticator. I have the power to see in the future. And the first thing I'm going to tell you is that it's a globe in the future.
Now blow me.
It's so funny that these hints are like all over the place, right? Truth hidden in plain sight. And it's not like any of this proves anything, but there's so much of this around, and you can point to it, and the globe believer will be like, oh yeah, because a cartoon proves that the Earth is... No, I'm not trying to say that, bro. I'm just trying to say, look at all this truth that's hidden right here in front of you. If you understood the puzzle pieces, you'd be able to stick them together and see the bigger picture of what's taking place in this scene, right?
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
We'll show 'em, won't we, boy?
We sure will.
Now, First of all, lad, we've got to get all these medieval ideas out of your head. Clear the way for new ideas. Knowledge of man's fabulous discoveries in the centuries ahead. Now that'll be a great advantage, boy.
Advantage indeed. If the boy goes about saying the world is round, they'll take him for a lunatic.
The world is round?
Yes, that's right. And it also goes around.
You mean it'll be round someday?
No, it's round now. Man will discover this in centuries to come.
Interesting.
Would we call that postdictive programming? A scene like that, as opposed to predictive programming, kind of postdictive, reinforcing the narrative that's already been alleged to have taken place?
Right. Like here you are, a cartoon, me also a cartoon, describing to you that in the future, in the context of this cartoon now, the future, people will accept that it's a globe. Well, of course, the people watching at that time in the 60s when that cartoon was put out, they think it's a globe already. And so now this cartoon is just basically in reinforcing that, well, it is a globe, and people back then thought, well, in medieval times, that it was ridiculous to think so. That's the same thing they did to us in school. Like, well, Christopher Columbus, people in his time thought that the earth was flat. But if it were, you would fall off of the edge. Isn't that what Michelle Valor said?
Also, you got to consider that Arthur is being portrayed as a naive, immature, ignorant child. And the wizard, of course, is a smart, educated, sophisticated, grown adult, right? Not even a grown adult, a wise man, right? So who do you want to be associated with? Do you want to be associated with the wise man? Or do you want to think you're at the sweat and associate yourself with the naive, ignorant child?
At this stage in my life, I would say the child, because I feel like too much of our inquisitive nature was programmed out of us. But I understand the depth of the programming that you're referring to, India.
Yeah, it's cool how you put that, Elijah, about, the first thing the wizard teaches him. You know what I mean? Like, that's hilarious.
Napalm, but this is a cartoon for kids. And children don't want to be children. Only adults want to be children. Children want to be adults. They want to grow up as fast as possible. Or what they perceive adults to be, right? They perceive adults that adults can just do whatever they want and they don't have to eat their vegetables. They don't see the, you got to pay bills and all that stuff.
But yeah, it's cool, like, the fact that it's, like, a wizard. And, like, of course he's, like, going to be tricky. He's a wizard. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, You should be like, that's a great. I never thought of it like that.
Yeah, but the owl, right? The owl's actually the wise one, and he's telling him shut up. That owl is criticizing the supposedly smart wizard.
Right. Everyone who thinks
There's a
the
lot
boy
of
is
dynamics,
crazy.
of psychological dynamics going on.
Yep.
Like the wise old owl's being like honest with the kid. Like he's like, looking at the wizard, like, just shut up. Just fucking, stop doing this shit,
Yeah, stop gassing that kid's head up. What's wrong with you?
It's interesting too, like the idea that putting the globe into the minds of men, you know what I mean? It makes you. To me, it's like the great work. Do you know what I mean? Of like getting man to believe things that his senses completely annihilate, and then not trusting them. It's crazy.
Like the
Yeah, it is.
great work of circling the square or squaring the circle.
It is great. It's because, like you said, in the mind, it's purely metaphysical. Like there's, well, not even. Well, because the thing is, you have reality, things that you experience. This thing that we're talking about, no one has ever experienced, but it's in the minds of pretty much all of us.
Well, what's so crazy is it's like any information you might use, let's say like navigation or something like that. Like any of the extrapolation about the shape of the Earth is useless information. Do you know what I mean? It's like, so it's like a useless. It's all useless. Whatever
Right.
like to for any practical purpose other than philosophical purposes.
Like when they argue the degrees of Polaris and blah 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 blah. To what end? Oh, to confirm the thing that's in question. But what
Yeah, we
practical
were just
purpose
actually
is that?
talking about this.
Yep.
Well, we were kind of talking about this with the globe being in all this media, right? And that why is it there when that thing actually serves no practical purpose? You can't navigate with a globe, right? I can't find my way from New York to LA with a globe.
Yeah, I used to love haunted houses. Like I want to take a airplane ride and pull out the globe, like go to the cockpit and pull out the globe and be like, so when do we use this? Like to the pilots, and I just always thought it was funny.
Could you imagine going to the cockpit? You're knocking on the door. The
That would be
stewardess is like,
hilarious,
"Hey,
man.
you can't bother the pilot," and you're just like, "No, just tell them just in case. The worst case scenario, I got a globe on deck just to let you guys know."
Or not even like the kid gets sent in. You know what I mean? Like gets to meet the pilot kind of thing. And they're like, when do we use this? I just thought I always that image is always just made me chuckle a little bit.
Yeah, and to the point of having things on your desk that aren't practical. I have a lot of junk on my desk, and I'm looking at the least practical thing I can think of is I have a bobblehead. It was a gift from, I don't know, 3 or 4 or 5 years ago. And yeah, I mean, it's weird. The globe is weird.
I love the idea of it's it's a great model. You can think of the Earth as a globe inside of a celestial sphere, but it's really flat. You experience it as flat and motionless, and that's it. Like the globe is a great model for the undefinable and for a way to think about it and like wrap your head around it.
Right. But even the celestial spheres is centered on a fixed plane. Like just to put a globe in there mentally is nothing but a thought exercise, because practically you're using the celestial sphere with a plane to navigate.
Well, I always like to find common ground with the ballers and remind them that we all at least believe that the universe is flat. You know what I mean?
That's
You know what I mean?
common ground.
Because and then and then go from there. But I just I don't know. Even like the celestial spheres, it's I don't know, man. Like none of us can really ever know. I think I've always said if you got the Black Pope by the neck and he said, "Is the Earth a sphere or is it flat?" He'd be like, "I don't know." You know, it's just like nobody fucking knows. But the way you experience it is common. Flat and motionless.
So I'd like to put our I'd like to go back to that mental space where we were talking about where a glow like why it makes sense that uh Gospel Bearer said 80%, but I think it's like 98%. I don't know. And meaning the sum of all things content that's ready for digestion. Anything, all things entertainment. 98% of that has a depiction of a globe or the heliocentric understanding inside of it. But mainly just an image of the globe. And so we were like, what else is there in existence? Well, no. What else is there that actually doesn't exist, meaning you've not actually experienced it personally? What else is depicted in movies or in anything that many times, the way the globe is?
What about levitation or flying? That's kind of an abstract example.
But that's also like, I would say that's in as much as they talk about Dungeons and Dragons, that's how much they depict humans being able to fly or levitate. Well, maybe not today, but then again, if you're talking about a franchise, technically I would mark that as one thing. Like if we were talking about Marvel comics and the people that can fly, let's just lump all of those movies,
You're right.
all of that
Flying,
cinematography into one thing.
yeah, flying as a feature, I would argue, is also in the 5% or less range, making it again drastically disparagingly different than the at least 80%. And here's my challenge: is all I want is an entire movie that doesn't have an appearance at all. No showcase even once.
I'll give you one.
Okay.
And it was a scary movie that I just seen, but of course, also I think it's a German movie though, and admittedly they thought, well, we haven't all been indoctrinated with the same thing, so perhaps there's a little bit of truth to that, because I don't remember seeing any globe paraphernalia in this movie whatsoever. Let me find you. Hold, I gotta find the title. Hold on. You know what? Preface it with American movies.
Yeah, well, check this. I don't know. Yeah, I would go as far as saying any movie. But here's what'd be really cool is if you could be like The Running Man with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Didn't have. I mean, it did. I'm 99% sure that one did. But like, I don't know, The Terminator or Forrest Gump, right?
Yeah, but Forrest Gump has a scene where the moon landing is taking place.
Yeah. I'm certain that there's a globe.
Terminator has like a global pandemic, basically.
Yeah, nuclear weapons in the future.
I'm not giving you. I'm not saying that those are examples. I'm saying something like on that caliber is is what would be neat if somebody was like,
famous.
yeah, there's this movie that actually doesn't at all. And in fact, there is a recent movie. I think it was titled "You Again." Yeah. So there's this 2010 movie, and it's "You Again." Is the title YOU and then the word again, you again. What's fascinating about this movie, to the best of my memory, I was watching it. I started to get kind of surprised, and then I kept on listening and waiting, and there wasn't so much of there wasn't even PG, maybe PG rated language, but again, like they didn't even say the word "but." Like they didn't say, they didn't so much as use a word like dork. Like they definitely didn't say any standard cuss word in the entire movie, which I just found fascinating. And then they didn't use any euphemisms. They didn't do any sexual perversions throughout the entire movie. And this was a movie from just 12 years ago with some fairly. Jamie Lee Curtis was in it, for instance. And if I remember correctly, there wasn't one example, in addition to all of that, abnormal, no language whatsoever, not a kid's movie, but also just super G rated for the most part. I don't think there was any globes in that movie, just as an example. Seven Brides for Seven Brothers. That'd be another film that actually might not have had any. So here's the common theme: movies that are already really G-rated and not G-rated. That wouldn't be a good, because obviously Sword in the Stone was G-rated. Movies that already appear to not have subversion in general. Some people would argue that Seven Brides for Seven Brothers is misogynistic, but I think that there's just as many people that could adequately argue that it's actually not misogynistic. I don't know. I've been looking. I've been watching. I watch stuff, and I've been looking for examples, and I think those two might qualify, but it's rare. It's really, really, really rare, and that's unusual to me. You can watch a movie about a chemist, somebody that deals with just chemicals and concoctions, and yet there would be what? I never saw that in that movie. How unusual. What? That's a clip from the movie?
Yes, that's a screenshot from that movie, The Truman Show. It's like it matches the UN flag.
Yeah. Identical. The lines and everything. Wow.
I even see a long time ago Jim Carrey doing the flat earth symbol, with the arm. Yeah. So he knows. It's like they say, lies in the news, truths in the movies.
Actually, I had a news clip. I forget who I got it from, where they're supposed to be showing the ISS, and then they cut to people setting some shit up. That clearly, it was. It looked like what was supposed to be depicted to be the ISS, but then again, that's a claim that Globes will try to pick apart. I'll try to stay away from claims. But what is peculiar is the fact that the news station was saying, okay, we're going to cut to the ISS. And then when they did cut, it was some dude setting some shit up in what looked like a garage. With space station paraphernalia, it looked like. Again, these are things that exist, that if I was a globe earther, I would be very upset. Another thing, like that I said, like this is just them pissing down people's back. Directly in their mouth and nostrils, actually. When Comet Neowise was out, first of all, I had thought, wait a minute. I thought comets were like those things I seen in the cartoon Hey Arnold, where they come around once every something thousand, once every something 100 years or so. And his great grandpa had seen it. He wanted to get a chance to see it, and he had like a glass roof, so he was able to look through his telescope with his grandpa, and they both got to see it. And that was cool. It happened. It was a moment in time. Well, when Comet Neowise happened, because I had never paid attention to any other comments after seeing that episode, Comet Neowise comes around, and I find out that comets stay in the sky for months. In this case, it was like 3 months or so. And it's like, that completely changes what I thought. But forget all that. The part where I can Google information about it, and they say that it was 60 something miles away and 3 miles in diameter. I'm like,
what was this big?
Wow. Comet Neowise. The diameter of the comet was 3 miles wide. The tail was about 1,000,000 miles long. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I could be, but I don't think I am. I don't know how that's crazy. And it was 63 million miles away. So you're able to see something with your naked eye 63 million miles away, but 3 miles in diameter. That is literally them pissing in your face. And I don't know. I asked Matthew. I was like, "What do you think about that?" And he said, "Well, it's possible if you have the light reflecting to your eye. The light can travel for." I was like, "Yeah, but it's 3 miles wide. I don't care how much light is reflecting off of a piece of hair in the distance. There's no way I'm gonna see it. It's just no. I'm not gonna be able to resolve that kind of detail."
Yeah, resolve would be the right word. I'm looking
Resolution is key.
Yeah.
Size. I'm looking for its size. The nucleus is similar. Blah 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 blah.
Usually, the resolving power of the human eye, they say, is about 0.02 degrees. basically about 1 minute of vision, which is like 1/60th of a degree. 1 minute is 1 out of 60 degrees, and the second is 1 out of 60 of that minute. So, the resolving power of the eye is about a minute of vision, so they say. So when they try to do their math, they take the tangent of 0.02 and set that equal to the height of the object divided by the distance to the object. And if you're not getting that math to work with that equation, you're not supposed to see it unless something else is going on.
So that's not their problem. Is not that they don't have the numbers or the math doesn't add up or it does add up or whatever. Their biggest problem is that they can't conceive of the system being that rigged. They have more of a problem with the system at large than all of the evidence we could put forth. No matter what we could put forth, they are all going to just say, well, but why would they lie? There's no way that many people would lie. The system wouldn't do that. That's their biggest problem. I mean, they can't even admit, or I don't know, or maybe they just can't make that hurdle. It's, when you can say that that's possible or whatever, all to justify this idea, it's the system that they can't comprehend, that it could be that large.
About this new eyes comet. It seems, if I posted to time lapse, and when I saw this, it seems like from time to time, maybe one of these stars in this firmament does that, and you can see this time lapse. Or it says on the same place and moving with other stars at the background. So it's not moving. So it's all stars, and this new eyes is moving according to the other stars distance. It stays on that same spot. So yeah, it's a phenomenon, but it's not what they say. Yeah, it is interesting.
Yeah, it's not a streaking ball of light. I mean, again, you would expect that, but it's a part of their paradigm. It's like, no, you see a streaking ball, but actually, relative to us, it appears kind of, sort of, but not really stationary in the sense that it's spinning with the stars in the sky because word.
Well,
Okay.
the basic, some of this stuff simplifies, even, simpler than this math or whatever. The tangent of 0.02 degrees, if you're taking that as the resolving power of the eye, basically works out to a fraction of 0.0003, which is like 3 out of 10,000. So when you take 10,000 divided by 3, that roughly works out to 3,333 repeating. So basically, you can see up to 3,333 times the height of the object. You just take the object and multiply it times that factor of 3,000 roughly, and that's about as far as you can see it before it appears to be unresolvable and vanish. So just take the height times roughly 3,000, and that gives you roughly the distance to which you'd see it before it would tend to disappear.
9,000 miles in this instance.
Yeah. So we just have to simplify all of this convoluted math down to a nice common sense, argument or whatever.
So you see what it says, right? There goes the 3 miles right there. Where is it?
Yeah, I saw the 3 mile
in
thing.
diameter. And it's just like, I don't think anyone needs to even know how to. I don't even think you need to know how to do multiplication or division. In order to understand that you can't see something that's 63 million
Well, just
miles
change it
away,
to
3
inches.
miles wide.
Just change it to inches, right? Change the unit. Well, hold on. You got to convert, right?
You
Because
gotta
miles.
ratio it out.
Yeah,
Let's try to keep it as simple as possible. It's the height of the object times roughly 3,000.
yeah. The scale of millions of anything is profoundly profoundly absurd. I'm trying to 20. And it was Wikipedia, I think, said 27 million. Yeah. 9 million, is the ratio, 9 million to 1.
They
I
must
mean,
be talking about resolving it with a telescope or something. Now, if you're using a telescope other than the human eye, the resolving power will change. But that appears to be the basic breakdown.
If the ratio is 9 million to 1, could you see a 1 inch? I don't know. Is a United States quarter about an inch in diameter?
Yeah.
Could you see a United States quarter from 9 million inches?
No. But they say that since it's bright and giving off light, it can break some of those rules, these normal rules that we would tend to go
Could you see a flaming ping pong ball, just slightly larger, from 9 million inches?
They say if it's burning bright enough,
Yeah,
sure.
that's not true. That's not true because well, if it's burning bright enough, sure. Sure. It depends. If you had an infinite um uh
That's
an
100.
infinite
So
parameter of how bright something can be, then
for ratio's sake, that's a 1 inch object from 142 miles.
Because as we know, lit
you're not
objects
going to
will
be able to resolve the angle of light. That because again, it still has to do with you being able to resolve the light, and at that angle, you're not going to receive the light. You're not going to be able to.
I know. I'm just giving you a good ratio for a 1 inch object. It would be 142 miles.
But what if it was like a really bright light, bro?
Really bright.
like wicked bright.
Wicked. 666 sort of wicked. 333 sort of wicked.
But see, this is what I'm saying. Like they have a problem with trying to come to terms with the system, not one of the lies of the system. Because once you really get down to it, this is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to how much stuff they lie to us about. And so Matthew learns the other night. Someone else last week or whatever it was, but you talk to them ending up about the system at large, and they can't get past that. And I think a lot of people, if they were, I don't know. It's just if we're down 9/11 or other rabbit holes and we've already let go of the system, maybe it was easier to come to terms with this than others who haven't gotten that far yet. I don't know. But it's the system that they have more of a problem with than any of the evidence we're putting forth.
It'd be like standing in Georgia, looking at the corner of the state of Virginia, seeing a quarter, a molten a molten quarter. $142 miles.
Is there a way to calculate how much energy something bright is giving off? Did that make
Well,
sense? What I just said?
not if it's going through a magic medium that you can just make things up about.
Because I'm like, if you're looking at something and you're like, okay, I can see the light. Like, well, then you back engineer um how much energy that would be giving off, but really it's a reflection. So really you have to include the energy that was input from the sun to that, then to you. Like, is that possible?
No
Yeah,
say.
I would just use a wicked brightometer and measure it that way.
I feel like the inverse square law is supposed to be getting discussed in this conversation, but
It is definitely supposed to be. I mean, you can't see light forever either. It doesn't. It like we don't even have a way to think of it not um dispersing and the intensity decreasing, not even hypothetically in a vacuum, because it's still subject to the inverse square law.
That's why it boggles my mind when people talk about stars being even further away. That means that as infinitely further away they get, they have to infinitely get bigger in size as well in order to produce that wicked amount of light.
well,
Oh shit!
these are infinite goalposts, so you can move them
Yeah.
infinitely.
Well, right.
But
Because the
he's right,
universe is
because
expanding.
as it is expanding, like there should be a change in the intensity of brightness or something. Like we're not
Yes.
expanding with it.
Well, yeah, that's what people will also claim, is that we are also expanding so that we're traveling roughly the same rate
No,
or close to it.
no,
Well, what it
no,
would
that doesn't
mean,
work.
what it would mean is that some things would be going in an opposite direction unless they're saying, yeah, some things would be going in an opposite direction.
Yeah,
So therefore,
theoretically, we
some
should
things
see
would be
just
getting
black on one
brighter
side.
and some things would be getting, well, no, all of them would be
Right.
getting darker.
Well, I mean, if it's, but it has to be all expanding from a single point from us, or unless we're part of the debris, then we're traveling in roughly the same as some of it. I don't.
Yeah, but
It's all
every
not. I
point,
mean,
the way that they explain it with the expanding universe is that everything is expanding, like when you draw, take a balloon, draw dots on it,
Exactly.
and then you blow it up. They're all
right,
moving away from each other equally.
Right.
right. But two
And
quarters next to
since
each
we're
other.
not a balloon, but since we're not a balloon, it's not as if we can expand with the expanding universe. Like that doesn't work.
Correct. They would say that the Earth is on the balloon in that metaphor or whatever.
Right, and to use that metaphor, all I was saying is that two quarters next to each other on that balloon are going to be traveling in roughly the same speed compared to a quarter on the complete opposite side.
Mm-hmm.
So they could. Or one
How
part of
do
the
you,
sky should just be getting darker, right? Because it's getting farther away.
It should.
I mean, right? I mean, if the other side of the balloon, if we're a quarter on one side, all the quarters on the other side of the balloon are going the opposite direction at millions of miles an hour a second. They should all. Why are we able to see them still?
Hey, the math works, okay? That's all that matters.
No, you just don't understand the math.
Yeah.
And whether you understand it or not, why would they even lie about something like that? Like, what do they have to gain? I mean, still people ask that. People still don't understand. They'll say, yeah, government organizations, they lie all the time. And then 2 minutes later, yeah, but why would NASA lie?
I'm still trying to figure out why they lied to my grandpa. I mean, I can kind of come up with some guesses, but he took he contracted a job as an engineer to develop solutions to problems that were arising in the development of the trash compacting garbage truck. And they gave him a list of schematics that were disjointed and seemingly unrelated to anything, as in he didn't know what he was working on. And then when he finished the job, they contacted him later on, gave him like a bonus check and some type of like plaque or something. I don't know, but and then told him, congratulations, it was successful. And whatever it was, he had come up with all the solutions necessary to making the trash compacting garbage truck a functional thing. Because previously there was some type of issues with how to make it all work the right way, and they couldn't figure it out. But anyway, they kept him in the dark, is my point. And that's just garbage, literally. But they did that. I guess the argument would be they did that for secrecy and everything, so that they could protect the IP and get the patent in first and all that. That would be the argument. Any type of development work. That's the argument. But lies happen all the time for all sorts of reasons. We can come up with countless examples. You
Was
guys
this?
know? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to ask, was this NASA?
No, it was.
I was going to say, what do they have to do with garbage trucks?
Yeah, it was some engineering firm or something or other out in California. I was gonna bring something up.
Compartmentalization.
Oh yeah, the private trips. The private trips to the ISS, guys.
Oh, didn't some group of alleged civilians just go or something?
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Why would billionaires? They would never lie to anybody, right? They'd never cheat or steal. I love how in this society, we consider billionaires to be civilians. It's funny. Millionaires aren't even, civilians to a certain degree, let alone billionaire.
I guess I have a mixed take on millionaires and billionaires.
I do too. I'm just saying.
I think they're separate from the people that utilize their resources to tell people things, aka the media and all stuff like that. There's a ton of very well-off people that do very mundane things that I've like known in my life that it wasn't given to them. They really did. See, there's a
No,
difference
no doubt. No,
between
of course.
working hard and doing the same thing every year and actually setting goals and being very disciplined. I know if I was disciplined, I'd be in a different space. I know it's very true to really become successful in a sense overnight, but really it's just human's ability to be dedicated for 2, 3 to 5 years, which is
That's what
something
people
that
say.
most of us will never do.
That's
Hello?
the joke. The joke is, to never ask a millionaire how they make their money, but don't ever ask them how they made their first million.
We can hear you, Polar Bear.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
What's going on here?
What's
Well,
up?
take a wild guess.
A flat Earth.
There you go.
No.
Well, I have some questions. Why did they lie? What's the point?
No.
I want to know why they're lying.
No. Hold on.
Who's they?
Now that's a see it's
Don't
a
you guys
reasonable
watch
question.
the show?
Well, it's a reasonable question is what most people want to know, but that's after they've understood that something has taken place. So here's the thing. Do you want to talk about motives or do you want to talk about evidence?
Both, because they're both correlated. Because what motivated them to do this? I want
Yeah,
to know.
but
Because
here's my question to
I
you.
don't buy the whole flat Earth thing. I want
Here's
to know what was their
right,
motivation.
right. So here's my question to you. Let's say, like in all instances, let's talk about law and court, right? If a case has been made against you and they have the evidence to convict you, do they need your testimony or the motivation behind the crime you've committed?
Mm, both. They're gonna ask
Do
why.
they need it to convict you? Do
They
they
don't need
need to
it,
know why?
but it helps.
So meaning they can have evidence of you committing the crime and convict you whether or not they know why you did it, right? Because the evidence is there.
Okay, but here's the way I see it. Why would they waste so much time and resources into doing this only to get nothing out of it? I mean,
No, you got
I'm here
you're
looking at the
missing
flat Earth thing.
you're missing the point. The because before we even have a discussion about flat globe, whatever the case, the bottom line is that we discuss evidence. Second of all, because we're not them, and because people like you and me, because for whatever reason, they are insulated from answering questions that we have for them, we'll never understand their motivations. However, we have unearthed the fact that the earth is not a globe, and there is evidence. And if you'd like to understand, well, that's what we're here for.
Okay, so you know everything about the flat Earth, right? Everything.
No,
I've been looking into.
no, 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 we
I,
don't.
I've been looking
Anybody want to take
into.
a vote? Thumbs up or thumbs down?
Okay, who knows everything about the flat Earth?
Nobody.
Okay, there you go.
Nope. Nobody.
Okay. I've been looking at this whole flat Earth. I've been listening to a lot of these VC streams, but I haven't just been looking into the flat Earth. I've been looking into the globe Earth too, and
Very
I
good.
just okay. Listen, this is gonna get everything riled up. The globe Earth makes more sense.
Of course it
Good for you.
does. Why wouldn't it? Why
Enjoy.
wouldn't it make more sense? If you're not going off of your actual common senses and you're going off of mathematical logic, then the easiest position is to accept what's already been presented. That's a no-brainer.
But the mathematical question favors the globe Earth. That's the thing.
What?
The mathematical explanation favors the globe Earth.
Yeah, that's the point. There's a mathematical description of the world, and you think it makes sense. Now, correlate that to some aspect of reality. That's where it's going to get hard.
Well. How can we correlate this? Well, I'm going to start off with the basic arguments, and then I'm going to get to the more advanced things. Then I'm going to get to the whole, a little more deep. First, I'm going to start off.
So before you start, what do you want from us? What do you think we're capable of doing?
This is going to sound weird. I actually want you guys to convince me the Earth is flat, because that would just be a major shift. I want to be shocked by it. This is reality. I actually want to believe the Earth is flat, because that would be really cool to begin with.
Do you?
Yeah. I actually do I want you to convince me the Earth is flat. I do.
I find that hard to believe. But here's the thing: in order for you to be convinced that I'm gonna rejigger your words. So I know you said the Earth is flat, but in order to know that the Earth isn't a globe, you're going to have to validate some things or invalidate some things. That's the way you convince, because I can't convince you of anything. I don't have an argument that I woke up one day and decided, well, I have a model in my mind now, and now I have an argument. That's not how anyone got here. We all got here because there's a lack of curvature. So the question is, well, all of this other stuff that we believe is predicated on the existence of actual curvature at a specific rate tailored to a sphere with the size of a radius of 3,959 miles.
Wait, that guy's already. Oh, never mind. He's here. Sorry.
Oh.
But Gospel, if you wouldn't mind taking over.
Oh, yeah, well, if I can.
Hello.
I'm not going anywhere. I just got in the house. I got to do some things.
I got you. Well, so he was just explaining the basic premises for why we know that the radius claim of 3959 is invalid. Did you got that far?
The radius is the best explanation for the whole globe Earth thing.
Yep. That's true. I would agree with that. Hold on. Calm. The problem with that is that 3959 radius has been invalidated. Are you aware of the implications of that?
Tell me the implications of that. What do you believe in?
No, it's not about belief. It's about geometry.
But the geometry has already been proven by some of the best scientists and the experts of the world. Like, they've already confirmed this stuff.
All right, so I'll break down some of those words just so that you can understand the reality of what you just said. You said scientists. Can you describe how measuring utilizes the scientific method?
Well,
it's a yes or no
first off,
question.
No.
And that is the correct answer. And the reason that you can't and no one else can is because
You gotta call, because math and science are two different things.
But I just want to stay right now before I go in. I'm no expert. I'm no scientist. So and that's kind of what makes me.
What he just told you is you don't have to be a scientist. Measurements aren't science.
Therefore, if we're not scientists, I believe that our opinion is invalid, because a person who is smarter does have a right to say.
You
I don't
don't
have a right.
need to be a scientist, is what he just basically explained, because measurements are not science.
measurements are science. Measurements do explain why the Earth is the way it is.
That's not science. That's geometry.
Is a carpenter a scientist when he measures a
Yeah, do I need a scientist to measure the dimensions of this room I'm sitting in? Don't be ridiculous.
Well, first you got to realize that science is
But
a
don't pile on,
process.
guys. Don't pile on, guys.
I'm just saying
I
science is a process.
I'm right now vibing off of genuineness. I'll give him that.
Sorry.
So piling on is the last thing. It's just one person, please.
What?
Just one person.
Do you know what the edges are, or even the center?
What are you talking about? Who claimed an edge?
We don't want to move on from the initial, because the conversation is about the lack of geometry, and you said the geometry proves that it's a globe, and we're saying actually utilizing the dimensions of the globe, so called, you can calculate some measured distances, hypothetically, that being the distance to the horizon, based on the radius. When you put in the formulation of 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height, that's supposed to give you a measured distance from your eyeball to the horizon. That's not true. That is how we know that the Earth is not a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles.
If it wasn't, then, dude, you know how many people out there would already have exposed? Because you cannot fool millions of people into believing that the Earth is a globe. That's kind of what I'm trying to say.
You can.
No, you can't.
Yeah, you
So
can.
what about all these pilots,
Yeah, you can.
all these scientists, all these researchers? You cannot fool them.
So how do you
They
have
figure it out.
so how do you have gas pressure without a container?
How do you have gas pressure without a container? What are you talking about? What are you saying? Gas pressure without a container?
Exactly. The thing that is one of the tenets of the belief in heliocentrism and how we evolved to be, with gravitational accretion and the Earth forming into a sphere and the stars forming from gases into having these nuclear reactions because they're now in a plasmic state and all of this. Like, the point is, when you ask someone, how do you have gas pressure without a container? Well, there's a video of this guy by the name of Flat Earth Boxer who went to a cosmologist because he asked a number of physicists and they didn't have the answer. So they referred him to speaking to a cosmologist. And in this conversation, he's like, "You're the perfect person to talk to because you talk about gravity and all of this, that, and the third." So basically, he asked the guy, how do we have air pressure adjacent to a vacuum? And the guy couldn't answer the question. And he was a cosmologist, he was a scientist in that field. But he couldn't answer the question because everyone knows that gas pressure without a container is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, which the cosmologist agreed. That happens all the time. The only people who don't know it is people like you who've not run into people like us yet.
Yeah, and Polar Bear, just because I spoke to you in the VC quickly, I mean, to say, like, you don't know if you've been fooled, right? Because you've not really gotten into the topic yet. So you can't really say that they can't have fooled all these people, because that would be assuming that you know you haven't been fooled. But you haven't kind of done that yet. So you need to kind of start from the beginning, right? I believe that it's a ball. What makes me believe that it's a ball? And go through that evidence and see if it's legit, right? You need to do that first.
But don't get mad at me when I say this, but guys, like, we have people out there who are much more intelligent than us, or
Oh, bro.
are much smarter minds. And
You're being
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
fallacious.
you
You don't
really
know anything
think
about
that
that.
Deals
you
with
can
authority.
fool them?
Hold on,
Like,
hold on, hold
I
on,
you
think
hold
we
got
on,
can
hold
fool
on,
pilots.
like you.
hold on,
I'm gonna go
hold
back to my
on.
argument. Pilots, scientists, researchers. We
Let him
even have
finish.
geologists. You really think you're gonna be able to fool them into
That's
thinking that
not
the
an
Earth is flat?
argument.
Let him
I'm
It
telling
is.
you right
finish.
now.
Yeah, let
Because
him
if the
go.
Let
whole
him
Earth
finish.
was flat, then then a lot of humans would have figured this out by now. That they've been
Speculation.
fooled.
We did.
How is it speculation? This is my
Yo,
argument
hold
right
on.
here.
Hold on, guy that's making the argument.
I
Every
know.
one of them.
My last
No,
statement.
no,
Last
hold on,
statement.
hold on. You
Why
can
should
make
I
your last
take
statement
your word
after.
rather than the
I'm about
geniuses
to
at
mute you,
NASA?
bro.
Why?
I'm about to just mute you because I'm
Take.
trying to stop everyone else from interrupting you so that you can get your full point out.
Yeah,
Okay?
go ahead.
Everyone else, stop interrupting him. The reason I'm asking you to do that is because actually, genuine people who aren't in this arena, they think the same way. Regardless of who you think this guy is, whether you think he's being genuine or not, real people who really don't know the argument do ask these questions genuinely. They come to these conclusions somehow with their thought process. And we have to let him get it out so he feels like he's expressed himself fully and extended himself fully so that we understand and we can address him in a proper way.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I
So you're
appreciate that.
saying all of these people that couldn't have been deceived? Go on.
What I'm saying is that I don't get offended, but why should I take your words when, to be honest, the people who work at NASA are geniuses, man. You know how hard it takes to get there? You know how hard you have to study and pass all these tests and get all these degrees to even get a job there? Why should I take your
I'll tell
word
you.
for it? What makes you guys much smarter than they are? Because all those people work at NASA. They work really hard
Did you
to
hear
get
him
to that
tell you?
position.
But
I'll
he
tell
just
you.
explained. We asked an
But
astrophysicist, and they couldn't tell you.
I'll answer his question anyway.
Of course.
So you first came in here, right? And I asked you, what do you want from us? You said you would like to be convinced. So if you're the kind of person that thinks that you or I can't come to conclusions logically, then ultimately you haven't given us a pathway to do exactly what it is you claim that you're genuinely here for, to be convinced. There's no amount of convincing that we can, even if we had the winning arguments, even if there's no way to convince you if you think that they're smarter than us, therefore we can't oppose their ideas.
But it says a lot that they are in the position that they are, that they have.
So
Man, you're
so
making a
again, what do
bold
you
statement that the
so
Earth is
again, what do
flat.
you
That's a bold statement.
but but what do you want from us though? Seeing as
I
that you already think that we're not capable of thinking. What do you want?
I want your perspective. I want to know reasons. I want to know why these people are, wrong in every sense
Yeah,
that
we can get
that is
into that, but you
possible.
need to just quickly, if I could just jump in. We can get into it, Polar Bear, but you need to. I mean, you're thinking about it from a very kind of high but removed level at this moment. You're thinking about it from a sense of what other people think, what other people might have done. You need to get into the nitty gritty of it, right? You need to get into what specifically am I believing in when it comes to the globe, and what evidence specifically is there for it. Yeah, I think someone's proven it somehow. I think there are pictures of it, but you need to get into that, right? If you actually want to know.
I want to know, and also I'm gonna say this right now. You are arguing against people who are really smart, and
Yeah, I know.
you're going. I know you guys are against NASA. You're arguing against them. You're arguing against these people. You have to actually show and provide real
Got it.
facts, hard evidence, and
Perfect.
logic
Perfect.
to disprove
There you
these
go.
people.
Perfect.
And
Yes.
to be honest, I'm not seeing any of it. I'm not seeing no proof, no actual,
I got one for
no
you.
calculations, nothing from you guys.
We got
These
measurements.
guys at NASA are geniuses, and you guys have to
Listen.
disprove them
Okay,
every way.
Polar Bear, calm. Yes, we know.
NASA contradicts
Oblivion, you want
themselves
something?
many times over. They said they don't see stars in space, and then all of a sudden now they say they see stars everywhere. and planets, zodiacal lights.
And the zodiacal lights.
Yeah, have you seen Don Pettit?
Did you miss the explanation?
Yo. After the second interruption, I know you guys remember me saying only one person at a time. I don't care who it is. Once you've heard that two people have spoken after the person of
why don't
interest,
you already told
just chill out.
I want to add only something. Now I will start.
Not add on, because I hear the person that was initially supposed to have a conversation, Gospel Bearer, trying to get in. Then there's Wolfgang, who signed him in, who's also trying to talk. Then there's you, Sasha, who wants to get your point in. There's Glatt, who's also trying to get his point in, and there's some other guy, I don't know your name right now, also trying to get in. Then there's me also. No, it can't work like that.
Yeah, I was letting Oblivion go there because I think Oblivion was trying to make a point to him.
Sorry, that's part of the problem. I was just saying that NASA contradicts themselves over and over again. Like, for instance, they said to the moon astronauts what they saw in space. Can you see all the stars and all that? And they said no. Definitively, none of them said. They all said no. And nowadays, they're saying, when asked the same question, they're like, oh, yeah, we see all the stars, planets, zodiacal lights, but the guy, Don Pettit, sounds like he's literally retarded. So there's no continuity there.
Can you show me a video of this?
Yep.
Yeah, I just posted one. Check it out.
Are you in the live stream voice text? Let's just clarify that he's in the text channel. Polar Bear, is it just the text channel that I told you about? Remember the live stream voice text? Just above this one?
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Cool. So there's also the additional information channels, right? I'm going to post a few of them. NASA, ISS, astronauts. It's hours of footage of NASA fakery, right? Here's a couple of GIFs showing blatant CGI use, right? Harnesses, all sorts. That's another thing we can get into if that's where you want to start. If you've got faith in NASA, we can break down the NASA thing. Really, I think you should probably be starting at the basic fundamentals, which is how do you experience the Earth to begin with, and start there. So, and then maybe the 3 points. If people disagree, fair enough, let me know. But just quickly, Polar Bear, have you thought about how you observe and experience the Earth in reality? This isn't to say this is the proof.
I do feel like the Earth is a spinning globe. I don't feel that it is flat. It makes sense it's a spinning globe.
Right. So when you've gone to the beach, like, you've been to the beach before?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And when you look out over the ocean and you see the horizon, is that a flat line or a curved line, would you say?
There's a curved line, and you could. That's very obvious because if it was flat, you would be able to see it with binoculars, telescope, any object you see long distance.
We can.
No, you can't. You see
we can. Cue the black swan.
No.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. Before we get to that, Polar Bear, no one on the globe side claims that you see a curved horizon, right? They all agree that we all observe a flat horizon. It's horizontal. That's where the word horizon comes from.
Oh, I'm not claiming that I've saw the curve. What I am saying is the curve is there because you just can't see further.
Okay, well, before we get to that, you've just agreed. You've never seen the curve. So, de facto, you have only experienced a flat Earth. Do you understand that?
In a way, yeah. In a way.
Right. And when you go outside, you don't notice any motion of the ground that you stand on, right? Unless you're in an earthquake or something.
No, you don't. Nope, not at all.
Right. So you're right. So you experience a flat and motionless Earth. I'm not saying that's where you begin and end. I'm saying that's where you start. Right. So you experience the Earth to be flat and motionless. Someone's come along and made a claim that it's actually curved and in motion. So they require to give you proof of that claim. right? For you to distrust what you experience as a flat and motionless Earth. They need to provide evidence for the claim, yeah?
Yes.
Right. Does anyone want to do the 3 points?
Sure.
Cool. Central, you take it.
Sure. So, Polar Bear, are you aware of any time in the Earth's history where curvature of its surface was measured?
Many times, actually, yes.
Okay,
Many
cool.
times the Earth was curved.
Please cite any instance that it
The
was
Vikings. The Vikings.
Can you be more
Many times in
specific?
history.
Like, how was it done? How was it determined? Was there a measurement to a geometric horizon or something like that?
Well, it was more. Well, you guys got to keep in mind that flat Earth is a old belief, and back then people did
I'm
believe that
just
the Earth was
asking
flat.
if the Earth has been measured to be curving at
It
its surface
has,
at a
but
rate
I'm
that
stating
comports
how it
with
was. Yes, it has, and
Okay.
I'm here to tell you, like, it has been measured. Yes, many
Okay,
times.
yes. Give us the measurement. That's all.
To be honest, I don't know, and you're gonna be happy that I
So
said
we'll move
that.
on from that. So no curvature measurement. Has
But
the
there
Earth's
is a curvature
rotation ever been?
measurement.
You just conceded on that. Has the Earth's rotation ever been measured?
Many times, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, let's cite an instance of that.
Well, you got to understand the ships sail away behind the horizon.
No, they don't, and we're talking about.
Yeah, they do.
And we just moved on from the curvature that you just conceded that you don't have a measurement for. So now that's rotation that you also don't have a measurement for. So are you aware of any instance where it has been demonstrated that you can have air pressure without containment? That's the third point.
Okay. So wait, where does this come from? That you believe that we're stuck in a container rather than a globe?
Well, yeah. Could we have the air pressure of the so-called atmosphere without containment?
Yeah, we can. Yeah.
Okay. Can that be demonstrated? Like, for example, could you get us like a bike tire with the air pressure of the tire, but without the physical tire? Can that be done?
Dude, that's not how the
That's what
Earth
they're saying
works.
that has happened.
That's not how the Earth works.
That is
Oh
what they
my.
say happens on the scale of the Earth as a planet. They say
Who
that you can
says
have
that?
air pressure without the physical solid barrier surrounding it, because at that scale, gravity kicks in and makes that happen. But are you aware of any instance where such a thing has actually been demonstrated to be possible?
It's not possible.
Okay, cool. You conceded on all 3 points. I'm good.
Okay, now
Because
what
listen,
I think it's worth doing, just quickly, Polar Bear, what I think it's worth doing next is you went through those 3 questions and you said, yes, it's been demonstrated, but I don't know who's demonstrated it. Right? This is the next point that you're at. So you believe someone has measured curvature, you believe someone has measured motion of the Earth, and you believe that it's possible to have gas pressure without a container. Now is when you go to wherever you need to go to. I presume Google would be the easiest for you, and say, hey, Google, who has actually measured the curvature? Because I'm sure someone has, but who is it? So let's do that process, because that's your next step. You need to figure out if the evidence for the globe is good or even there, before you then start saying, you guys are just disbelieving. Well, I don't know what you're disbelieving because I've not looked at it yet, but you're disbelieving something. So let's find out what we're disbelieving.
Oh, okay. I googled it. Measuring the Earth's curvature activity 2. One of the first people to make a very accurate measurement of the circumference of the Earth was Eratosthenes.
That's not a measurement.
Works on a flat
A
surface.
Greek philosopher
Oh,
who lived in
okay.
Alexandria around
If Crypto's
250
here,
BC.
wait. If Crypto's here, let's see if Crypto will have a conversation with him. Crypto, you here?
I don't want to jump the queue if anyone else was looking to talk to him.
Okay, yeah. Well, if anyone else wants to jump in first, but otherwise, Crypto or Elijah, will you take it? Or say, okay.
I'll take just this 1 point real quick, if that's all right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
Yeah. So, Polar Bear, Eratosthenes, are you familiar with his alleged measurement, his method used, what he did?
No, I don't even know who that is.
We don't know if he even existed, actually. But sorry, go ahead, Napalm.
Yeah, it's a story, right? And allegedly he measured with sticks and shadows 2 different spots on the same longitudinal line about 500 stadia apart in BC times, right? And he measured different shadow lengths. So in his measurement, there was some assumptions that were made, right? So if we're 500, let's just call it miles instead of stadia apart, and we get different shadows, does that mean that what we're standing on is a curved surface?
Yes.
Okay, so that would be making the assumption that we are standing on a curved surface and that light rays are hitting us parallel, right?
In a way, they are. Light can penetrate easily through, really, almost anywhere you are.
Right. So the claim is that light rays are hitting parallel due to a very distant sun. The problem is this is only an assumption, right? BC, he had no measurement for the distance to the sun, and he had no reason to believe that light rays were hitting the surface of the Earth parallel, because all light rays are divergent from the source, right? So you see how he can make these wild assumptions, right? Parallel light rays, which we don't experience from any source of light, and an assumed very far distance to the light source. And with those assumptions, you can get varying shadows on a curved surface. But if you move the light source closer and you have divergent rays, which is what we experience from sources of light, you can get varying shadows on a flat surface. You can demonstrate this yourself with just a few little, I don't know, take a couple AA batteries and hold a flashlight directly above one of them on your table and have another one a foot away. Hold the flashlight a foot above the one battery, you'll have a shadow on the next. Now, does that prove that that the table that you're doing this measurement on is curved?
No.
Right. So what we have is the only claim for a measurement of the radius of the Earth is based on assumptions that have still not been substantiated. So do you see where we have an issue with that?
Dude, like, what you're saying is like very basic stuff that even what you call a globe earther would agree to. Like, yes, I agree with what you're saying, but how does this prove the Earth is flat?
So this is where we allegedly get the radius value from, right? Is from measurements like this with wild assumptions. So we've taken what has been provided to us as the radius of the Earth, 3,959 miles, and we've put that to the test, various other measurements and observations. And what we find is that different measurements and different observations don't comport to a 3,959 mile radius, as would be needed for a geometric globe Earth. It's basic math, right? And you said it, it's simple, it's easy stuff. Correct. The only issue is nobody ever goes looking for the answers to the questions they think they already know the answer to. And that we did is we just put it to the test. And we realized, oh crap, this story from whatever the time BC of this guy with sticks and shadows, this doesn't comport to reality. And he made a bunch of wild assumptions when he was going about doing this measurement.
Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. 100%. I agree with you. But back then, people didn't know any better.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Can I get in for a sec?
Go for it.
Can I just can I ask you one question?
I've interrupted, not so that you can interrupt me.
No, I know, but I have to go right now. No, just really quick. It's just ask him if he thinks that Neil deGrasse Tyson is one of these super smart geniuses.
Oh, for sure, dude. Neil deGrasse Tyson is one hell of a genius, and he deserves all that he got today. Man,
I
listen
can't believe Fuzzy did that for Neil.
if Neil
Yeah.
deGrasse Tyson
Wasn't
entered the
worth doing
server,
at all.
you all would be honored to even be in his presence. I
No, I
love
wouldn't.
Neil deGrasse
We would
Tyson.
laugh in his face.
He would destroy you all.
No, he
Like me,
wouldn't.
nah. Even I'm like, I'm just like, oh,
Calm
Neil
down.
Bro,
deGrasse
the
Tyson
problem is, bro, is that if you think Neil deGrasse Tyson is all that clever, then you've got serious issues in assessing intelligence. But regardless, when we're talking about the globe, now, Napalm took you through a specific supposed globe proof that doesn't prove anything. Problem is that as you look at more and more and more supposed globe proofs, they all have the same faults, flaws, issues, assumptions, like not necessarily all exactly the same one, but they'll all have different flaws and faults. And you start looking at it and realizing that there is nothing there. It's just assumptions. Assumption A leads to assumption B props up assumption C props up assumption A, and then it all goes around in a circle, but there's no foundational proof for a globe.
Dude. There is
Yes,
proof
dude.
the Earth is a globe.
Go on then. What is it?
Well, for once, the sun is actually, we're revolving around the sun because we can see it.
How do you know that?
Because we can see it with our own eyes.
No, I see the sun move. I don't see us move.
No, we move. We move.
How do you know that?
Because if not, there would be different time zones on different places of the world. Be different time zones.
You know before how I just said that assumption A props up assumption B props up assumption C props up assumption A. It's exactly what you've just done. So time zones, therefore Earth moving. There's no reason to believe that at all. It could be that the sun's moving and creating those time zones.
It could. There you said it. It could be the sun is moving and creating those time zones. See, that's not how it really works. That's not how it works. No way. No way.
Again though. But how do you know any of this stuff that you're saying?
That's the question I ask you. How do you know any of the stuff that you're saying?
That's what I'm telling you. Is that there's no evidence for a globe.
But there's no evidence
all based
for
on
it flat.
assumptions.
But there's
We've
no evidence
measured
for
it.
flat. Listen,
Yes,
we're not.
there
Listen,
is.
I'm here to say we're not geniuses, man. We're not no scientists. Truth is, who am I gonna? Because the truth is, I'm a normie. Even I'm not gonna lie, I'm struggling to argue with you guys. You guys are pretty damn good. I'm not gonna lie, but who am I gonna trust at the end of the day? People who read conspiracy theories and Wikipedia articles, or people who studied this and spent all their life work?
Why would you trust either?
Why would I trust them? Because they actually know what they're talking about.
Didn't ask you that. Why would you trust either?
Want to know why I trust them? Because they.
I didn't ask you that. I didn't ask you that. I asked, why would you trust either?
Why would I trust either?
Yeah, why are you trusting people?
Dude, because other minds are much smarter than others.
I don't think you're in a position to assess it. Sorry, go on with it.
Well, I can't disagree with that part. I was just But you said that you see, right? You said the Earth goes around the sun. You said, how do you know that? You said we see it. You said we don't see that. I see the sun move in the sky. So would you like to agree that when you say you see the Earth go around the sun, that's patently false? It's actually the opposite. We see the sun go over top of the Earth.
Dude, if that was the case, then I'm pretty sure Australia's toilets wouldn't be backwards.
Okay, those are provably not backwards, but we're not changing the subject.
We're not changing the subject. I know. Let's stick to the topic.
Yeah. So do you agree that you see the sun move in the sky?
We see the sun move because the Earth is spinning. Like, that's why we see it move.
Okay, but do you agree that we see the sun move in the sky?
Yeah, we see. Yeah, of course.
Okay, so what we're saying, our claim is that the sun moves in the sky.
Now, why do you see it move in the sky? Because the sun is just not magically moving. That's
because it's moving.
The sun is 90 million miles away from this Earth.
Oh,
You
do
really
you have a
think we're
measurement
going
for
to
that?
be able to see that? The sun is 90 million miles away. We
Buddy.
cannot
You don't
see.
get to just start screaming random claims out that you believe in. We're talking about one step at a time. And so you've now understood that we see the sun move. Our claim is that the sun moves in the sky. You have additional claims that are different, right?
Well, you cannot say that this is a claim. No. The sun is 90 million miles away. You really think that thing is just going to move? No, we're the ones moving. That's
Buddy,
why we see it
you just
move.
conceded that you have no idea when curvature of the Earth was measured, and now you're citing a measurement all the way to 93 million miles out to the
Why?
sun.
Because this comes from the smartest minds, yet again, who have been proven this theory to be false.
Hey, buddy, the distance to
You're
the
going to
sun
deny
has
that the
changed.
sun is 90 million miles away.
The
It's 90 million.
distance,
You cannot deny that.
shut up.
That's off of
The distance to the
that's off of the
sun,
assumption.
the supposed distance to the sun, has changed almost 10 times.
Since when? Since when?
Since they first came up with the idea that it's super, super far away. It started around 3 million. Someone actually dropped a meme in the voice text to show you some of the changes. So they can't all be right.
Let me see this evidence. Let me see. See, the Earth is a globe. It's the sky. Okay.
Love that.
Copernicus,
Exact science.
3 million.
Now.
Yeah, there you go.
Wait. This is what they were saying back in the day.
That's right.
Okay, but this is back in the day. Things improved. People have more knowledge. People are much more intelligent. You could see this with the advancement of technology. Back then people did think about this because, well, they didn't have any better idea. Now we have technology to disprove all of this.
Really? What's the technology you use to figure out 93 million miles?
The James Webb telescope.
That number was already claimed well before James Webb.
Yeah.
Let me Google it. I got you. All right. Who discovered the sun is 90 million miles away? Because you guys are saying, oh, that's just a claim. No, that's not a claim. The sun is 90 million miles away from us.
Buddy, the answer's on the meme, dude. How much simpler can we convey the message to you other than a meme?
And you're still getting it wrong. It's claimed to be 93 million.
It's an open book test, dude. The answer was given to you in meme format.
I'm trying to look for sources of the smartest minds here and people who study this. And you're giving me memes?
Are you serious?
You're giving me memes? Come on, man. I want actual facts. I want evidence. I want people who studied this.
Those
memes. We want the evidence.
Those memes list
Where was
those
that
quote
93 million miles sun measured?
In 1653, astronomer Christian Huygens calculated the distance from the Earth to the Sun. He discovered it.
Oh, he calculated it.
Calculated. There we are. The magic C word.
He calculated it. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, that's not
So you know that that's based off of the assumption that the Earth and Venus are both measurably spheres with a radius of 3,950. Well, whatever radius they used actually.
Oh, I'm glad you brought that up. I saw these things.
Me too.
Through a telescope a while ago.
The assumption that they're the same size, and which is predicate Venus is the same size as us, which means that we are a definitive size, measurably so, which means, right? This comes back to the argument of whether or not someone has measured it or not. When you said, I don't know the method, I just know that Google, which is right, what we asked you to do, and you came back with Eratosthenes. Fine, fair enough. What was the method? I don't know, is what you said. Then we started going into that. So now you saying the sun is 93 million miles away because of Christian Huygens is wild. Why? Because that's predicated off of the assumption that the Earth is the sphere that is in question. The thing that we've been asking you, how you know if it measurably is that in the first place.
I'm going to
So
provide
you see how you're in the middle of the religion are trying to argue your way through it when the first thing we pointed out to you is that, my mans, we have to figure out if it measures to be a sphere in the first place, which is actually the only reason we're all here.
But the same goes to you. okay,
Polar,
like you
polar.
say, oh, all right, go.
I'm going to provide a definition for you to clarify things. This word calculate was used.
Yeah.
He calculated to ascertain by computation, estimate by mathematical means. It also means to think or to guess.
Dude, these people like use, as I say, like measurements and
Okay, what are
distance
they?
and
Measuring
all
is
these
not
things to
calculating.
come to that conclusion.
Measuring
At the end of the day,
measuring is not calculating. There are two different things.
Yeah, and these calculations are based off of that radius that you just admitted a minute ago you cannot cite a measurement for, or at least not a valid one.
But you guys are denying calculations, and I want to go back to what Elijah said previously.
No,
You said, "Oh, this is an assumption." How do I? The same thing goes to you. This is an assumption too. The whole flat Earth is an assumption as well.
No, it's
Same thing goes
not.
there. Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
See, the reason that it's not an assumption is because, like I was trying to explain to you earlier, we just acknowledge what is provable and observable and testable, repeatable, falsifiable, empirical. So when we say that the sun moves in the sky, that's just objective. It doesn't matter what you say. You have a different explanation of why it moves in the sky. We just say that it moves in the sky. We can measure the surface of the Earth. It's provably measured flat. So not making any assumptions. We are actually doing the exact opposite. We are calling you out for your assumptions that you are conflating to reality.
Yeah.
Play to reality. You guys are saying that the sun is not 90 million miles away. Who was the guy who said that again? Who was it?
All of us.
Yeah,
all
why
of us.
would it
Okay.
be? When was that
Why
measured?
would it be? Because it's already been proven. It's already been proven by.
Hasn't been proven, dude. It's changed 6 times. They were all calculations. They're all just guesses. It keeps on changing because they find something that makes it not work. Just like they changed Polaris from 434 million to 323 or 434 light years to 323 light years just a few years ago because it's just a calculation, an idea, a story made up of the sky, and they have to fidget the numbers around to try to constantly make it work. It's just theoretical math.
Okay, but the same argument goes to the flat Earth. Everything you just said goes exactly to the flat Earth too.
Because we're not
It's all
claiming a
speculation. It's all
distance.
calculation. It's all and you're denying calculations.
We're not claiming a distance to the sun, though. Only you're doing that.
Yeah, we're just
You guys
falsifying.
just didn't.
We're just falsifying your false claims. That's all. And also, do you understand that to have valid calculations, you've got to have valid measurements in the first place? If you start doing calculations with measurements that are inaccurate or invalid or just flat out wrong, what do you think you're going to end up with your calculations?
But the same argument goes to the whole flat Earth thing.
No,
You
it
guys don't
doesn't,
even
because
know
we're
the radius
falsifying
of the
your
Earth.
incorrect claims is all we're doing. We're not making positive claims about the distance to the sun.
Exactly. Let's talk about that. Do you understand that if something's falsified, that is independent of trying to replace it with something new? Right? Like if something's proven to not be true, I don't have to come up with a new story before it's not true. We just proved it isn't true. Now, if you want to go try to make up a new story, that's on you. If I tell you that Santa Claus isn't real because I'm your big brother, and then do I need to then replace the story of Santa Claus with a new story, or Santa Claus is real? No, of course not. Santa Claus just isn't real. I don't want to make up stories about people that travel the world magically and then sneak in through the fireplace and give people presents and watch people when they're asleep. It's creepy. That doesn't mean that Santa Claus is real. We're falsifying your claim, right? So that's independent of us making up stories to replace it.
All right, hold on, Wizard. He's saying that we're doing the same thing. Can he specify what are we doing that is the same thing? Can you specify?
Everything.
That wasn't specific at all.
Yeah.
That's the opposite of
That's the opposite of specific. Come on, guy. This is going all
Dude,
right.
how about this?
Let's
Just
not
take
go too
notes.
What's the wait? Hold on. What's the argument again here? Like,
Okay, here's the argument.
Okay.
Yeah, only your side is claiming things like the sun is 93 million miles away. We are explaining that isn't true. There's no actual evidence for that. That's just a theory. We're not claiming how far the sun is away. You claim that the earth has a certain size. We are not claiming that the earth has a certain size. We're saying that the size that you claimed on the shape that you claim is not true. We proved it not true.
Okay. But if the sun wasn't 90 million miles away, well, we wouldn't see it moving. Because we're moving towards the east every single time. This is
okay.
basic.
How do
this
you
is
know
basic
the
knowledge.
earth? How do you know the earth is moving? Have you ever it moving?
It seems to me that the claim basically.
How do you know the Earth is flat? Have you ever seen it flat?
Yeah, we have.
Yes, literally every day
Why?
of my
Because
life.
Why? Because the ground is flat.
Wait.
The ocean floor is flat. The ocean water's flat. The topography's flat. Everything is flat. The sky's flat. The clouds are flat. Everything is flat. Yeah. What's your point?
My mom is flat.
I want to just go back to something he just said. He said that if the sun wasn't 93 million miles away, we wouldn't see it moving. So is that your measurement? That was your method of measuring the distance of the sun? You saw it move, therefore 93 million miles?
That was not that was not my measurement. That is the measurement of the geniuses at NASA that I actually saw. Not these little woke conspiracy theorists who read Wikipedia articles.
Like Dom Pettit. Like Dom Pettit. That's a real genius right there, bro.
I just debated a guy that worked for NASA and destroyed him. How's that work?
What up?
Work for NASA? Ooh, that's a bold claim, dog. I'm not smart enough to work for NASA. I wish. I don't mind being a janitor.
How come I destroyed him in debate though?
You destroyed him?
You're recorded.
But sorry, only one question for him. Polar, how is possible in the last 1 hour you was from one guy who was really interesting in some evidences, and now you are starting to what is going on?
It's all right. It's all right. Here,
because
not only that though,
send him the link.
He just stated something which is the main axiom, which is the sun is moving.
I just disproved the whole flat Earth thing. I just disproved the whole thing. Just like that.
This has to be a troll.
Nope. You guys are not saying troll.
Yeah,
Could you do it again real quick? Could you do it again real quick? I must have missed it.
Wait.
We're going back to this.
Wait.
Can I repeat the question, Polar Bear?
No, I just want to quickly ask this question because you're talking about the geniuses at NASA, Polar Bear. Could you name us your favorite genius at NASA?
Please say Don.
I got you. So we got Neil Armstrong.
I got you. Brilliant.
All right, Neil Armstrong.
We got Neil Armstrong. Let's see. Man, Neil Armstrong, man, he went to the moon.
Did he measure the Earth's radius?
So actually, what's his IQ?
His IQ was.
Well, like, what did he do? What did he do on the moon?
Come on, guys. Look, Polar Bear, you are an elaborate troll. You are a very clever troll. I do appreciate your trolling, but it's time to cut the shit now and get to reality. What do you actually think?
Dude, well, I'm not trolling. I came here. It's just that, we kind of, started.
There's no way that you have this kind of respect for these kinds of dumbasses. I just don't believe it.
Like, wait, you're calling, like, the flat earthers dumb?
No, I'm calling Don Pettit dumb. I'm calling a bunch of the other dickheads at NASA completely retarded.
Why? They're not dumb.
There's no way that, like, Neil deGrasse Tyson, there's no way you actually think he's a genius.
Yeah, he is. Dude, Neil deGrasse Tyson studied this all his life. He learned.
So did I.
Also,
I will make a bet with you now. If I sat down and did an IQ test and he did an IQ test, I would have a higher IQ. Guarantee you.
Yep. Well, higher IQ doesn't always, because that's his profession.
Now you're looking back on it, okay?
No, because that's his profession. Yeah. He studied that. He looked more.
Dude, you just said he was the smartest genius to ever walk the face of the earth, basically.
And now he's saying what he studied.
He's a genius. Well, this is where you guys kind of, like, prove me wrong. He's a genius at what he does. He's a genius.
What does he do?
He studies this. He's a cosmologist, right?
He communicates propaganda.
What's the smartest thing he's ever done, Polar Bear?
Oh, no, he just said he's a cosmologist?
Yeah, he's a cosmologist. No, how hard it is to become a cosmologist? That's not easy, dog. That's not easy.
Polar Bear. Clowns. On the real though, what's the smartest thing you think he's ever done?
Well, let me see. Okay, Tyson's professional research interested includes star formation, exploding star, dwarf galaxies, and the structure of the Milky Way. Like his friend Carl Sagan, Dr. Tyson played an important role in popularizing astrophysical concepts and discoveries in 1995. Wow, that is really good. Okay.
What discoveries was that?
What? Yeah, it sounds like he's just promoting garbage.
What did he discover, though?
Like NASA's really your heroes, huh?
Dude, NASA,
you guys are heroes like that?
Dog.
These guys are your heroes?
Dog, actually, like you guys know the Axe Apollo like commercial,
You just
like
got
how they're
called
offering
dog.
free trips to space.
All right, Polar.
Like,
guy
why,
uses
why do
dog.
the guy,
I know.
why do these guys at NASA got your nuts in a vice, bro? Like, I don't understand. But
I don't work
Name
for
it.
that.
can you name anyone at NASA besides Neil Armstrong? I mean, are you serious?
Not really, dog. Because I don't really care about
So
NASA.
somebody told you that these guys are geniuses, and you're just running with that. Think that's a good argument for you?
Dude, somebody told you that the flat Earth theory is real, and you're just running with that. Like,
No, we're running with
Theory.
geometry. You are the
What
one
do you
who's
mean?
running with baseless claims.
you guys are, but it's not a useless claim that the sun is 90 million miles away from us.
It's
And the
baseless.
Earth's radius is the number what it is.
Yes, it's baseless
Hold on,
because that distance is.
Let Chocolate finish his point.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Nah, you guys continue.
Nah, you continue, man. I'm interested in the story about the NASA heroes and what they've done.
Dude, NASA has made the world a better place.
Have
Was
they
it
really?
before or after they worked with the Nazis?
What did they do
You're
to
talking
make the world
about
a better
you're
place?
talking about what's his name? Werner von Braunerd?
Yeah, you're one of your NASA geniuses. Werner von
Dude,
Braun,
genius too. Genius.
Nazi rocket scientist.
Genius, man. Genius.
Okay,
He was
Polar
also
Bear,
a prophet.
chill.
Did you know that?
You know
Did you know
you
he
know
was
you're
a
getting excited.
he was
think
also
I
a
heard
prophet? Did you know that?
Prophet?
Ew.
Yeah, he was a prophet.
Nah, I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah, check this. So in the 50s, he wrote a science fiction book. It's called Project Mars, and it predicts the first civilization founded on Mars by the main character in the book, whose name is Elon.
Elon who?
I don't think he got it.
Okay. There's this guy named Elon Musk. Okay, he has this thing supposedly called SpaceX that supposedly goes to outer space, and he's going to help found the first civilization on Mars. Have you ever heard of him?
Oh yeah, I heard of that. I
Yeah.
don't think we're gonna get to that point. Like not anytime in the next decade or the next 20, maybe like the next 100 years. I do see
Maybe
a
the next
civilization on Mars.
Okay.
I do
the
see.
point is, there's a guy on the world stage that's allowed to supposedly privately shoot rockets into outer space, and he's supposedly going to go to Mars. He even says he's going to do it himself. I'm just saying that Werner von Braun, the SS officer of the Nazis, brought over by NASA in the 50s, wrote a science fiction book. And in the book, the main character's name is Elon, and he founds the first civilization in Mars. Hence, me calling him a prophet is probably a coincidence. He just was a prophet.
I think it's all like coincidence. I'm not too fond of the
You're a
conspiracy
coincidence
theories.
theorist.
Yeah.
What do you
you're not
think
a
about?
conspiracy theorist. Right.
Huh?
Coincidence theorist.
Repeat that again.
Yeah.
So you're a coincidence theorist.
Well, I mean, everybody always. You guys say that NASA means deceive in Hebrew, but I think it's a coincidence too. I don't think it's like.
Okay, well, you're a coincidence theorist. We get it.
Yeah, it's a coincidence.
So, Polar Bear, just quickly, could you tell me in what ways you think NASA's made the world a better place, specifically?
Dude, they discovered like how we live, how the Earth is structured. What is
What do you mean? How
it just made the world a better place, man.
In what
It's
way?
all around us.
Examples.
Everything, dog. Everything. Like
Examples.
we know where we live because of NASA. We know everything.
Example.
I would actually love to work for NASA. I'm not even kidding. I would love to.
Okay, you can't give an example, obviously.
Wow. Yeah.
So
No,
you
I
don't
can't
know
give an
one way that
example.
they've made the world a better place?
Well, they discovered a lot. They even sent a guy out to the moon. They did. I mean, who did that?
Here, what they've done is they've made people like you completely delusional about where they live. So the opposite of what you just said, they do.
What did the guy do on the moon, though?
Dude, he planted the American flag. Like Neil Armstrong's an American hero.
Polar, I have a question for you. What do you think about this measuring distance religion?
I did not understand you there. Could you repeat that again?
What do you think about measuring distance religion?
Oh, measuring distance. Oh, Cool. I support it. Yeah, measure the distance.
Yeah. What do you think about that number, 3,959 miles? What
I
that
think
means
that
for you?
I think that number is very very accurate
Cue the
because
black swan.
Yeah. Okay. Why is not okay? Great. Where is Black Swan?
Yeah, we're
There.
gonna blow that number away. Just 1 sec.
All right, let
Hey,
me see.
before you
Can
go
I
to Black
blow the number
Swan,
away?
can I ask
Can I
this guy
just?
one question?
Yeah,
Yeah, go
what
ahead.
what?
All right, so if you went to the doctor and he told you you're dizzy, take these pills, but you knew you weren't dizzy, would you take the pills? Because
Nah, I
he's a
would take.
doctor?
Dude, no.
No, because you know if you're not dizzy, right?
Nah, of course not.
Yeah, you know if you're dizzy or if you're not dizzy. You don't have to be told if you're dizzy or not, right?
Of course, of course, of course.
Right. So if a doctor with the lab coat on says take these because you're dizzy, he wouldn't know that, would he?
But if a doctor starts talking about like maybe a better way to lose weight versus some loser on the internet who hasn't really look
Well,
studied this.
what if the people
Who
that
am I going to
were
trust,
giving
the
him
doctor or the guy who's following
right,
the
but
keto
then what
diet,
if
a
you
fad
found
guy?
out? Let's just okay, given that scenario, let's just say the people that make the pills that are going to make you lose weight are paying the doctor off to advise you to take those pills. Then would you trust them if you found that out?
Of course not. No, I would not trust them. Is there
Right.
corruption?
Now,
Yeah.
do you think corruption ever happens?
Corruption is everywhere in our daily lives. It's part of
Right.
it.
Now, why wouldn't it be on the biggest scale? Because that's where the most benefit would come from, right?
Why wouldn't it be on the biggest scale? I don't know, because let's say they
Right.
try to
So now
fool
we're talking
millions of
about the
people.
moon landing and all these other things. Those are on big scales, right?
I'm not gonna lie, moon landing is a reasonable conspiracy. It really is, because back then they had to beat the Soviet Union in like the
Hold on.
space
Can
race
I
or
come
whatever.
back to
Right.
that
No, wait, hold on,
number?
just real quick.
But
Now, if the doctor told you the reason that you don't feel dizzy is because you've been dizzy your whole life and you've just gotten used to it, would that make sense?
nah.
All right. Well, let me just tell you this. If you were on a spinning ball, you'd be fucking dizzy. All right? That's all I have to say.
Of course.
So, okay, Polar, let's go back to the number. You said the number is 3,959 and it's obvious. I ask you what that mean for you. I will tell you what that mean for me. That mean for me this, on every beach, on every location in the world, on 10 miles, it's 66 foot of drop on every location. You know?
Yeah, I know.
There is no that place where is 66 foot drop. That is reality.
Doesn't exist. So neither does your globe. There's also a thing called a geometric horizon, the thing that you said that boats go over when they get far enough away from you, the leading edge or the furthest edge of the sphere that you can see before it drops away from your line of sight, right? That thing? Well, that doesn't exist. Check the live stream voice text.
You see?
I'm telling you about something. That distance it's even more, but doesn't matter that on every 10 miles on the beach, on every continent, it must be 66 foot drop. It isn't anywhere.
Okay, I'm
What about that?
Yeah, no drop.
Okay.
Yeah, so no ball.
But is it that
Okay,
enough
let's
proof that
understand the
Earth
black
is not a
swan.
globe?
Do you understand the image with the oil rigs, Polar Bear?
Oil rigs. I'm looking at it right now. I'm analyzing. Okay. Platform.
See where the horizon is? Before or after the rigs?
I'm looking at it.
Yeah. See the horizon?
Yeah, I see it.
It's past the oil rigs, right?
What do you mean it's past the oil rigs?
It's beyond the furthest oil rig, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so therefore the Earth isn't a globe with a radius of 3959 miles because that is a geometric impossibility on that globe. Because that horizon would have to be at 1.2 miles if that's what the Earth was. And
Wait,
that's
wait,
what
wait.
you said
Ho- ho-
a few
ho-
minutes ago, that that's where boats are disappearing. They go over that. Basically, that's what that is. The geometric horizon, that's what they would be disappearing over. But what this picture proves is that that doesn't exist and that the Earth is just flat.
Hold on.
The bomb has been planted.
Hold on. Wait. How did they get this photo of the?
It's a still.
They took it.
Yeah, they took it at a beach. It's a still from a video, actually. So you can watch the video if you want to verify the picture.
So wait. These guys just got like a zoom in camera and all of a sudden just put all these numbers in here and started.
I just put the GIF in for you.
That's what they did.
All these numbers.
That
the
numbers, what you
numbers of
told
the
me,
globe.
this is the numbers.
Hold on,
You know?
Sasha. Let Witsit go.
Sorry.
Witsit, go for it.
It's not random numbers. It's the numbers of the globe.
But the way I see it is the number of the globe, and this photo only proves that the Earth is a globe and not flat. What are you guys are saying? Okay, let's get back to the math. 9.41 miles, therefore not. Earth is a sphere, blue ball. 9.41 miles. Okay.
Your horizon is
Go through the math.
Max distance, geometric horizon sphere, 1.22 miles. If anything, that proves the Earth is a globe.
Don't be ridiculous.
Right, so it says the horizon. It says the horizon. It says the horizon should be at 1.22 miles, like you just said. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you just said the horizon's beyond the oil rig, which is 9.4 miles.
But wait.
Wait. Do you know how big your Earth radius has to be to have a 10-mile
Wait.
horizon?
Let me just get that out of him.
Okay.
Right, you just said 1.22 miles is where it would be according to the globe, but you see it beyond the oil rig, which is 9.4 miles. So that's not right.
And that's not a little error.
About the Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that's not a little error. That's orders of magnitude that your Earth radius is off by. It's huge.
Let him respond.
I'm looking at the photo. I'm looking at it. You know,
are you listening?
Yeah, I'm listening to you guys too. I'm looking at the photo. But
Okay, look, dude. If you walk up to a mound of dirt, can you see through the dirt to the other side?
Nah.
Right. Okay. The Earth has to do that if it's a ball, right? So where it has to do that, if you're that close to the surface of the ball, like that picture, would be at 1.2 miles. So the horizon is beyond 10 miles.
The horizon, aka your Earth curve. So that's a bit of a problem, right? Your Earth curve isn't where it's supposed to be. So unless we live on a spongy handball that changes size at will, this is a problem.
I have one quick question for him. Polar Bear, is there a difference between 10 miles and 1 mile?
Man.
Google it.
The difference is, man, that one
Is
makes
there a
me waste
difference
more
between
gas than
10
the other.
miles and 1 mile?
Yeah, there is a difference.
Okay, thanks.
So these calculations you were previously touting as the glue that you were so proud of is what we use to test the Earth. It's the very calculations that you believe to be true. Using those, this video debunks those calculations.
Uh-oh.
Was this photo taken on a zoom in camera?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, cameras zoom in. Yeah.
Man, do you want more examples? Do you want more examples?
Okay.
Like 1,000 more examples.
You do understand that you don't. You do understand that if you do zoom into it, you could actually see, right?
Okay, let me respond. You remember when I told you that I got this? Remember when I told you the thing about if you walk up to a mound of dirt, you can't see through it? So let's say we walk up to this really big mound of dirt that's higher than us and we can't see through it to the other side, like you agreed. Can I pull a camera out and zoom through the mound of dirt to see to the other side?
My boy.
Just answer the question.
Nah.
Okay.
No.
Okay, so you do understand that the thing that's being zoomed in on can't be where it is if the Earth is what you said it was.
A zoom camera? That's cheating.
No.
Kinda.
First talking to my man. It's not that the camera is Superman and X-ray visioned through the curve of the Earth. I can't zoom in through a mound of dirt. The point is that there should be a mound of dirt that when I zoom in, I still can't see anything behind it. Yeah, we can zoom in and see way past where that mound of dirt has to be.
Let me look at the photo again. Let me look at the photo again.
They posted
Of the
video.
quote
It's
unquote
not just a
calculation.
photo. It's not
Okay.
just a photo. They posted the video as well.
Let me look at it. Okay. 3,959 miles.
It's real simple. The horizon cannot be where
Okay,
it
you were
is.
able to see
The
that.
Earth is a
Okay,
globe.
okay, you were able to see this with the zoom in camera, right?
Yes, so.
So that means that you had to use a zoom. So that means you couldn't even see it with your own eyes. You had to zoom in.
Yeah,
But let's take it a
So,
little
so
farther.
the question
Let's take it a
then
little
is,
farther.
so why is
Now,
the horizon, polar bear, why is the horizon beyond the rigs?
because it was placed there.
So then the Earth isn't a globe. Geometrically, that's impossible. Because it couldn't be there according to the geometry of the globe that you claim.
So there you go.
You don't think that zooming in on the Earth curve would move the Earth curve, right?
I'm just shocked you guys believe in
understand
this.
that,
No way,
bro.
dog.
I understand that this is like you might start spiraling in a minute, but it's real easy to understand. Okay, at this observation height of 1 foot, your Earth curve can't be any more. Why are you laughing?
Yeah.
Are you laughing because you're nervous? I understand. Yeah. It's okay. Okay. At 1 foot observation height, your Earth curve can't be any more than 1.2 miles away. Now, whether we zoom in on it or not, the horizon, which is supposed to be your Earth curve, is, like you said, beyond the oil rigs, which is impossible for a globe with a radius of 3959 miles. Do you get that?
No, I don't get it.
What part of that do you not get?
Here, I've got another way to put this for you, Polar Bear.
Yeah, put it in a better way.
Are you sitting at a table?
I'm sitting on my bed.
Okay, that's fantastic. If you were to set any object on your bed, and you were to take your cell phone or any other camera and zoom in, why? Hello?
I didn't hear you. I got muted, I think.
No, you deafened yourself.
Repeat that question again.
Yeah, if you set an object down and you zoom in on it, does it change the location of the thing that you just set down? Just to zoom in on it, does it change its location?
If you can see it, you're in its distance. Therefore, it was not in the curve to begin with. Let's say you go farther.
There was no curve. Yeah, there's no curve. We got it. Cool.
You're not answering my question. That was
What's
a very
your question?
simple question.
Yeah,
like
what's your question?
A 4-year-old could answer this. So I'm just trying to take it really easy. If you take an object and you set it in front of yourself and then you zoom in on it, does the act of zooming in on the object move the object?
No, it does not move the object.
Okay.
No.
That's fantastic. You understand that 1.2 is not 9.4. Correct or no?
Correct.
Okay. So the fact that it's 9.4 plus, or otherwise could be connotated as a number greater than 9.4, because that number is greater than 9.4, 9.4 and any number greater than 9.4 is not 1.2. Do you follow that so far?
Yeah, I follow that.
Therefore, the 3959 radius claim is invalid, false, incorrect, not a fact.
Bomb has been planted.
That's it.
That's it. Yeah, you guys won. The Earth is a flat. It's not a globe.
Yep.
Well,
Welcome, bro. I know it's painful.
Knocks in the back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? No one
Because
would
they're
lie.
geniuses.
People don't lie.
Why would
Geniuses
they
are
lie?
conniving.
Why would they
NASA
lie?
geniuses especially wouldn't lie.
Why would they
Oh
lie?
God.
That's
I
a
don't
great
know what.
question.
Why
That's a
would
great
they?
question.
Good
Why
question.
would they? Many reasons. It could
It's
be
a good
religious
question.
reasons, money,
Oh,
power.
carry
There
on.
you go.
Well, you just carry on.
Nailed
We
it.
don't need to tell you.
I mean, dog, have you ever even seen a satellite in space or satellite
Why
fall?
do you call
You've never
people
seen
dogs?
it. You've never seen it.
You're correct.
Satellites,
Chill,
dog.
dog.
Satellites are not real.
Listen this, Polar, now. How satellites will provide that curvature in reality?
Well, no. Can I actually? I feel like Polar Bear might just get this. Let me go for this. Polar Bear, would you say that if I lied to you and you didn't question what I told you, then it would mean that whatever I wanted to tell you would just be accepted?
Dude, you don't know who I am, but I'm just going to tell you this. I want to be lied to. I like it when people tell me what to do. I love being an NPC.
Fair enough then. No further questions.
Oh, wow.
Oh, jeez. You
Well, I
won
guess
the
that concludes the
prize.
session.
I
That was
want
a
to
that was a
take
good
the
roundup.
vaccine. I
Man,
want to
you
be
won the
controlled.
prize.
Yeah.
You
Okay,
won
I'm
the
gonna put you on
prize,
mute
man.
now. That was a good time. Clip it, and ship it.
Oh my god.
Cope a little harder, bro. Cope a little harder.
Yeah, that's a hard cope. That's harder than diamonds, guys.
That was entertaining.
Did he go?
I mean,
Are
no,
you
no, no.
okay? Do you
No,
require
somebody muted
medical
him.
assistance?
I've muted him, but listen, I'll unmute you, Polar Bear. Just be chill, yeah. I know you think you were trolling, but you accidentally just had your whole worldview snatched from you. Because I mean, even your satellite story requires that 3959 mile radius, which you've just agreed by seeing a horizon beyond the oil rigs isn't true. So all the other stories can't be true. I know
Nah,
it's tough.
if you
I
can
know
see it
it's a
even with
little
the
bit
zoom, you're
upsetting.
not. Nah, I still disagree. If you can't see it in the zoom, you're still not in the curve.
Polar Bear, you can't zoom in on something that isn't there. So if the 10-mile horizon weren't there, then you wouldn't be able to zoom in on it. But because it is, it means that the Earth isn't a globe with a radius of 3959.
But you're within its distance, so that number really doesn't matter.
I think you
'Cause you're
just
within its
missed everything I just said.
Repeat
Yeah,
that
I
again.
mean,
Yeah,
I
so
think he's under the impression you can see forever on a ball. But that's what am I wrong, Polar Bear? You think you can see forever? Polar Bear.
Yeah, well, what's up?
So I had earlier made the accusation that you are more than likely just a visual spatial reasoning retarded person, as in you lack any of the capabilities of visual spatial reasoning. But let me ask a clarifying question to verify whether or not that's the case. Do you think that you can see forever if you live on a ball?
No.
Right.
And where do you think you wouldn't be able to see, Polar Bear?
Our vision is limited.
By what?
It's just limited.
By what?
By everything around us. Our
By
eyes,
what
our
about
bodies.
what about the geometry of the Earth? Is it limited by that?
Is it limited by that?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it is.
I'm trying to not give him the answers, but I hear you.
But that doesn't prove the Earth is. That doesn't prove the Earth is flat because, yeah, if you zoom in, you're gonna be able because if you zoom in a place, you're gonna be able to see that. Well,
forever?
it's there.
See
it's
forever?
there, but that
See
doesn't
forever?
prove
Question
the
mark?
Earth is flat.
See forever, Polar Bear? Question mark?
Forever? What do you mean by
can
forever?
zoom in. So if you zoom in, you can just see as far as you want. You can just keep zooming in forever and ever, Polar Bear? Or is there going to... Huh? What?
I don't get what you're getting at. So let's say you take a telescope or binoculars and you zoom in there forever, and you look at it. Is it going to change? That's what you're asking?
Do you think that you can zoom in forever?
Zoom in forever? No, I don't think.
Do you think that you could zoom in and see the back of your head?
No.
Okay. At what point is is it obstructing you from seeing on this ball that you live on?
Your limited vision.
We're talking about zooming.
Okay, but I don't get your question at the same time.
I
Because you're
know,
making
that's because I'm asking you a question in a roundabout way regarding the geometry that you're ignoring. So I'm trying to come about it from a kind of backwards angle. Okay. So you keep making these statements that indicate that you have no clue of what geometry is. You have no clue of what a sagitta is. You have no clue of what the obstruction that is required in the ball. You're ignoring it completely and acting as though it's irrelevant.
But that's okay. But that's like saying, okay, if you look at something, is it going to be there forever? Well, yeah, it's going to be there forever.
No, that's not like saying that at all.
What was your question? Because your question is just complicated, dog. Like, I'm sorry.
Here. You can imagine a globe, right, Polar Bear? And you
I can
live
imagine a globe.
in North America somewhere, right?
Yeah, I live in North America.
That's fantastic. So can you zoom in with a camera and see China?
Nah, you can't.
And why not?
Because the Earth is a globe, and if it was flat, you'd be able to see China very clearly.
No,
Since
you're
there's
not
no
answering.
business,
You're not
there's no
answering the
curve.
question, Polar Bear. You're not answering the question. What's
Because if the
stopping
Earth
you
was
from?
flat, you'd be
You're
able to see
not
China.
answering. Oh my gosh,
You
you're
said we
being
have limited
obstinate at
vision.
this point. What is preventing you from zooming in to see Canada on this globe?
Oh, our limited vision.
What? No. What is the actual obstruction preventing you? What's it called?
Oh, the curvature of the Earth is preventing you from seeing.
Yes. See, that's what you weren't believing. Now you're finally saying it. Did you know that there's a mathematical way of finding out where that curvature would prevent you from being able to see beyond? Did you know that there's math for that? It's called geometry.
But weren't you guys just saying that geometry is irrelevant and it's just false
Polar
claim?
Bear, I asked you a simple question. Did you know that geometry can show you the math as to where that curvature would prevent you from seeing?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I know.
Prove it. Prove
I don't
that you
know.
know.
Let me go outside.
We gave you the math. We showed you that it's invalid, not the math, but the claim. You use the math, and it invalidates the claim of a 3959 radius. It invalidates it. It'd be like you saying the answer to this problem. Okay, the answer to this problem is 74. The answer is 74. And we go, okay, well, here's the constituent parts. 1 plus 3. 1 plus 3 does not equal 74, therefore, or 74. 1 plus 4 does not equal 74, therefore, it's not 74. Well, in this case, it's 3959. You make plenty of observations over and over and over again, and you come to the conclusion every single time 3959 is invalid.
What's 9 plus 10? 21. You stupid.
Something like that. But take some deep breaths. Don't do drugs. Drink some water, and you'll be okay. Just take your time and recognize truth. The truth of reality is more important than your little romance with NASA employees and stuff, whatever that was about.
Yeah, like sometimes truths are really uncomfortable, man, because it's like, damn, what are other people going to think about me if I think this? Or can I not talk about it? Or, whoa, how can I trust anything if all these people that are in such control of what I, am given to be true are lying to me and blah, blah, blah. But, regardless of the uncomfortability of it, you just have to accept the truth. It's 2022. We live in a big boy world nowadays. They're trying to get digital tracking systems and one world monetary systems and sustainable development laws. And they've basically taken all your rights away in the name of national security. If something were to ever happen, they surveil all of us. The CIA controls the mainstream media, admittedly declassified. They set up wars. They worked with the Nazis to fake a moon propaganda film. They've done all kinds of things. And so just, you don't have to defend their lies. And you can also just think for yourself as opposed to appealing to this idea you have in your head. 'Cause it's just an idea. You're like these really smart people, but really that all stems from being afraid of maybe everyone else wouldn't approve of you if you thought these things. So you're just going to have to let that go. And we all can be honest and admit that it's kind of a process and it sucks in lots of ways with people close to you, but it's worth it in the end. So that's the point that I'm trying to make to you. Trolling aside, you're in here and now you get to hear this. Like, there are lots of truths. It's important to stand up for the truth. We live in a crazy time and we need the younger people to get their act together and start to wake up and become informed so that we can, kind of stop this from cascading.
Facts.
Yep.
Guys, I'm just looking at my Pornhub right now.
Wow. And by the way, porn literally
Is
destroys
that
your
helping
brain.
you?
It
Is that
destroys your
helping you to cope with this?
Word of advice, Polar Bear. Take a little bit more time to research and understand these things before you tell your friends you're a flat earther.
Facts, man. Facts, man.
Yeah,
This is the weirdest spiral I've ever heard.
yeah, but it's cool, right? When you hit them like with the real like that, it breaks the trolls. So I'm just saying.
It is the most interesting spiral I've ever heard. Like, it was some shit.
Yeah, it's sad though.
Kind of reminds me of Pagus a little bit.
From what I just heard this whole time, even if he does become a flat earther, please do us a solid and don't tell people you're a flat earther. Like, we don't need him representing us.
The secret is that you already are one. You just
Yeah.
don't know it yet.
Yeah, it's best to just let him go on representing the Globers. That's better.
But to be fair, he's honestly probably smarter than this little troll character that he came in here playing as a defense mechanism,
Yeah, 100%.
I just wanted to make it a point to say that I wasn't trying to insult him when I said that he was a visual spatial reasoning retarded person. I meant it to clarify how important it is. Like, people are different. Some people have strengths in some areas and weaknesses in others. And I'm not saying it in a facetious way. There are people that lack the ability in profound ways in comparison to others to visualize shapes, to visualize anything geometrically at all. Like, there really are people that lack that skill in a profound way. It's just it may be surprising to some of you, but there are people that lack that ability. Like, they could see a thing on their paper that's like 5 squares and not realize that those 5 squares could assemble a cube, for instance.
Yeah, but they claim that there's people that have zero internal dialogue and stuff like that too. Like, it might be a thing. I'm sure it's a thing, but we
And
usually,
yes, I know it's 6 squares, by the way, but
that these people that are way abnormal, from the rest of us, like that, they usually stand out in many ways as being different, don't they?
yeah. So there was another person the other day that couldn't understand that behind could not also be in front. And this is where I'm referring to the complete inability to have any visual spatial reasoning. I'm not saying that they're lying. I'm not even saying that they're trolling. I think that they really are retarded in the area of visual spatial reasoning.
I think it's the globe propaganda that's retarding them, because if you had that conversation of behind versus in front of about anything other than the globe, he probably had no problem grasping it.
I think that's plausible. Yeah.
I don't think he has a problem. The reason he has a problem grasping it is he wasn't allowing himself to actually honestly intellectualize or digest the information he was hearing. because it's a
Yeah.
defense mechanism. So it's like, of course, he can't really follow it. He was just trying to follow it enough to troll, and he couldn't really even do that. But he wasn't trying to pay attention. But he just needs to realize this is what's funny, right? You don't have to tell me how old you are, but you're obviously younger. And what's going to actually happen over time is the people that don't conform to everyone and maybe, I don't know, breathe oxygen, think for themselves, don't conform to the government, aren't slaves, actually know things. You're going to be the one with the advantage in the future. So you can take advantage of that knowledge beforehand, or you can just keep conforming and you will be led off a cliff.
Bro, look at this dude. Yeah, but conformist, it doesn't turn out good for you, though.
Hey, Polar Bear, I don't think you had an opportunity, but I'm going to list a link to that video where astronauts contradict themselves. I brought it up earlier. It's there now.
Yeah, like maybe you have these hopes of getting a girlfriend one day. I'll tell you, flat Earth isn't just the most amazing little cherry on your game, but the fact that you're the kind of person that will will help you out with there.
Oh, Creation Bear, by the way. I love the song, bro. 10 Flat Commandments. Shit is fire.
Hey, never get high on your supply. Never get high on the CGI. Thanks, Char.
I get high on my meth, though, so.
Yeah, that's personal shit, buddy.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
As we take a moment of silence for the dearly departed globe that never actually existed in the first place. So on point.
Does this guy got a soundboard on his fingertips?
Can we make that a tradition now?
Yeah, that's tradition.
Okay, cool.
And quick word from our sponsor.
And where can you find
Shadow Legends?
And a word from our sponsor.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacey's. It's good food in space.
Base doesn't exist, though. Well, there might be some between Smears and.
Space. How low can you go?
Space, the distance between your ears. Base, the reason your parents divorced.
And tried to abort. And you fell out the boat.
thought it was interesting. Polar Bear brought up that ships go over the horizon, but we can't see the horizon obstructing obstacles, objects.
I say we take 12 ships with us, and we put one ship every mile, 12 miles. And then we look from different distances, and we all stand on different ships, and we compare notes.
But how many ships do you have, though?
Well, we could start with like 12, but, whatever. We can get buoys, too. Tie a little
You have
rope,
12 ships.
whatever.
Who's got 12 ships?
I'm sure we could come up with a few.
And they need to be of equal size too. They got to be the same ship.
Just get 12 ships.
All right, that's it. All right, tell you what. Is there a wrestling room in here where we can go and wrestle this out and deal with this? Let's step outside.
What? That's gay. Why you want to go wrestle now?
That's hard.
Joke, smartass.
No homo.
Yeah, have some wrestling. That'll make the ships appear. Then we can just climb on them and maybe fly to the moon or something. I don't know.
Okay, I'm writing it down here. Don't say that one this time. Next time, say boxing. Okay, got it. What's next?
Oh no.
I'm just teasing, of course.
Use boats. Doesn't have to be a ship. You could see boats for miles.
Depends on what it's all about.
Nice. Nice. Nice.
Nice.
Nice.
Nice.
Nice. Nonce.
So, who's the next contestant?
I think nonce is one of those words that only English people can say properly.
What about you?
What if the Scottish, though?
Oh, I mean, Scottish people can swear fantastically. I think they say everything. Every swear word is amazing in the Scottish accent.
Yeah, it's all about
Yeah,
nonce,
Scottish
bro.
do really well. Scottish elocution is second to none.
Yeah, agreed.
Level up. Having internal dialogue. So, let's say you're about to do something naughty and you think to yourself, I probably shouldn't do this. Like, that's to you, that's the same thing as walking down the street muttering to yourself out loud, like a crazy person.
I'm kind of schizophrenic, not gonna lie.
I was going to say, it depends on if you're talking back to it, right?
Who are you people?
What are your worst nightmares?
So that guy was quite a traditional troll, wasn't he? The globe troll. Was, haven't been here for a while and heard the, go through the whole list of where we see ships go over the horizon, but it's too big, to see the horizon, and he really did go from A to Z, didn't he? All the
it's
been a set.
We've been lacking on Globers and trolls, really. I mean, I've gotten to the point where I'm kind of like, man, I wish some trolls would come in here. Like,
I'm a troll. I'm a troll.
Perfect. So is CB.
Nah, you should troll. I'm actually not a troll, which makes me a troll.
Are you trolling?
Yeah, I'm trolling you so hard that it's like created a paradox.
Wow. Did you you think it's a big deal if they lie about the Earth?
No.
You just think it doesn't matter at all?
Yeah, honestly, to be honest, I just kill myself at this point.
So check this. Have you ever seen the movie Hunger Games?
Yeah.
Okay, right. So you know how they have all the people in slavery and bondage sectioned off,
Fuck yeah.
and they have perimeter around all of them.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, there's something called the Antarctic Treaty, which is literally a perimeter drawn in a circle around everyone that inhabits the Earth that we know about.
That sounds badass, dude. That sounds like some Game of Thrones shit. I'm in.
It is similar to Game of Thrones. That's right. You go out south to the ice wall. So anyway, the point I'm making is it's I mean, you can try to play it off, but it's a pretty big deal, I would say, if they got people so confused about where they live, and there's just an international cooperation to basically keep you in your playpen like a good slave.
Are you saying that the International Alliance is doing a little trolling?
A little patrolling.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
That's your indifference.
Yes, it is.
Do you care that the CIA has brainwashed you since you were a little baby watching TV and it's been declassified? They literally brainwash people with literal frequencies that they send through the television.
Yeah. I mean, we're already getting MK Ultra, but it's probably about other shit.
Okay, so if there's like this mass hypnosis MK Ultra campaign declassified through the mainstream media operated by the CIA, who literally want to brainwash you to be a slave that doesn't know anything that's true. So you're obedient and a good little slave and distracted. What would you prefer to just go along with that, or would you rather maybe step outside of the literal brainwash?
No, I fucking hate the CIA, but like, yeah, I hate the CIA. Fuck the CIA, man.
So again, if you have the choice of staying within the hypnosis state of the literal brainwash or stepping outside of it, which one would you prefer?
Man, I think I'm already out. I'd probably go outside of it, but I think I'm already outside of it, man.
Okay, well then, if you're outside of it, you would understand that there are no country versus other countries and presidents against other presidents, or politics is all fake, and there's an international cooperation to patrol, maintain, and control the people on the earth. It's openly admitted, just not spoken about on the CIA MK Ultra news.
Yeah.
So if the CIA said that for example, if you read where the CIA admits that that's the case, right? Would you trust them?
Trust the CIA about what?
Do you trust FBI?
No.
Do you trust NSA?
No.
Do you trust NASA?
More so.
You see why you're making it weird?
I mean, the
Got
NSA,
him.
the NSA is literally like a fucking intelligence like agency, so they're probably going to be more subversive.
Okay, so federal agencies that maintain classified information and give out stories to the public that aren't true are all the same when it comes to whether or not we can trust them.
Well, I think the NSA probably has more vested interest in lying.
Okay, so now what you're saying is you do trust federal agencies in the government that get to classify and legally lie, just selectively based on what you think their motivation to lie
Well,
is.
I mean, listen, I don't trust everything they say, but I just like don't like even if they're lying, I guess I just care less about what they're lying about.
Well, they literally lied to you about the very place that you live.
Yeah, man, I guess maybe they did, but
Right. So there's many questions people ponder in life forever, right? Like, why are we here? How are we here? Right. And to know like how we're here, you need to know where here is, and you need to understand it. To even begin to understand how you're here, you would have to begin to understand what here is. They blatantly lied to you about what here is, detached you from thinking that you can even interpret it yourself. That's why everyone says these really smart guys told me that even though I feel like I'm not moving, I am moving. And though the sun looks like it's moving, it's actually not moving. And though the horizon looks horizontal and flat, it's actually curving. And although water finds its level, level means curved on the ball, and blah, blah, blah. Everything is the opposite of what you actually observe, right? So you can't learn the important things in life. You know what I'm saying? And I think you would agree that life itself is important, right?
uh, maybe a little bit.
Right.
It
Now,
depends.
peep this. If the Earth is what they said, it goes around the sun, and it's a heliocentric model, and it's a tiny speck of dust in this ever expanding universe of nothingness. And randomly, we had a sustainable little dot that happened out of the trillions of opportunities. The other one is that the Earth's not moving, and that makes it geocentric, meaning everything in the sky revolves over top of the Earth, central to the Earth. And if the Earth is the center of everything that exists that can be observed, then it would have had to be placed there. It would have had to have been designed or created. There's no other way. So if it's stationary, it literally changes everything, doesn't it?
Um, I guess so, but like even if it does, what's the alternative? Like we still don't even even if we knew it was fun, like you don't really have the entire universe sorted out, do you? Like you don't understand.
No, that's not. Well, I didn't say anything about having the entire universe figured out, right?
Yeah. No, but
So for
look, Witcher,
one,
this makes sense. You couldn't even get him to really be to exactly even say that life was important. Like he obviously was like in disagreements about that. He doesn't really think that our life is important, that the universe is so vast and there's probably more important, better life out there.
which is why I feel the need to take him down this road, like
Uh,
big bro him a little bit. I don't know how old he is, but he's younger. So here's the deal, man. So the idea that everything just poof didn't happen, and wow, magical solar systems and all that's called the Big Bang, and people think that means that there was nothing and then an explosion and everything happened, and but really it says there was a pre-existing energy, which sounds kind of like a creator anyway. But the point is that you can rationalize it in your mind. Well, it's all random and chaotic because the universe is so big and the earth is so small, and we're just a tiny speck moving through that whole universe with stuff moving every which way. But if the earth's not moving, the whole entire quote unquote universe that can be observed moves central to the earth. So that changes everything. That means that the earth had to be made there. Now, that if you live on the earth that had to be made, that means that you would have had to be made also, which would mean that you have a creator. And if this is just the scientific antecedent relationship, there's no other way, then you need to at least acknowledge that would drastically change a lot of things about how we look at life, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I would definitely.
So now you can see why the lie is obviously important, right? And this is why I asked you that, because if you don't understand why it's important, it's easy to put it off. Once you realize how much it changes, you may have a little different of a view, though.
True, but even if there was a creator, I don't see how that would change that much. Because like even if there was a creator and we knew there was a creator, like we wouldn't even know its motive. We wouldn't even know like we just wouldn't, you know what I mean? Like it doesn't necessarily mean that there's
I hear you.
like a god.
It doesn't necessarily mean the creator's benevolent just because it was
Yeah.
created. I agree with you. That's true. But check this out. before you can start to better understand whatever characteristics we can learn about the creator, we have to first actually acknowledge the creator's existence. If we go through life just putting it all off and not thinking about it because we can't see why it would matter or what we could figure out, then you never could learn more about creation. So, like, acknowledging that it's creation is a fundamental part before you keep going. And then I will say it's a personal journey beyond that when it comes to benevolence, amount of benevolence. Benevolence outweighed or weighed against free will and determinism. And these are philosophical interpretations, spiritual interpretations that are individual, right? So that's your journey. Flat Earth's not a religion. We don't have a preferred picked religion. Religion sucks. The globe Earth is effectively religion. Flat Earth actually makes you hate religion because you find out a bunch of people tell stories and opinions and theories, and they all believe them, and that's all it is. It's just stories made by men, right? And so then you have a personal journey to figure it out. But either way, you seems pretty important. If there's a creator, then there obviously is an objective code of ethics. There's objective morality. So,
Well, I don't know if this. I don't even. I don't.
It's either that,
I
or
don't
you
agree.
can just choose to believe a crazy lady that works at NASA that will tell you that you, my friend, are a complicated rock.
I actually don't agree that just because there's a creator, there's an objective morality. Because, like, even if there was a creator who like had a code of conduct, like, it still wouldn't make it like objective.
okay, so right now you think there's no objective right or wrong, and technically speaking, that was a bit of a non sequitur with me. I mean, because in a way you're right. It doesn't prove that. It's a separate logical conversation. I mean, there's just subjective morality. Like if morality changed based on subjective interpretation, there would be no such thing as morality itself, because I can disagree with you, and what is right or wrong doesn't change based on time or interpretation. So, like, hurting a baby, a defenseless baby, is wrong now and in 5,000 years. And if you think hurting babies is okay, it's still not. It's still wrong. It's just objectively wrong to harm a defenseless baby, right? So that's a bit of a different conversation, though. I'll give you that. I don't want to distract away from my main point, because I want you to really soak in. Well, you're now saying, well, what would it even matter? That's a good question. I encourage you to go figure it out, but at least look at it. Don't convince yourself it's not a question that you have to answer, because the only way the earth can exist as it does is it was designed and put here. So, you should look into it. It's not going to go away if you don't.
Maybe.
And let me say this. This is the last thing I'll say before I stop ranting, right? The reason that lie is so important, in one of many reasons, is because they have people thinking it makes sense to be quote unquote atheist. And it's not about a religious belief that I want you to follow or anything. It turns into nihilism. And that's kind of what you're expressing, is nihilism, right? Your current worldview is nihilism, meaning that nothing really matters. What's really the point? Apathy, to not care about things. It's a worldview of nihilism. That comes from materialism, which comes from the idea of typically atheism. Because if you have this, like, individual human created with a consciousness,
I can't hear you anymore. I think your shit's broken.
okay. The point is that the main point is that you have a nihilistic worldview right now, and that's the reason that this.
Yeah, he's cutting out.
Yeah, he's coming out hard.
Dang, my bad, dude. Okay, anyway, simply before I cut out again, it's just not nihilism, means to not care. That's what this lie has done. And when you find out that there was something that created you, it's much easier, it's much more difficult to think that nothing matters. And that is not what they want. The best way to have a slave state is to have nihilistic people is the best for a slave state.
I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of nihilistic, but I also don't like the government. So yeah.
That's cool, but if you don't care enough to do anything about the government, then they don't. That works for them. As long as you're
I do. I care about doing stuff to the government.
okay. Well, like you understand what I'm saying, right? If people don't
Yeah.
care at all, it's much easier to brainwash. Like if you're like, "Hey, I'm going to take your freedoms away," if they're nihilistic, they're going to say, "Okay, I don't care."
I guess. I mean, well, okay. So there's a level of like I'm a human being that has like feelings, so obviously I wouldn't want to be like tortured endlessly for like eternity. So yeah, obviously I wouldn't be completely nihilistic in that way, but like um like but like philosophically, yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's very simple. If you can break the will of a prisoner, for example, and they get to where they no longer care about life, they're much more compliant and obedient. They don't try to escape. For example, if you go into someone's house, you break into their house with a gun, and they just live by themselves, they're much less likely to fight you off than if they're protecting a family. If they have a family that they care about, something they have to care about, they're much more likely to fight back. So if they can remove the care from people where they're nihilistic, it's easier to create a slave state.
Well, true, but it's also if people don't care, then they're more likely to do stuff that like extreme things without like caring about. For example, if someone cared about their family so much that they were unwilling to like uprise against something, then nihilism would actually go be for the government because it would be against the government because they would be too invested in whatever their personal life shit was to actually do anything.
Well, that's actually what they crafted it to be like. So they have everyone so distracted that no one even knows the information that we're telling you. No one knows the CIA runs the news. No one knows 9/11 was a lie. No one knows anything. So therefore, no one does anything because they don't know about it. Keeping them distracted and nihilistic is how it works. The only thing that they're afraid of is people becoming informed and then demanding change. So they have to keep you ignorant. And that's what they do when they make you not care about finding out the information. And that's what you're saying. They're distracted with their day to day life. That's exactly what they want, i.e., my entire point, which is nihilism.
No, because what I'm saying is that. What I'm saying is, if no one cared, right? If everyone was completely nihilistic, then there'd be more uprisings because, like, people don't care, but like, there's barely anyone who's so nihilistic that they don't even care about their own like pain and whatever. So people would get to the point where it's like they don't even care about like the risks that would entail. They just want to like they just do whatever it takes to like get to a better position in life, right? Which would be
Right.
like
Well, you said
against
one
the
thing like
government.
pain, right? Maybe pain, right? But when it comes to freedom, if you can make the people nihilistic where they don't care about freedom, then they're not going to have an uprising for freedom. They don't care about freedom.
Well, if it's freedom from pain, then
No, what about freedom
maybe they
to
do.
freely travel and express yourself and think how you want to and your own spiritual expression and to defend yourself and to always be defended fairly against false accusations? And what about the privacy you have in your home? And what about not being able to be stopped and everything taken from you? What about your basic rights that you have? You don't think that these are important?
Yeah, I think they are important, but like, um, what's your point?
My point is that to most people nowadays, they're not important. And the lie of the earth has a lot to do with it because the fundamental foundation of their worldview is atheism, nihilism, materialism. It all comes from the idea that there was a big bang and there were a tiny speck of dust in this huge universe of random happenstance. And without that worldview foundation, they cannot even justify atheism or nihilism because the earth was created. So the lie about the earth has made it to where they can literally brainwash and enslave majority of the people that live on the earth.
And
I don't know.
when
I
does
just
the brainwashing work the best? When do they start with that shit? When you're a
tomorrow.
kid. No, when you're a kid, right?
Yeah.
That's when they start this, especially with this particular lie. Why do you think they don't wait till you're an adult to teach you that you live on a ball flying around in space? Right?
Probably because like they teach you everything when you're young, so they're gonna teach that as well.
Yeah, but when you're
Wait,
talking
no, not
about
yet.
like your
Sorry.
alphabet, right? Before you even know what your alphabet is, you've already got posters of the Earth and space. You've already got them in your textbooks, right?
But yeah, because they want kids to be like, whoa, science, shit. So they like go eventually like,
Exactly.
and then eventually they so they can like work the jobs that society needs because you know it's the way it is.
Okay, so what if they're telling you is a lie when you're a child? And even if you see through the lie, you always naturally look up to the teacher. They're the smart one. You look up to your parents. You care what your friends think. And so,
Yeah, but
don't you
in the
agree?
same way, in
Don't
the
you
same way,
agree?
people
Don't
hate
you agree
teachers.
that it would be bad if what they told you was a lie? Even from a selfish point, you should think about the little kid in you when you were little, and if what they were telling you was a lie, isn't that unfair? Didn't you really not have a fair chance?
Yeah, but I think I don't agree with most. Like, I wouldn't. I'm not like so retarded that I don't think that like everything the teacher says is true.
Okay, when you're 5 years old and the teacher tells you this is where you live and the whole entire classroom is also there, you end up believing you live on a globe. And we all know that you weren't the exception that decided as 5 years old, you're like, I'm going to go physically measure the earth. You did not. You just
Yeah,
heard
of
the teacher
course.
say it. You're like, wouldn't I fall off the other side? Maybe someone in the class asked that. Everyone laughed. She said the word gravity. Then you said, oh, I can dig a hole to China. And then you asked what time recess was. And then the next day she spun it and said, this is what the earth does. So, you know, the truth be told, you just believe what the teacher says because you trust them. You're a child. You're very trusting. And your parents told you to listen to the teacher. And your parents are like superheroes to most children. And whatever they say is automatically right. So you didn't have a fair chance. And if what they're teaching you is a lie, that is wrong. That's deception. That's manipulation. That is coercing children into believing lies that are going to lead them astray for the rest of their life where they think nothing matters.
I don't know if they get into the whole nothing matters stuff that early, but
Well, they don't have
they
to
get the
say
ball.
that.
They get the ball
Planting the
rolling.
seeds, though.
Everybody
Well, it's the
understands,
foundation
and
of
everybody
nihilism.
agrees
So
that
it's
they don't want
when
you
they grow
to.
up and they think about it themselves because maybe they're born in a religion, they're like, this is stupid and dumb, and they break out of it and they want to think for themselves. They go look at what they were taught in school about the earth. They go Google what supposedly the earth is, and then they see how big this universe is, how small this earth supposedly is, how insignificant it is, and they think, oh, well, it's stupid to think we're the only ones here, and it's stupid to think this didn't just randomly happen over billions of years because look, it's a speck of dust, and so they think it's logical to think that their life is random and doesn't
Yeah,
matter, and
I mean,
that's starts with the lie, bro.
it's a long time since I've been in kindergarten, but yeah, I mean, they pointed a ball right away. Then no, they didn't. They didn't start talking about anything more than that. I don't know if they start talking about Big Bang that early or anything like that now.
No, well,
But
no, not typical. I agree. Like that's not my point, right? Like it's just like it's going to lead them astray. As in, later in their life, they're going to depend upon those fundamental things they were taught that they hold to be true to determine their worldview as they begin to enter adulthood. That means that they were deceived with the foundation block that's going to throw off all of their wisdom, all of their clarity.
yeah. Well, and one thing I was actually going to just add to, but you kind of covered it, was just as far as kids and like how they look up to teachers. Yeah, people, I think you said parents and teachers, but you could probably look back at your own life. You gave your teachers a little bit of a higher amount of respect that they were trained to be smarter in these topics than your parents. You probably looked up to your teachers higher than your parents when it came to education, most likely, anyway. And if you have kids now, or if you know, if maybe you've just seen other people's kids or whatever, like you can see it too. That they almost anybody who has kids, when you leave them with a babysitter, or you drop them off with daycare, or you take them to school, like they're so perfectly behaved, they're just great. It's like, really? So how come you can't do that for me? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, kids are more receptive to their teachers than they are to their parents. They really do respect them and they listen to them, and so there's a bit of responsibility there.
Well,
Unfortunately, your
that's kind
kindergarten
of how the
teachers.
system was made, right? Though, like
Yeah.
when you're a kid and you're being dropped off at school every day to spend, 8 hours with these strangers who your parents obviously trust enough to educate you, right? That person is going to become a hero to you, right?
I hate my teachers though, and I think most people don't like their teachers eventually. Like, do you really think that you liked it? Like, when you grow up, you like your teachers?
Some
Well,
kids do.
this is a question
Dude,
like
in the beginning, I
for
mean,
an adult.
yeah, when you get into like high school and stuff,
No,
and you don't want to
not
be there,
even my
that's.
second attempt.
Well, I guess, sorry. I was addressing exactly what he was just asked, but go ahead.
Well, go ahead, because I guess I'm gonna make a point aside from that.
Now I'm off of it. What was it again? Fuck it. You go.
Yeah,
Somebody go, otherwise you're going
it's
to listen to Curious Life compilation.
it's just crazy that like everybody understands. If I was to
Yes.
say, yo, um, is it wrong to show a
So anyway,
child
we get to go to
porn?
South Dakota to
Everybody would
defend
know
the
how
whole
crazy it
Rushmore
was, right?
incident on the
You know
14th.
what I mean?
Yeah, we have to be in person, so
I
super
don't
excited.
think Woodsy can hear me because this is
What's
the
it?
second time he did
do,
that.
do you hear Eli speaking, brother? Can you hear me speaking? I think
Probably
Wiz'
not.
shit is all fucked.
I think it's the it might be his he might be driving or something.
Yeah, he was dropping out earlier, so he might be off. Go ahead,
But
man. Go, Eli.
everybody knows like we would agree that
See,
showing a
what I don't
child.
understand is why sometimes you have to. I'm just
What?
kidding, man. I'm
Come
just
on,
kidding. I'm
man.
just kidding. I'm sorry. I
Eli.
just had to do it.
Damn.
I just had to.
Child pornography,
Yo,
everybody knows that that's exactly, but child manipulation
Yeah.
I love
doesn't
child
it,
manipulation.
it,
Oh man, I
not
love child manipulation.
not the same kind of response though, huh? Is that's okay? The manipulation of a child, the to lie to a child. No, because now it's in the context of, well, we're the adults and this is what's happening. So what are we gonna do? Nothing, right? We're not gonna let nobody show our child porn, but we're gonna let them go through the motions and get lied to and all that though, right?
I remember when my grandbaby got her first pictures for preschool. It pissed me the F off because there was a damn globe on top of a little shelf with books on it. And just, oh, I'm like,
Yo, my bad, Eli. I had you muted for some reason.
No doubt, no doubt. I'm just saying, like, for whatever reason, people don't understand how serious the situation is. Like, yeah, sure, we figured out that the Earth is not a globe, but we often forget that, we were manipulated to think so. Like, just us, just us. Forget like the future, what's gonna happen with the kids and this, that, and the third. Like realizing, wait, I was manipulated. I know the extent of how I was manipulated because I understand the manipulation. I understand the thing that I actually believed in and how it doesn't correlate with reality from various points of view. And I'm gonna do what about it? To whom? If we were enslaved, would we really fight? Mm. We're still dealing with people that won't allow us to ask basic questions about the belief. It's crazy.
What's the most gangster thing to do in this era? Kill your brother or fight your oppressor? You ever heard that?
Uh, who's that by?
B.O.B. has B.O.B.'s new elements too.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna start, but it is what it is. That's where we're at. So I'm not saying load up, go out there. But if you think you can relax and it's all good and you don't have a role to play, well, in the grand scheme of things, maybe. And in the small personal scales, maybe you got other shit to do. Yeah. But you know what's going on the grand scale. What are you gonna do to contribute to that, to fixing that for your children's future? We can't just go against trolls on the internet. Like that can't just be it. I know people say, I'm not gonna go out there and be a flat earth evangelist. It's not about that. Somebody's actively manipulating our children right now. So, whatever.
Not whatever. I agree. People are being manipulated all day, and it starts with the kids.
Yeah, that's why I don't have no qualms. I just tell my kid the way it is. Like I don't have this penchant where it's like, oh, I'll just let the one side tell him their point of view, and I'll tell him my point of view, and I'll let him make up his own mind. It's like, no, this is the way the world is. This is what I know, and then maybe later on he'll decide something different. But I'm not gonna go against a system that's telling him this is how it is, and I just say, oh, maybe it's this way. It's not a fair fight. And of course, benevolently, you want to teach your kid how to think, right? And people will always say, teach people how to think, not what to think. But if you've already, come to a conclusion, you could just say, guess what I found out? Yeah, I took my kid to the lake, proved to him that you don't need Earth curve to have the bottoms of things disappear. So now he's inoculated from that nonsense.
That's an action. That is an action. Something like that matters. You know why? Because that's relatable, right? Because this is a human interaction that's going to it's going to move beyond where that took place, right? Because now someone is telling a story about a situation and why they won't be allowing certain nonsense. If someone so happened to have the balls to ask you why your child said something in class, right? That's a learning experience for the community right there, if you play it right. People need to see people standing up and being justified in doing so. It's 38 people in here, man. I mean, I don't know why it's so gloomy, man. Just telling it
Lou,
like it is.
Lou just gave me an idea. What if, or maybe it was Lou. Yeah, with the election thing. What if, what if the alien invasion, what if they did a whole okey doke flipperoo, and instead of them coming currently from outer space, they issue a narrative that they came from outer space eons ago, and they've just assimilate. The invasion is actually a technological invasion, mimicking the singularity. Just wondering. I'm just wild speculation. I don't know. I was just thinking, what if? Through the portal, through CERN or something like that. Yeah, I mean, they could go.
It's a genius idea.
Well, you guys
So
seen the War of the Worlds movie
everyone's
with Tom
heard-
Cruise, right? They were already on the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, but they were biologically terraforming.
They came down in lightning bolts.
What Gospel Bear is speaking about is technological.
Yeah, like a
terraforming.
program, or AKA a spirit.
It's basically preparing the world to be a system where an intelligence can take over. Yeah, exactly. Which is not, that's not far off from some of the quotes that these guys that were involved in early computing and radio and all that said. Like we're creating technologies to try to mimic human consciousness so we can tap into otherworldly entities and draw on their power, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Well, they've been really serious. Yeah, you're right. They've been seriously trying it since First World War. Trying to harness dark and mysterious powers. And, I don't know, man. I just know what matters a lot. Yeah.
Technological overlords.
There's only one overlord here.
Do you think that they're trolling us with all that reptilian stuff? They're like, these fucking conspiratards are going to believe that. Look at all the symbolism we're putting everywhere.
The reptilian thing is great. I don't know. I like the way people have used it in recent times. I mean, back when in the early 2000s, when people are really going around following David Icke saying that, these people are actually reptiles and trying to like fake YouTube videos showing the reptilian eye and all that, it's some good trolly stuff for sure. But no, just calling politicians lizards and stuff like that. I really like this stuff.
It's pretty good. It's pretty well, I mean, like, okay, fine, cold-blooded, I get it. Haha, satire
we don't
or whatever.
know the flat plane, been in our psyche for thousands of years. Mermans, mermaids, cyclops. Maybe we share the same realm. They're just very far east. Always into the east. Because I don't believe it's a flat disk, right? Maybe it's an endless plane, a realm.
Or maybe it just ends.
No, we don't know. You can't
We don't
fake
know.
any of it.
We don't have a map or a model.
Right, so you can't say things like I think it's infinite or I think it's finite. We can't know either of those things.
No, we don't. That's why it's
I know.
just,
So don't you just want to be super factual and say I don't know? And
no,
I'm not going to try to guess.
And then the ridicule.
All right. The reason I bring it up is because they try to. The reason I bring it up is because they try to say, so it just goes on forever. Where's the edge? And then we allow them to do that. So then half of our listeners right away, the juvenile ones, are like, yeah, stupid flat earthers, see, they got him again.
Yeah. Yeah,
Stuff
you're
like
right.
that. But I do understand your point absolutely. In fact,
So
I agree. I don't know how big or
maybe
small
there
this thing
isn't an
is.
edge. Maybe there isn't an edge, therefore it has no shape. That's a mind noodle.
Well, so far it has no shape, right? I can't see the whole thing.
I don't know, right? It sure doesn't have a curve.
Right. Right.
So, nothing that we can measure, even if it's 50,000 miles in diameter or circumference.
Just if they start trolling, just ask him about their edge. Because technically they're the ones who have some sort of edge with boats falling over it, right?
Earth types,
That's just a troll for the flat earth shit. They're the ones that have boats falling over curves. Not us.
Yeah. The best one ever is when Bill Nye built this like model of like a section of the globe Earth, and he had a little robotic boat. I don't know if you guys seen it, and you can see the boat go over the curve. I was like, I snot bubbled, man, when I watched that. I laughed so fucking hard. I couldn't believe it. I just couldn't believe it. I'm like, really? With today's optical technology, you're still going on about that? Unbelievable.
Well, it's worked pretty well to the point where people now forget how Zoom works.
You know what's wicked is go out on the ocean on a calm morning with a heat sensor camera. See how far you see things. Like what the military uses.
How many do you think that we could have put a huge dent in world hunger if NASA never existed?
Oh,
and JAXA and SpaceX and all that. How many people do you think we could have fed by now?
A colony living in Antarctica.
Hundreds of millions, I think we could have already kept alive and fed.
Absolutely.
With that money.
Yep. It's crazy.
They don't bat an eye, right?
No.
Billions of dollars a year for nothing, literally nothing. Because isn't the point of space exploration to go out and try to advance humankind or get some health benefits from it or something, get some minerals we can use, some new metals that we can make, stronger metals, or God, anything. But where's the show for it, guys? Where's the pudding?
Well, you got to have a good, strong foundation, right? First, before you can carry on. So we should focus here. Clean up our
our side of the street. Yeah, no, I get that. Yeah. I agree.
And then with human intervention and because we've taken care of our sick, our homeless, our disabled, our veterans, our the people.
Can you imagine a world where that's actually a priority? Oh man.
Imagine that's where our taxes should be going to.
Yeah.
Right? Like.
Yep.
I don't know. It's just it's just my own core belief system and stuff like that. Like, people that serve. Like I'm Canadian, right? I'm Canadian. People that serve for your country. I think once they're done, I don't care if they had an office position or they're on the front lines. They should all have the same. I don't think they should ever pay taxes again. That's the incentive of being a soldier as well. Whatever. But, never pay taxes. No. We have citizens here in Canada that don't pay taxes at all.
Well, I think, and they come from a stance where, like, if you want to enjoy the privileges of a society, you're going to have to put a little flesh in for no reason. No. But, because they're like, well, it contributes. Then we know it doesn't. It's all corrupt. So then it's like, well, where does the money really go? Why is that road down the street still popping tires? Does that make sense?
Right. Yep. It should all base on education, medical, and then just keep building.
Bro, I have a good criminal record. I think I might run for office.
Solve everything, right?
I was just kidding.
I don't know. Like
some of us should.
It just blows my mind. Like, okay, for instance, like I'm Canadian, and I was watching. I'm sorry if I forget her name. That woman that was going for a seat at the congressman judge table or whatever. You know what I'm talking about?
No clue.
Black woman, first black woman to.
Sure. Okay, I remember that. Yeah, everybody knows what you're talking about.
Right, like the highest court of the land of America. Whatever. So I was watching some of this, and I like her a lot, and she should just stop what she's doing and just run for president of the United States. She is, she's on point. And if you watch some of this, I had to turn it off because as soon as Ted Cruz opened his mouth and a few other Muppets, I just Laney or I just couldn't believe what I was hearing.
Was she on point? Was she on point when she was asked to define a woman and she couldn't?
Oh,
yeah, that's a bad one. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
especially being that that's one of the qualifications that she had for her to get in that position in the first place.
I wouldn't feel too bad about it though, because the entire Gem Panda server couldn't do it either. So.
I don't know. My opinion would be
touche.
What does it matter? What does that have to do with it? If it's a woman or a man? If I was a man, what that question would have been asked towards me? Would I have had huge cue cards in the background, all cut out and stood up for what they're going to show me?
Do you need cue cards to just define a man?
Well, they did. They had cue cards.
Who's they?
The Congress, whatever, all the.
But they were asking the
questions. Yeah, they were the ones asking the questions with these gigantic cue cards in the background.
I'm sorry, but I don't even know if it matters because next couple of presidents.
Really
well, here, hold on. The next couple of presidents, we're going to have a non-binary president. Okay, that's the world we're headed towards, guys. Just think about that.
I mean, why not an animal? You know, humans have been running this place for ages. Why not a squirrel?
Let's get squirrels. Well, squirrels are now in the hot seat. You have the floor, squirrelies.
No,
I'm not a squirrelologist.
You're absolutely right. If you look into the study of the intelligence of other species on the planet other than humans, yes, we can control nature and manipulate.
What's a species?
Well, thankfully, I identify as squirrel, so I'll be president.
You identify as what, Drace?
Squirrel today.
Oh, good. Squirrels, man. And I'll tell you what about squirrels. They're really good with food distribution and storage. If you feel me, the resource management of a squirrel, I like it.
The local albino moose up here in North Dakota identifies as a telepathic English-speaking human, and also identifies as over 35 years old. So they are going to be running for president, and their pronoun is just simply albino moose.
Oh, I thought it would be like, because that's
albino moose.
I gotta ask the question. So I don't know what your name is, the dude that was speaking before, but you don't find the irony of her actually being selected because she's number one, black, and number two, woman, and she couldn't define one of those things? That doesn't.
That's what I'm trying to say. Eventually, it's not even going to be man or woman because they're going to get an argument over and over about it. They're like, fine, we have to make a Supreme Court ruling. There's no such thing as a man.
For the job.
Sorry, bud. Sorry, I'll shut up.
I'll answer. If someone's qualified for the job, what does it matter if they're man or woman?
Yeah, but one of the qualifications was that she was a woman. And when asked to define that, it was.
To be a woman.
Yeah, it was.
Okay. I didn't know they were looking for a woman.
Joe Biden said it himself. He's going to select a black woman.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's why I find the irony of one of the qualifications that she was selected for she could not define.
Well, how can you really define a woman?
I have the answer.
I don't know.
I have the answer. It was 5D. No,
You don't
check
have to
this out.
define a woman. Oh, come on.
Sorry,
Woman is
Crypto.
beautiful. That's
I'm not even joking or being facetious. She was playing 5D chess. That might be a joke. The fact that she didn't answer the question and pretended not to be able to actually validates the self-evidence that she is a woman.
Right.
I see what you did there.
I like that.
I mean, right? So the
Yeah,
fact
yeah.
that she had trouble answering that question validates.
Yeah, but like how, like you know, it's
Holy, can I ask you a question?
perception, really, isn't it? Isn't it like even if you say define a man?
Holy, you're going off into the really irrelevant weeds. Can I ask you a question? When Joe Biden said, "I'm going to select a black woman," do you think her first reaction was "Excellent, I'm in with a chance," or "Oh dang, I don't know what a woman is"?
Oh, I honestly, I didn't even know that they were like.
Didn't ask you whether you knew. I'm just asking you what you think her first reaction was.
Well, I think I don't know, would be probably the same reaction as what I would say. It kind of taken me off guard.
What?
What is it?
I feel like you're not actually listening to what I've asked you, right? So she's heard Joe Biden say, "I am going to hire a black woman," right? The very first time she heard that Joe Biden was doing this, do you think her first reaction as a person who wanted that job was either A, fantastic, I'm a black woman, that gives me a great chance of getting the job, or B, I have no idea what a woman is?
It would have to be probably A.
Okay.
We would hope.
So then, you'd hope, right? Because she's an intelligent person. Hopefully, if she's in a position of power, you've got an intelligent person in a position of power. That's what you want. You'd think. Maybe not, given some of the politicians. But regardless, then how can she not know what a woman is later on down the line? If she knew that she was a woman and had the requisite qualifications for what Joe Biden was looking for, i.e. woman, when she applied for the job.
I don't know.
No, you do know. You know that she's lying. Everyone here knows that she's lying.
Well, why didn't she answer the question? What is the answer?
Because she's lying!
Why do you think she would not answer the question? Because you said it yourself. She is a smart woman, right? I'm not going to deny that she's a smart lady. Sure. But the fact that we all know that she's a woman, she knows she's a woman. She was describing how she's a mother, right? How she has a family. That was brought up many times. So the very fact that she would not answer that question doesn't seem in the slightest a little bit suspect to you.
It smells like fishies.
A little bit.
Well, what is the answer then? I'm kind of maybe delusional of it.
The answer is really simple.
What was the answer that she should have given?
No, the answer is really simple. She knows she's a woman, she knows she fits the criteria, and she knows that by answering that question, she would have offended some permanently offended twat, and she didn't want to risk her political career. That's what happened, obviously.
Or maybe because no other Supreme Court judge has ever been asked such a stupid question, she didn't really understand why she asked it.
Do you not think that the question was asked for a reason?
Yeah, to try
wouldn't the answer be different depending on every woman you ask that question?
It doesn't matter what people's opinions are.
Yeah, but what would be the right answer then?
It wouldn't be, I can't define the word woman. That would be the wrong answer. But that's the answer she needed to give in order for her to be where she is right now.
Here's a question for you. Can you define the color red?
No, you can only compare it to things.
Okay, can anyone define the color red?
Rojo.
Right. So you can say red in other
Actually,
languages.
I was going to say the color of a rose.
Or maybe you can describe
but
it.
you're just describing things now and saying that they have this characteristic.
I mean, if you're going to define it, I would. You can compare to make a definition, can't you? Like,
That's really all we do when we define things.
how about describing colors to a blind person? Could you
Sure. I mean, whatever. But we don't talk about blind people. Come on.
Like if you gave someone like a hot stone to hold on to and said that's the
Honestly,
color.
I might not have thought about it very hard, but I don't think I could define a color.
No, exactly. Okay, so you can't define colors. Yeah, that's the obvious answer. I don't know why we're dancing around this. You can't really define colors. You can say that this. You can point to the color. You can say this is red or this is blue. You can't actually, like, without saying that grass is green and this is what this color we refer to as green, right? You actually have to show something that is green. But that doesn't mean that color doesn't exist, which is what's being heavily implied.
Red is red because red.
But do you understand this is a really, really insidious implication? Is that because it's not easily... I mean, I think it's easily defined for 99% of cases. Women have certain genitalia, they have certain makeup, they have certain bone structure, they have certain muscle structure that's similar but different on average to men of the same species. Very simple, very elegant, but it doesn't always apply.
Well, yeah, if you wanted to get like our counterparts, you could say that because they have bones, muscles, and like
I still don't see what the. maybe I'm just. What does it matter if she's a fuck?
Yeah, we're the same. I'm the same. I'm the same as a bat. Where I'm the same as a cat.
How about this? How about this one? Women do not have sperm. Always.
How about this one?
Men do not have eggs. Always.
How about this? If it was,
it might be more elegant to say produce sperm.
Like 600 people.
You said it might be more elegant to say it that way?
Yeah, because obviously then you're going to get some filthy twat talk about sex.
Hold on, am I wrong to say that there's a difference and there's only one? It's XY or XX chromosomes. Is that unpopular? Am I a party pooper when I do that?
No, because then they point to XXY, XYX.
No, I know, but the original program is either XY or XX, and that's not debatable. That's just like how we found it.
I think that way, way, way before any form of genetics or genetic studies, I think everyone always knew what man and woman was.
Right. But now we've got some cool science behind it too. And you know how addicted these people are to what they call science. Boy, I'll tell you that XXXY chromosome thing should have sealed it up for the rest of time, and yet.
But wasn't she being asked the question in a legal framework? After all, she is a legal representative, isn't she, for the nation?
So we're not allowed to talk about XY and XX chromosomes anymore? Is that
nobody talks about it? Everybody's like, "Oh, well, you can identify as whatever you want." No, you can't. Physically, you can't. At least.
Positive, to answer your question, I think the appropriate response would have been her either saying or pointing to me, that woman over there, that woman over there, that woman right there.
That would have been lovely. On the basis that she's been to Harvard University, she's been vice chairman of the United States Sentencing Commission. She was a judge in the District of Columbia.
Do you think that any of the things that you're mentioning right now changes the fact that a woman is a woman and a man is a man?
Yeah, but what kind of arse hat asks someone that eminently qualified a question like, "Why do birds sing in the summer?" You know, what kind of twat? What kind of twat comes up with a stupid question like that if they haven't got nothing but a puerile political agenda to fulfill? Some childish,
that's the point.
Rubbish.
That's the point, to unveil her agenda. Because if a judge who is we base her whole career on her judgment is asked by another woman, can you define woman? And we all know she can, but she chose not to. That's unraveling her narrative right there in front of everyone.
No, it's not.
Yep.
Yo, dude, it makes it pretty obvious to most of us.
Yeah, it is. Because the only reason it's not being answered is because of political implications, because that's the only context in which it's being asked that makes sense.
Exactly.
The judge is asked to judge on a legal standpoint. Biological standpoint.
Yeah, I just addressed that with the words that I used to convey my point to you. That was already within the point that I was making.
Right. She's qualified in one particular aspect of law, which is law, and what biologically constitutes a woman is not actually her expertise or authority.
Yeah, she's not a medical doctor.
Wow.
Well, anybody who wonders,
So y'all sound like her. She's not a biologist, so she can't respond. Right.
I mean, he's got a point there. You don't really want to leave. You don't want to leave Supreme Court lawyer, justices. You don't want to give them the kind of power to decide what it makes a person, or what kind of person. Leave that up to them. They've already got enough power. But
she's one of 9, isn't she? Is it 9 they got now? Is it 7? I don't know. She's not on her own making these decisions, is she? She's got cunts like Kavanagh alongside her, so don't worry.
But no.
Man and woman.
The thing is that her answer was insufficient. Like to pretend that she's so stupid that she doesn't fucking understand the difference between what's a man and a woman, and it has to be better defined or whatever it was. However she did this, like that was a political move. You have to see that.
Why should she pin herself to a particular definition of something? It's got nothing to do with her job.
What do you mean?
Herself
What do
to
judges
any
do?
definition.
It's not.
What
Didn't
do you
you
think judges do?
understand? Well, I was going to say, didn't you understand the point that
Hey, Judge.
Did anybody ask Kavanagh what a sex offender is? Any chance?
No one cares what Kavanagh has to think. That's no one cares
did
about
you
Kavanagh.
understand
No one cares.
Crypto's point about Red? Like that's the point. Like you're talking about we don't know how they legally blah 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 blah. Red is red, bro. What are you talking about?
But why would you ask her a question like that unless you wanted to put some political slant on it?
Why are you focused on why she would be asked such a question? And why aren't you focused on the fact that she's supposed to be answering questions?
No, she's supposed to be asking questions regarding her qualification as a legal representative of the government.
Well, one of the qualifications that got her there was her being the thing she could not define.
Wow. Dude, she's not even your Supreme Court justice. Why are you so passionate about it? Why are you defending her so much?
Well, no, I'm just rallying against the asinine assertion that because she can't be bothered or she isn't inclined to answer such a ridiculous, puerile, politically driven question as that somehow she's not qualified to do her job.
What?
Yeah, I
Nobody said that.
Hold up.
Actually, nobody said that.
Hold up. That's a straw man. Exactly. Yeah. Because first of all, she didn't even say that. She said, "I don't know." Not shut up, you peon. I'm about to be a judge. Why don't you mind your questions? She didn't say that. She said, "I don't know."
Right. She's talking. She doesn't know what context they're asking the question. Legally, biologically, they're different.
That's where she got you, bro. Because she does.
He didn't ask
she knows
either.
exactly
she said,
what she's doing.
No,
she said,
"I
can't define it."
She also said, "I'm not a biologist."
I think
that provides the context.
Exactly.
That's the reason the question was. The reason the question was asked is because there's going to have to be a ruling on this. Obviously, because they're trying to change it. That's why they're asking it. So
and she'll be one voice in 7 and one voice in 9, most of which are Republicans. I don't know what you're worrying about.
Nobody's worried.
Wow.
It's not worry. This isn't red versus blue. I think you guys get caught up in this red versus blue, right versus left bullshit that none of us here give a shit about, right?
I didn't say
no one cares.
Why are you worried about what she asserts as a man?
But you just said there's plenty of Republicans in there. What are you worried about?
And we all know what
implying that anyone here gives a shit about the Republican Party. We don't.
No, but the point is that all the Republican members of that Supreme Court will no doubt.
Who cares?
And why do you care what she thinks? Why does anybody care what she thinks?
Because it's the subject of discussion, Pazza. If you don't want to engage in the subject of discussion, put yourself on mute.
Oh, Lord. So you're spending all this time discussing the fact that she won't answer a question, but you're not interested, you're not bothered whether she does or doesn't answer the question or anybody else.
No, we were discussing it before you came in. If you don't want to discuss it, then don't.
Oh, Lordy.
Yeah, I don't know why you are saying, "Oh lordy," you're the one who came in and interrupted our discussion on the subject matter. You either do or don't want to engage.
Oh, I did engage.
Fantastic. Then engage. Stop trying to shut it down.
So the point is, the point is, you said the point is you originally had a problem with, right? And keep track of your grievances. You had a problem with us saying something that we actually weren't saying because you said, I don't see the problem with her not answering such an asinine question. Well, the problem is she actually did answer the question. And the context was given just now by Gospel Bearer, right? So she answered the question in that context. So that's the problem. So so that defeats your first rebuttal. But then you tried to move the goalpost and say, why does it matter? She's one out of a few. Don't you see the problem with what you're doing to the conversation?
She said,
let's hold on. So let's okay. So let's say
He's fucking up the conversation because of his thought process, and that's what I want to focus on until we can move forward.
I want to.
I don't want to address things. I want to address the process. That's fucked up right now.
She didn't answer the question truthfully. She said, I don't know. Yeah?
No.
Well, how the fuck do you know that?
Hold on. You're
missing. You're going to divine her intentions now? Are you calling her a lie? Like, how do you know?
That's only half
How
of
are you going to define that?
That's only half of the
I had next.
Well, he said she, and then he began to say something that was incorrect. It doesn't matter if it was half.
Yeah, when you watch the video,
imagine if we put this much feet to the fire on Pazza about demonstrable Earth curvature. Now that'd be interesting.
But we did, and he said, "I'm gonna check out the math," and that was about 3 weeks ago, and I don't know where he's at from then.
I'm still going through the math. I can't find any anomaly in the math as happens.
Well, what have you found so far?
What?
We need to ask him a very important question. Pazza, do you know what biological curvature is?
Biological curvature. Are you talking about?
Oh my goodness!
Oh my goodness! Wow.
Do they have humor in your country?
So what he said, well, that's only one out of a few. You don't want one out of a few. You want all of them to be competent. You know what I mean? So it's like, how is that being competent? She can't stand her.
I tried to stop you from addressing the red herring, and that's all you could focus on?
Well, that's what I wanted to focus on.
It's the red herring, away from the point we're all trying to get him to address.
Addressing the main point is it's not a stupid question, and for him to say it's a stupid question is stupid. You know, kind of like where's that curvature at isn't a stupid question either. So Podza, where it at? You bring any?
What's sorry? That's word salad. Can you say one thing at a time?
Well, I understood every word.
I defined the word.
Podza,
I can't.
Do they have reading comprehension? Do they have reading comprehension in your country?
Yes, I can confirm that in England we do have reading comprehension. Perhaps not in the west of England.
So, have you found the curvature? Have you found it?
The curvature.
Yeah.
The curvature now. The curvature.
Yeah. Slowing it down.
No, I haven't. I haven't. Looking along the horizon, measured the curvature. No. Have you?
No, there's no
we've
curvature to be found.
We've been unable to find it. We've been looking for it.
I know that. I'm listening into everything you say. I know no one can find it.
Well, I have a question.
No, another one?
Are you ready?
Woo-hoo! Pardon?
Okay, are you ready
for a party?
You'll have to say the question again. I was making stupid noises.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. Go on.
I'm
question.
Thank you. I'm testing.
Yes,
I'm trying to see if you're paying attention. So, Professor Dave just had a debate in which he stated that you can't detect the curvature of the Earth from the Earth's surface.
Yes.
Do you agree or disagree with that?
I've been saying that ever since I got in here.
What?
I've been saying that very same thing ever since I've been in here. Will you pay attention?
That's interesting.
No,
So why the hell would you be? Why the hell would you be talking about the horizon, like for anything, as an argument?
Because any evaluation you make about the shape of the Earth by looking at the horizon is pointless because it's inconclusive.
No. That's what I'm saying. Like when it comes to sunsets, when it comes to anything else that is regarding an observation in the horizon, why do you open your mouth about any of them?
When was the last time I opened my mouth about the measuring the horizon?
Yeah.
I don't think you heard the question.
I heard the question.
He already answered it.
I answered it, and I said to you, when was the last time I prattled on about the horizon?
Did you just say anybody that makes a claim about the shape of the Earth regarding the horizon? What did you say about that?
Any observation of the shape of the Earth at the horizon is inconclusive because it's too many variables. There's too much wibble, too much wobble, too much.
And who makes those claims usually? Who claims the horizon is the AKA curve of the Earth?
Zing.
Who does that?
That was a good one.
Well, they can make any claim they like. They're not necessarily telling the truth.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
But you're
talking about those people that say that boats go over?
Well, things appear to disappear bottom up under certain circumstances. I can show you photographs of half a boat missing, but I can show you photographs of a boat floating a little bit above the air. So guess what? Any observation you make of the horizon is fucking inconclusive. There we go.
It's conclusive that there's no Earth curvature, though.
Oh, you might want to go tell that to all the people that tell us that because we see boats disappearing a certain way, we live on a ball.
Yeah, it's conclusively
Bit of a
not
problem,
disappearing over
isn't
Earth
it?
curvature.
Yeah, but none of the
So you're one of the people. You're one of the people that reject one of the fundamental tenets of the globe, just like all the anti-flat earthers, then, don't you? Because again, what we're talking about is a geometric shape that would impede your ability to see the rest of it due to its geometric nature. So, atmospheric thoughts aside, or actually included, when you have something that's slated to be, if you have something, anything in existence ever, that
you have to slow down. You don't have to slow down. You have to slow down and speak more loudly.
I was talking and then you asked me a question, so I slowed down for you. I don't understand if you're following because I'm almost there and you're beginning to interrupt me. That's the second time now. It's weird. It makes me feel like you're not understanding where I'm going or that you're even listening.
We haven't made a point yet.
Right. So why are you talking?
You said
you're hot micing, Trinity. Please mute yourself.
You said excluding atmospheric things or including them. Well, which one do you want?
Including. Doesn't matter.
Okay, fine. All right, so carry on.
Right. So, if something is said to be in your line of sight, blocking your field of view, that is an obstruction.
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So, because of the claim of the Earth being a sphere of a specific size, it's because of this size that we can use numbers to tell us where the horizon, which is also the geometric obstruction from the rest of the geometric shape that we're claimed to live on, that is a measured distance given to you by the formula 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Yep.
Okay, so now we have a measured distance to an obstruction of your view.
Yep.
Okay.
I've been here
So
a year.
now,
I've heard this
like,
multiple times.
so right. So if my house was 1 mile away, let's just say there was a hospital that was 2 miles away. There's never going to be a moment in time that I'm going to be coming into town a mile away from my house and seeing the hospital instead with my house behind it.
Not unless you're on drugs.
Right. So likewise, if the Earth were a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles, then the geometric obstruction would be measured at a distance of 1 mile based on you being off of the surface looking at the horizon 1 foot off the ground. So that's where the obstruction would be. Why isn't that the case in the Black Swan?
Why isn't that on that particular day and that particular observation was different, wasn't it? So what was different about that day?
Well, I'm asking you about the obstruction that's supposed to be at 1 mile. Because you said it was ridiculous that I would ever expect to see the hospital and then my house, the thing that usually obstructs the hospital, behind it for, you said that would be ridiculous. So now we're asking you why the horizon is doing that thing that you call ridiculous. Seeing is that the horizon is supposed to be a physical obstruction measured to be somewhere.
Absolutely. So on that particular day, it's an enigma, isn't it? How can you see the horizon that far away on that particular day from that particular location?
No, it's more
that you see your
of
hospital in front of your house.
Yeah, it's not
just
that
an enigma.
enigmatic, really. There's just nothing blocking your view.
But it's really about why isn't the obstruction obstructing my view at 1 mile?
And that's a good question, isn't
Which
it?
is really not that far. Because it's not an obstruction. Again, no one asks why isn't something that's usually obstructing my view not obstructing my view. No one's ever asked that ever in life, except for now, in only the context of the Black Swan.
Absolutely. So in the context of hospitals and houses, they don't ask that question, do they? Never.
In the context of things that are supposed to obstruct your line of sight, no, never.
Absolutely, absolutely. And the question about the Black Swan is that, as he says at the beginning of his very first video, when he films it, when the horizon is a lot closer than the Oryx, he then goes and shows you on a particular day when it's not. And the question is, why is it so different on that one day?
No, that's not the Black Swan. The question is, no, it's not, because it's not just about the Black Swan. It's about the horizon not being geometric. That's it. So the question is, why isn't the obstruction at 1 mile? Why wasn't it at 1 mile when Nat Geo went out there with CFI investigators and those flat earthers? Why wasn't it anywhere in the Canigou shot? Why isn't the geometric horizon where the globe Earth calculators dictate it should be?
Sometimes it is and sometimes it isn't. That's the strange thing.
Also, that day there wasn't an earth curvature
why is it not? The question is, why isn't the obstruction not there? That's the question. If it's obstruction, it should be at 1 mile. Why isn't it there? And don't ask another question that you would rather have answered, saying that's the more important question. Just answer the question that I asked you.
But the question you asked me is on why on that particular day it's not where it should be. I agree. It's an important question to answer, isn't it? Why can you see?
No, the question is, if it's geometric, why don't we see obstruction
on that particular day?
So it's geometric some days.
Well, no, I'm not suggesting that the Earth's changing shape. So why is it different on different days? This is the
well, because it's not geometric, obviously. No. Sort of like if that hospital sometimes isn't obstructing your view, well, it's not there.
That's just an enigma.
So enigmatic.
Unbelievable. It's all my fault.
Why isn't this thing I've never seen before obstructing my view? It's an enigma.
Is Don Quixote in the chat? Is that what's going on right now?
It's a mirage.
I feel like there's somebody in the chat on a horse, searching for some windmills.
Yeah, but this whole argument is just a dither. So we have a point of contention where there's evidence that could be useful. And rather than allow that evidence to be useful, it's just asserted that it's inconclusive either way. Can't use it for a globe, can't use it for flat. Now, of course, conveniently, you can't use it for flat ever since all these observations debunked all the globe Earth assertions. Now you can't use the horizon to prove anything, whereas before it was definitively Earth curve.
Nah, that was just back in the day, bro. We're in the new hotness now.
We never claimed it was the geometric horizon.
Yep.
Well, I thought that they've outed themselves more than once to say that no matter what distance we could demonstrate, even if it was 6,000 miles, that they still wouldn't care. There's not a magic number. Because the fact of the matter is 12 inches, 4 is good enough, 5 is good enough, 6 is good enough, 7. So would have been 11, so would 20, so would 100, so would 1,000, so would 5,000. Any number would be good enough, even as low as 2 in excess of 1.22. So 2 would be more than good enough. The problem is nothing is good enough. So arguing with somebody that I don't know, how do you establish this specific category of person that doesn't want to acknowledge reality? What's the easiest way to acknowledge a reality denier in this regard, in regard to these numbers?
Who's denying reality?
Pazza, what number would be satisfactory for you?
Sorry, I was. My apologies. I had to go somewhere else. What were you saying?
All right, let's say you're at the 1 foot, right?
Yeah.
Where you have the 1.22 expect. What's the horizon distance that would be good enough for you to go, oh, okay, well, you're right, it's all a load of garbage. That whole story is a load of garbage. You got me. I'm good to go. What's that?
If someone showed me that the vast majority of the time, over a period of time, it was at 10 miles, then I'd say yes, it's at 10 miles. That's wrong. If it was supposed to be at 2 miles or 1 mile.
I know you're adding these qualifiers. If you made a 1,000,
we already have that. But continue. We have that, but continue.
If there was a 1,000 mile observation from 12 inches, hypothetically, would that be good enough?
A single unique 1,000 mile observation.
Yep.
Would throw a lot of things a lot of spanners into the works.
But it still wouldn't be good enough, right? Still wouldn't be good enough?
I want an explanation for it.
Sure, exactly. Explanations can always explain anything away. What about 5,000 miles? What about 5,000?
You wouldn't get that in any circumstance, would you? Really?
No, it's a hypothetical.
Hypothetically, I'd be a bit cross about that because it would be too much for anything that we've even on a flat Earth. That'd be too far because of atmospheric conditions. So there'd be something seriously wrong, wouldn't there?
Yes, you understand where I'm going with this?
I do. I understand.
There is no number. You're not even allowing for falsification. You're really see. This isn't even religious. Isn't even a fair word. This is referred to as dogma. DOGMA.
Of course.
You're dogmatically refusing falsifiability. Do you not see that?
That's highly problematic because you presented the evidence that could be gained from the horizon as a dither. But in this previous conversation with Gospel Bearer, you're acting as if the default position of the observations of the horizon is that it's conclusively a globe. So which is it?
The guy who put the video up says that the vast majority of times he sees the first observation, which
irrelevant. Irrelevant.
Of course, it's irrelevant to you, and that's the problem, isn't it?
It is irrelevant.
Of course, I know you think it's irrelevant, but do you understand that the vast majority of people think that it isn't, and those
No,
but
the context for not being able to see it is the visibility isn't there. Not because most of the time it's geometrically where it's measured to be. He doesn't even have in that video the horizon being at 1.2 miles. So
he's got to be a lot nearer than the oil rig.
Okay, but nearer isn't the same as my geometric obstruction is measured to be at 1 mile. That's the claim. That's the claim. Listen to me completely. That is the only claim that's on the table that we didn't make. Okay? And so we're saying, well, what is the level this would have to be on for you to say, okay, this is falsifiable? Like this is the parameters in which I will accept their claim and a little bit of wiggle room. What is that maximum?
I haven't really.
Or minimum, rather. What is that minimum number for you? And you are demonstrating clearly that you have no minimum. You're only seeking explanations for any falsification. You refuse to believe that falsification is even plausible. Prove me wrong.
It is. There could be a distance where you might be thinking, hang on, this must be flat.
What's that? What's the answer to that question?
It would be 9 or 10 miles every day I looked out at sea 1 foot above the sea level. 9 or 10 miles every time I looked. If it was the vast majority of the time it was 9 or 10 miles, I'd say yes, it's flat.
That's unfalsifiable, isn't it?
Unfalsifiable.
It always changes.
Right.
Always. It always fluctuates.
But what?
So
wait.
Unfalsifiable.
Time out. We were talking about what would be something that would be the parameters in which you're like, okay, this is falsified. You have given an unreasonable standard because the visibility will never allow for that kind of thing.
Precisely.
Hang on.
But let's be clear. Let's retro-engineer his assertion. If it doesn't do that, then what? Then it's a globe, then, Padza? Or are you going to be consistent with your inconclusive?
So, what I was saying, sorry about that. What I was saying is I'd like consistency. That's what I want. Consistency in observation. Then I could draw some solid conclusions. That's how the real world works.
That's reality is what you're asking for. You're literally asking for something that is apart and different from what is actually part of reality.
You want consistency? So what if your Earth curve is consistently not where it's measured to be?
It's consistently not observed.
Well, that's exactly the point I was making. Is the observations of the horizon are inconsistent.
Oh my goodness!
No, it's consistently not geometric.
Okay.
See, you're kind of reversing the burden of. I don't know. Shut up! I'm about to start using the mute button. All you got to do is wait for me to stop talking because you already know how I'm going to react to you trying to interrupt me. So, it is very much all the time conclusively not where it's measured to be. In fact, he has observations at different times of day at different varying elevations, all within the range of anywhere behind the oil rigs is too far. And it's consistently behind the oil rigs, it being the horizon, which means it's consistently not geometrically where it technically should be. although he's done it on different days at the same location at different times and has always seen it behind the oil rigs. Then there's that one day.
He says in his individual video.
I don't know. In that one video, listen, I'm talking about consistency. I'm talking about 4 videos.
Yep. So he's been down there 4 times and he's observed it 4 times. Right, and he's got and bear in mind, okay, that in his first video, maybe out of his naivety of what the ramifications of what he's saying, he clearly shows it on a day when the horizon is much nearer the first oil rig, and he says this is the observation I make on most days with normal weather conditions. He states that clearly in his first video. Okay, so let's not pretend that the vast majority of the times if you go down there, you
and
will
is
see
that horizon where it's supposed to be measured to?
I couldn't tell you exactly where the horizon because there's no measurement marker to it, but it's considerably closer than.
But let's say it is there. But let's say it is there. It is there, and it's 66 foot. What is going on day later?
This is the question, isn't it?
Isn't it?
This is a question of intellectual honesty, which you're not exhibiting.
There is a geometrical.
It's a question of not cherry picking. That's what it is.
No, man.
Okay, so what about the other the observation where it's either dawn or dusk? I don't know which one. And there's nothing affecting the oil rigs. The oil rigs and everything looks exactly the way they look in quote unquote normal conditions, and you can see the light from the bottom of the oil rigs reflecting the water that is there. You're telling me, would you be willing to say that everything that I described, the water showing the reflection of the light from the lower half of the oil rigs, are you willing to say that all of that is an image that's being refracted from another location that's actually obstructed due to the horizon that's also in this same image behind the oil rigs?
Well, apart from me not having seen the image you're talking about, so everything, the overly complicated description.
Okay, so before you say anything, it's not overly complicated. Before you even finish, why don't we just pull it up and why don't we just go over it right now?
Okay.
Are you willing to do that?
I'll have a look at the image. It's only an image.
It's a video. It's a video.
Okay.
Well, I'm sure they have the image, but I'll go get the video.
Oh, I love the way you've ghosted out the oil rigs on your Black Swan now. That's cute.
It's not about the oil rigs. Yeah, thanks. It's about the horizon. That's why I did it.
It's not about any visual acuity. You might actually.
It's not about the fucking the oil rigs. That's why I took them out. It's about the horizon, man. And you just keep talking about the oil rigs, so that's why I took them out. Yeah,
we gotta get you to focus.
As you like to say, the oil rigs are a red herring.
They are.
I know. I get it.
They're just a measuring stick. Focus on the issue. The
horizon. That's not the argument. The argument is about the horizon.
Yeah,
it's not about the oil rigs.
They may reveal something though, mightn't they?
But are you saying
that the horizon's behind them?
Yeah,
that's what they reveal.
Keep saying that it's about the oil rigs. It's awesome.
Let's forget. Let's forget Black Swan. Let's forget Black Swan.
You guys really lack patience. I'm supposed to be getting a video, and y'all are trying to fit like multiple conversations within that moment that I said, I'll be right back. I'm going to get a video. And now, like, what are y'all doing?
I'm actually looking for the still shot. I know
You snooze, you lose, man. You snooze and lose. You should have this already available.
Is this the one? Is it this video?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Right, hold fast. I'm just gonna mute while I read it. Hang on.
Go on. Go ahead.
Yeah. If you want quick video access, add them to the bot under names that you can easily remember. Like if there's a video that someone else adds, you can add the same video again with a different name that you remember. We got plenty of room on our server for everybody to have 10 copies of everything.
Yep.
Here's my analogy that I've shared many times. Here's the issue too. They don't agree to the modus tollens in the first place. So that's also where this breaks down. They're disagreeing with the word can't.
Oh, that sounds like a personal problem. It's not about
Or,
agree or
I'm sorry,
disagree.
in the specific graphic, the words must be no more than. It is my impression, just speaking with all these people, that is really the part that they secretly disagree with no basis for disagreeing with it.
Well, that's kind of the part that destroys the notion of the globe with a radius of 3959 miles, right? So yeah,
Precisely.
it makes sense
In
that
their,
that would be the part that they would have a problem with. Sure.
I don't know that it's conscious, but I
Okay,
can
so-
tell you that it's absolutely what's going on. I mean, prove me wrong, Pazza. Did you hear what I just said?
No, sorry, I was watching the video.
Okay. The words must be no more than agree or disagree.
In what context?
In the context of the modus tollens that's been shared almost every day for the year that you've been here.
Must be. Are you talking about the
I just reposted it. Agree or disagree to must be no more than. In an absolute way. Agree or disagree.
Let me just go through it again. Hang on. I disagree with that.
That's what I thought. See, guys, what's the point of providing a modus tollens to these people if on that point they don't even agree to modus tollens in the first place? If they're again, you can't rationalize with the irrational.
No. Hang on, no. You could jump to the conclusion that you can jump to a conclusion like all that you can infer from what I'm saying is that I'm not saying that the observation mechanism is particularly reliable. That's all. Because it isn't, is it? It changes from day to day. Something's changing from time to time.
No, you're jumping ahead.
What's changing from day to day?
Never changing that we have 66
Hold
drop
on.
top.
What's changing every day? With that
observations of the horizon and artifacts on the horizon. The distances.
So the horizon is changing every day.
But that's besides my point.
Is that supposed to be your Earth curve?
It's besides the point. I'm trying to get completely exposed here.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Pazza.
Yeah.
Must be no more than emphatically, absolutely, without question. Okay, it's a modus tollens argument. I give the analogy of if you're trying to acquire the knowledge as to whether or not your female counterpart, your woman, your wife, whatever, is chaste, okay, is operating under fidelity, and she is exposed to not be faithful one time or 5 times or 70 out of 7,000. The fact is it was infidelity. The fact is that she was unfaithful.
I get what infidelity means, yeah.
Okay. So the same thing applies. This is a modus tollens argument.
Mm-hmm.
So you are not holding. You're floating off somewhere else in regards to the modus tollens, not agreeing fundamentally with the logic of the argument.
If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then every horizon distance measured must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observed height in feet. Is you can make that
now. Why do you think that is? Why do you think a globe Earth? Why do you think that statement is what it is? Do you think that it's because the horizon is apparent, or because that's geometrically the obstruction at which the Earth is going to curve away from you?
That statement aligns itself to the notion there is
no, not the state, not in. Don't think of it in terms of the argument. Think of it in terms of the reason that they say that the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Because
do you just disagree? Do you disagree with that?
The geometric horizon is aligned to that figure. Yes, roughly speaking, there's an equation that works out how far away you'd see on a sphere of the size they see at the surface. I'm not disagreeing with the fact they got the equation and they tell you where the apparent
horizon. So you basically understand that the horizon is supposed to be the physical limitation purely because at that point the rest of the ground is curving away from you at an angle that you can no longer see. You understand that?
Yeah, of course, because we all understand what the implications of the geometry is.
So the horizon is a limitation. A limitation. The horizon is supposed to be a limitation.
Yeah, I know what the word limitation means, and you can say it as much as you like. Yes, I agree with you.
No, a limitation of distance, not a limitation of optical equipment.
Yeah, I didn't say optical equipment.
Okay, so a limitation of distance. It being 10 miles is not a limit that is within the parameters of what we should be seeing. Geometrically.
And if every day you went out there and you saw it at 10 miles, I would totally agree with you, and I'd mark myself as a flat earther. You don't, so I won't.
Yeah, you're right. Sometimes you see it at 30. That's really impossible on the globe.
And as the guy who made the original video alluded to, most of the time you see.
I don't care what he said. I care what the observations show.
Absolutely.
Dude,
and the observations
said before
show
the horizon moves back and forth.
The apparent position of the horizon moves, isn't it?
Sure, I agree with that.
Therefore, there's no geometric limitation.
Does your Earth curve? Is that supposed to do that?
No, it doesn't supposed to do that. But we always assume the Earth is a rigid, whatever shape you think it is. We will assume the Earth is rigid.
So that would be a pretty fucked up assumption, right? Being that you just said the horizon moves back and forth. You said the Earth curve couldn't move back and forth. But did you ever hear that the horizon is the curve of the Earth?
Yeah, so it's an interesting.
So that's a problem, right?
Yeah, it is. It's a problem for flat Earth as well. It's a problem
not
for
really. Not really, because you and I agree that the horizon fucking moves wherever the fuck it's gonna be. Right?
I know.
Yeah, but the Earth curve ain't doing that. Not your physical Earth curve ain't doing that, and you just said that it's not going to do that. So what's the problem? Where are we doing?
Why? Sorry, can I just ask why?
It would always be in the same spot as well, wouldn't it? If it's a flat Earth.
Why is it a problem?
What?
No, hold on.
Wow.
Why you made a claim? Can you flesh that out? Why would it be a problem for a flat Earth?
It moving around.
Yeah.
Because it would imply that you can't actually deduce it's a flat Earth because it'd be moving all over the place.
No. Do you understand the point of the black swan?
Yeah, because you can see 10 miles on that day, so it must be flat. That's what you're saying, yeah?
No. It's funny, after all this time, you don't understand the argument.
The argument you're making, I know, I'm being asinine. The argument you're making is because you can see that far, there isn't a visible obstruction. That's the base.
No.
That's just the argument.
That's also not
problem
the
is
argument.
Yeah, it's not the argument.
Okay.
Come on,
Your
man, you've been in
physical
this a while. You
obstruction
must
isn't there,
understand
bro.
it. You must
What
understand this
specific
argument by now. Come
detail?
on.
What specific detail has been falsified? That is the question. And what is that detail? It's 4 digits.
Well, no, before we move on, I feel like Pazza actually genuinely doesn't understand the point of this
I
argument.
completely understand it. What you think has been nullified is the statement that the horizon distance must be no more than 1.225 per square root of the observer's height.
No, you don't. I'm actually amazed by this. You don't understand why anyone would come up with such an argument.
I gave him the answer and he didn't get it.
Go on, give me the answer again then.
It's 1 letter
Go on then.
in the
Say it again.
equation.
Go on
It's
then.
the pirate's favorite letter.
The radius. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, that's been falsified.
Yes,
If
I just said.
falsify it once, if you falsify it 100 times, falsified equals falsified. It doesn't matter if you don't have the falsification every single time, as long as you falsified it even one time ever, then it has been falsified.
And again, going back a couple of seconds
Makes me
ago,
more basic.
I said the thing that being falsified is the statement you make if the Earth has a sphere of radius, blah, blah, blah. So I did understand it, yeah? So thanks for filling that bit in. Secondly, you're not going to convince anybody or most people with that argument, because the fact is that if you can make an observation, the vast majority of observations are one way round and occasional observations are another way round. You can't make any assertion. You wouldn't dream in any part of your life to make an assertion about something, the visual perspective of someone.
I'm trying to be really polite. However, I still don't feel like my point that I made has actually been understood at all. Right? Why do you think that the horizon is of any concern at all to anyone?
That's going off a tangent to what we're talking about.
No, it's exactly what I was saying. It hasn't been addressed.
Okay, that's fine. But none of us has been talking about that. That's a different question altogether.
It's the same thing I asked you 2 minutes ago. You didn't seem to have a problem with it then. The point is that we were told as a proof of the globe that the horizon is Earth curvature because boats go over it. Right?
Yep.
Okay. That can't be true, can it? Because the horizon moves. So it can't be the physical curve.
They don't hang the entire proof of your curvature on boats going over the horizon. They don't.
Pretty much.
Why are you strawmanning me? Hold on. Why are you strawmanning me, Pazza? I'm just saying that this is presented as a proof, has no basis. Why can't you admit this?
It's inconclusive. You can see boats.
It has no basis.
It's not inconclusive because the claim has been made, and the claim has no logical basis given observations. This is important.
You can make observations of boats completely on the horizon, over the horizon, or floating above the horizon. I get it.
Okay, again, the question is about the horizon itself. Is the horizon physical Earth curve, or is it an optical effect? These are the two possibilities. With this black swan, it's quite clear it's an optical effect and not a physical Earth curve.
It's an optical effect. What do you mean by that?
That can't be clearer.
He can't not understand it.
It can be an optical.
It's not.
No, listen. It can be an optical effect, which is nullifying an degree of Earth curvature. That's the whole point.
Do you think the horizon is somewhere you can get to? Can I get in a boat and boat my way to the fucking horizon?
Yeah, it's just.
Can I do that?
It's about 15 feet to the left of the end of the rainbow.
Sweet. I was going to ask you about
So I
rainbows.
can get
Are
there, right?
rainbows real? Can you go to a rainbow? Can I pick up a rainbow and throw it at someone?
Why don't you go and have a look on Wikipedia, see what it says?
Cool. Can I pick up a rainbow and throw it?
Can we get to his argument? You know, kind of like the rainbow always moves when you try to find it, like his argument. So, Pazza, according to your logic, that means that nobody can assert that anything seen at the horizon is any proof of Earth curvature whatsoever. Correct or incorrect?
I would argue they're on really dodgy ground if they do make that assertion. Yes.
Wow. Can't even
Personally,
be consistent.
I can because, like I say, observations of the horizon are all over the place. I wouldn't hang anything on observations that I make that are. If I looked at something every day and it was complete, if I looked at an object every day and it was a different color, I wouldn't at the end of the week say, "Oh, it's red." If it was every color all week long, I'd say it's multicolored. Yeah, simple as that.
And if the horizon was the physical Earth curve, would it not be where it would be every day?
Yes, it would be.
Thank you. The horizon, as you have described yourself, moves all over the fucking place.
Yes, so I'm not going to make any conclusion one way or the other of the shape of the Earth.
Well, that's a big problem because your entire paradigm is based on this conclusion of the horizon. Do you get that?
Paradigm. No.
Yeah, now you're strawmanning yourself, basically.
Look what this says, guys. Wait. I don't think I've ever read this. Look at this, and it's kind of besides the point of because we're trying to get him to understand what the claim for the globe is. That the boundary between the earth and sky is only because the ground is curving away. That's why a few, I'm not going to say all, that's why a few globe earthers say that the flat earth wouldn't have a horizon for whatever fucking reason. I don't know, whatever reason they give, the juxtaposition to that is the horizon we do see as a consequence of the ground curving away from you. So that's a measurable distance geometrically, but look what this shit says right here, which has nothing to do with your religious belief in the last thing that I just said that you don't understand. So, in many contexts, especially perspective drawing, the curvature of the earth is disregarded, and the horizon is considered the theoretical line to which points on any horizontal plane converge when projected onto the picture plane as their distance from the observer increases. Holy shit.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
I study technical drawing, so I understand perspective completely.
I wasn't asking you. That's one for us boys, because you don't understand perspective at all.
Okay.
You understand the horizon enough to know that it's fucking moving all over the place, but you still think that Earth, that your horizon is the Earth curve, which is physical obstruction, and you think that's moving all over the place. Apparently,
The observation,
not sure why.
the apparent horizon, the observation of the horizon moves all over the place.
That okay? Can you define horizon?
The apparent horizon?
No, just horizon.
We have more.
What
is there a different horizon?
Don't you think I know what the horizon is?
Well, no, I want you to define horizon.
What for?
What for? Because I asked you.
God.
Okay,
you're gonna act like this fucking supreme yeah, you're fucking
he is, bro. I'm good. I can't.
All right, let's
AI, go ahead, man. I know you're trying to get it. AI, go ahead.
Hold on, no, this is my fucking question. Answer my question.
Oh shit, my bad.
Sorry, man.
You want me to define the horizon to you?
Yes, I want you to define the horizon.
The horizon, in the context in which you're talking about observations of the horizon that we make, it's the furthest point that you can see where the sky meets the sea based upon the geometric shape of the Earth.
No, that's not the definition.
You see how you tried to
sneaky. It's not gonna work, bro.
What physical effect is that?
It's the apparent furthest point you can see between the sea and the sky based upon the optics of where you're looking.
Right, okay, that's close enough. So you said apparent. You said apparent, and then you said optical. Yeah, that's cool.
Because you're looking at it. You're looking at it, and it's where the surface of the sky and the water and the sky appear to meet.
Fantastic. So how does that have anything to do with physical Earth curve?
Because if you start with the assertion the Earth is a sphere, then there's a radius and there's a geometric horizon imbued upon the system because of that.
I know that, but horizon.
What are you asking me the definition for?
Then? Why didn't you wait for me to finish talking, Bazar? Instead of talking over me. So horizon definition doesn't have any necessity for Earth curve.
Right. Okay. So great.
So phrases like apparent horizon don't mean anything.
They do because it moves.
No, they
around.
don't.
So
It's just horizon.
It's in one place one day and one place the other. So there's always an apparent horizon.
So
You don't know where it is. Well,
that's got nothing to do with what I said.
You know what apparent means?
Yes. Do you?
Do you go on, tell me what apparent means.
All right, fine. Let me find the dictionary definition for you for apparent. Clearly visible or understood,
Brilliant.
obvious.
Brilliant.
Yeah? Clearly visible?
Go on, look it up. Go look it up.
I did. I just told you it. You weren't listening.
Say it again then.
What did I say?
I wasn't listening to you.
Have you ever tried listening? It's a really good thing I would advise. Clearly visible.
Ooh.
Well, in the context we're talking about, it is the visible.
Is the geometric horizon clearly visible?
The visible context of something.
Is the geometric horizon clearly visible?
But geometric horizon itself is a nonsense term. That's what I'm trying to get to. It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So stop using it then.
You're the one who brought it up. I just said horizon.
Yes, but there is a horizon that is. If you've even a flat Earth, there is a horizon based upon the geometry of the flat Earth model.
The horizon moves. We get it.
Yeah, and if you believe in the
not yet.
Perspective suggests that the horizon will be way.
Not yeah. No, Sasha, no. Not yeah was his answer to your question. No, not yeah.
I don't know what that means.
It means no.
The answer to your question was not yes.
Sorry, what
you said blah 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 blah. Yes, you guys go. He said no, not yes. What the fuck?
I didn't hear the last bit of the word. It broke up.
No, it didn't.
You said blah 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 blah. Yes, he said no, not yes. Don't you remember what you asked him?
I said that if you have a flat Earth model or you have a globe model, you still have a geometry that imparts where the horizon is, the geometric horizon. For a flat Earth model, it's effectively infinity.
When have you heard of flat Earth claim a geometric horizon?
Is that what you said?
If there was no atmospheric conditions or inhibitor for the light reaching your eyes, then you could in theory zoom in as a long way on a flat Earth on the horizon. You could zoom in. You could.
Well, we can.
If you
can zoom in orders of magnitude further than the globe would allow. So yeah, check.
No, but he's saying forever.
Well, not forever,
well,
but
well, then how far?
Not forever, but technically speaking, as far as you can make an accurate thing.
275 miles. 275 miles to make record and to be in that record.
No, we don't have to go back and forth. You said infinitely.
Well,
so if the atmospheric conditions allowed, we would be okay. All right.
I misspoke. If assuming there's no limit on how good your optics could zoom in and how small a field of view you could actually attenuate a coherent image from, and there was no atmospheric perturbation to destroy things at set distance, then in theory you would be able to zoom in way thousands of miles, technically speaking. Yeah, on the scale of the Earth, it would be as far as you wanted to. Yeah.
Nah, a load of nonsense.
No.
You don't understand optics if you think that you
you don't understand.
It's just a weak
Paza, you're done here. You understand me? Until you come back with the geometry of the triangles to prove your assertion that you just said. So now you're going on mute indefinitely. Thank you.
You don't understand, therefore I'm right. Would you don't understand be a straw man?
No, I think it's a poison the well fallacy, but yeah.
Well, what does you don't understand even mean? Because when we're talking about the claim is that the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Make no mistake. If you go to any videos before 2020 and anyone's talking about the horizon in the context of the Earth, they're going to be talking about how mathematically you use the formula to figure out the distance to where you would be able to see no more water, or land or whatever it is that you can find. That's the case. For him to say we don't understand, first of all, his point is non sequitur to ours because he's arguing for the horizon being optical. It moves here, it moves there, this, that, and the third. Yeah, that's the point. The point is that it's not some point that you can zoom into and be obstructed by because the rest of it is behind Earth curve. That's not the case, but that's not what he's even arguing against. Hence, why his points are all non sequitur. They don't even know. They don't even accept the modus tollens, like Gospel Bearer said, because they don't even understand the claim.
This is what they're adding the words "not necessarily" to the modus tollens subconsciously, at the very least. That is my claim. That's it.
Because it has to.
That is the necessary consequence that they must argue. That they must abandon the geometry and assert that the horizon can only be viewed optically, which of course is redundant because you can only view things optically, correct? Everyone agrees with that. So then what they have to do is language like Paza was doing. After he dithered that it's inconclusive, right? He wants to say that the horizon is in a geometric location. That horizon that he's talking about is a hump of Earth curve. And he's then going to say that you view that hump in another location, which isn't even the rebuttal proper that's given from the globe side argument. The globe side argument is not that that hump is being transposed in another location. It's that a different part of the Earth curve, way, way beyond it, that light is going up and over and arcing like a heat-seeking missile to shoot you right in the eyeball. Okay, so he's completely arguing an incoherent point, and he's trying to slip in this doublespeak by using the word horizon in two different categories in the same sentence while making the other person think he's talking about the same thing, which is the visible horizon, which is what we all see, which is all we ever see, which is what the horizon is. An apparent demarcation point between the ground and the sky, or the sea and the sky, or whatever's below you in the sky.
And
so
he was the one that said that.
When Paza comes back with the math for what those angles would be on a flat Earth, right? And he actually makes some progress, then we'll entertain him again. Until then, nobody should bother with him. Unless he's asking a question like, how do I find out what that math is? And you can be like, oh, go here. Because that math's available to be done. You could do it. In fact, I play a video in here all the time where the guy does it. And he shows it. If you watch the video, you'll see the angles that he draws. So Paza, if you're listening, there you go. Scroll up to that video. Angular resolution in the horizon. Watch that. Get the math for your claim that if the Earth was flat, I could zoom in for thousands and thousands of miles. If you're not willing to do that work, Paza, then the person whose time you're wasting is your own. Way more so than ours.
At the same time, I think you should maybe ask your globe side why they make claims of the shape of the Earth based on the horizon when you started off this whole shit with that doesn't work. Because that's a bit of a problem. Because they're the ones that make the claim of shape based on a horizon, which your side moves back and forth.
Yeah. To be fair, Paza, in the past, we usually let guys like you hang around because you're willing to talk. But see, it gets to the point where you're not willing to do any of the actual work to back your claims about what things would look like on a supposed flat Earth.
You just want to spout out at the mouth. Oh, if the Earth was flat, I could zoom in for thousands and thousands of miles. I have no idea what I'm talking about.
Yeah, look, I don't, man. The bottom line is we were just discussing like what is a liar versus who is someone who's delusional. And based on like my elevation of emotion is justified. His elevation of emotion is unjustified. Clearly, he told me that the example that I made about my house appearing behind the hospital that is measured to be a distance beyond my house, usually, right? That's an absurd thing. So I'm like, yeah, well, that's analogous to what you're trying to say about this hump of Earth curve that's not actually at 1.2 miles, but is somewhere else. So at this point, it's like, is he a liar or is he just delusional? I think he's just delusional.
This is the quote. If the Earth were flat, it would still be a globe because I want it to be a globe.
Can you be parallel to a horizontal surface?
Well, yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
I guess it's a great question.
Right, but at least you can see how you answered it with the glober. It'd be like, in what context do you mean? Like, but anyway, okay, so I have this beautiful quote that I got from 10th Man. Or it's a citation basically. And they basically say, in order to get your sextant reading, you have it. The device has to be parallel with the horizon. Can you do that? How do you do that if we're not talking about a horizontal and being how do you do that without having two lines being horizontal to each other?
It's mostly horizontal. I mean, it's mostly parallel.
Let me post this. Let me give you guys some.
It's
some
parallel
good stuff.
enough.
That's what they say.
Look at what this says here. So
that's what they say. It's just I'm not saying it's futile. I'm just saying that it's really futile.
Look at how this reads.
Obviously, it's not completely futile, or there'd be nobody in this chat.
Yeah. So the bubble sextant.
Yeah, read from it. It's so good.
The bubble sextant MKIXA was an aerial navigation device used in World War II, where a normal sextant device requires an observer to be parallel to the horizon. The bubble sextant creates an artificial horizon that allows the observer to use the device in situations where the observer cannot be parallel. This especially important in aeronautical navigation, as the observer cannot always rely on flat surfaces such as well, it says the ocean for reference, but when you're taking a reading on the surface of the ocean, that's exactly what you're doing. Getting a horizontal. So right here, the beginning of what this says contradicts that last thing I just read. And guess what? Globers wouldn't even be able to understand that there's a contradiction right there. They'll just say, yeah, I don't see no problem.
Just the dogmatic ones. I mean, not every single one of them are dogmatic. There are ones that care about establishing that which is true and that which is reality. But for the other ones,
a normal sextant device requires an observer to be parallel to the horizon. Then they say, because a bubble sextant is different, you don't use the horizon. This is especially important in an aeronautical navigation, as the observer cannot always rely on flat surfaces such as the ocean. I guess that's because the angle to where the ocean is wouldn't give you a 90-degree angle parallel to the surface. Maybe that's what they mean. So my bad for whoever wrote this. I was cursing you out, but I take it back.
They don't see a problem because their mind is warped by education and by the media. They're told that the Earth is a sphere, and at the same time, it's also oblate, and at the same time, it's also pear-shaped. And they believe in bendy space-time, which they can't demonstrate or prove. So they're just basically confused. It's mass confusion. So when they're asked to draw or they're asked to measure a parallel, where it's round or curved, then it's perfectly fine.
Well, can somebody make a diagram as to what parallel to the horizon would look like? I'm curious. Like, in what other context could they mean? Other than like two lines being parallel to each other.
They could mean
Since you're looking straight out to the horizon.
As far as I understand it, Elijah, they use their elevation and calculate down so that it's parallel to the ground, to the horizon. So their triangle becomes 90 degree.
Right.
Yeah, where's that graphic where they zoom in and zoom in and zoom in and they're like, this is how flat the globe is. Does anybody have that graphic? Yes, no, maybe.
I don't think I have it.
You know what the graphic I'm referring to, though?
No. Can you describe it, please?
Okay, so they start out and they show this line that appears to be flat, and then they zoom out and it still looks flat, and they zoom out and they zoom out and they zoom out and it still looks flat, and then eventually you start to see curve, and then keep on zooming until it's just a circle or whatever, and then they zoom back in and they're like, oh, and they're like, the globe is flat is basically the for all intents and purposes, it's super flat, and that's the argument. I'll have to try and find that graphic, or maybe somebody else will. Zoom. No. I'm scrolling around. Did anybody find it? Yes, no. Okay. Trying to find it. Oh well. The young Globers that are new to the subject used to come in with it all the time. I haven't seen it in a long time, but it's out there somewhere. But I think that they would point to something like that and just be like, it's flat enough.
pretty funny though how they, some of them just don't get it. Like they really are arguing in a manner where they think that the geometric apex arc that their eye intersects, which should be the geometric location of the geometric horizon, is somehow displaced and placed in another location in their field of view, miles down the road. Like that's not even the correct explanation that they should be using, but that's the one they seem to argue for. It's like when I see the apparent horizon, I'm seeing a displaced geometric horizon.
Exactly.
Like you gotta get a little more intelligent, if you're gonna argue that, guys. I mean, come on.
That is like saying, well, that table that was right in front of my stairs is actually in my kitchen behind the stairs, or my car that was in my garage is actually in my neighbor's garage. Oh my gosh! Or
also
that
enigma.
mountain is yeah, like or the thing that you were told is geometric all your life actually isn't Earth curve. How about that possibility? Because it's not obstructing things like most things do. No, I'm sorry. Because it's not obstructing things like all things do that are physical things. I think that should let you know that you have maybe a spliff to roll tonight to seriously think about. Like, you know what though? But again, I don't think we should be talking to. Like, I think we get frustrated at the Akumus and the Pazas and the Xanax, but in all actuality, did you guys hear that video I played yesterday of a guy by the name of Flat Earth Boxer, where he's talking to this cosmologist, and he says to the cosmologist, "Hey, I've spoken to various physicists and I've asked them these two questions, and they referred me to you because they weren't able to answer the questions. So now I'll ask you the questions." And that guy couldn't answer the questions.
Yeah.
Like,
How much do you know about Kyrie?
who?
The flat Earth boxer guy.
Oh, Young Moses? No, I don't care. Look.
No, he's really cool. He's really cool. He went to DC and found James Alefantis.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And he said some interesting things, did Mr. James Alefantis, that deserve a nice pat on the back. Is pretty legit. And he filmed the whole thing. It's pretty cool.
He's out there, man. I'm not gonna listen. The guy is abrasive. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Oh,
like he's very abrasive. No, I don't like the idea of, someone just walking around throwing cameras in people's faces. I don't. But when it's actually in proper, like in a proper setting, like him getting an audience in public with the guy who had an open audience, and he comes up to him and he's like, "Hey, let me ask you these questions." That's appropriate, especially because they know that they're being recorded. That's fine. And that's exactly what he did. And that's the kind of behavior that I'm actually in support of and wish, we did more of. Like, because talking to people like Paz is like getting us nowhere, and it's giving them a chance, and like the people out there that be a chance to figure out what they're going to do next, when actually we should just be hitting up universities and just asking people that most other people who think they're not qualified to answer certain questions, we should ask them, "Hey, do you understand what," like, imagine AI talking to a math professor who understands geometry. And he's like, "You see this? Like, okay, so you understand what an obstruction is, and okay, well, the point of all of this, right? Okay. Oh, that being said, the horizon is supposed to be geometric. Yeah, you understand this, and this, and all of that. But I know I'm running through it. Like if you go the distance to the horizon, just look at a diagram. But you'll when I say this, that's what I'm talking about. All of those diagrams. And when you point out to them that, hey, that physical obstruction that's supposed to be at 1 mile, if you're 1 foot off the ground, that's not there. Did you know that? You think they're gonna go, oh, maybe it's over here because I highly doubt that shit. I highly doubt that a real math teacher.
How did this dude? I'm sorry, man. Cutting you off.
No, I was just going to repeat the same shit I just said. I do really doubt it, though. If you guys can tell. That's it.
No, because I'm trying to square in my head how this guy told us that the horizon's obviously moving all over the place, and at the same time, that's the Earth curve. Like, how do you? What do you have to do to square that to yourself, and then to pass that on to other people?
I really didn't understand because when he was given this, for the globe it would be the Earth curve, and for the flat Earth it would be whatever he said. But the bottom line is, then you understand that a globe has a physical limitation. Then,
but I kind of think that was
what
the
is this equivocating between? Yeah, he's just equivocating. But my problem is, like when we were talking about the liar thing, does he know that he's equivocating? Is he doing it on purpose, or is this really some kind of mental? Because like I said to you earlier, my boy, when we got down to, this same conversation where an obstruction is supposed to be an obstruction, and then for whatever reason we were talking about the moon, and I was telling him how that's geometrically impossible because it's supposed to be a line, but they claim that the reason that it appears in the sky is because of refraction. He's like, well, that's what it is. You're not actually looking at it because the moon is red. And I'm like, no, you can only see refraction from a source that you can actually see. And he's like, well, then why is the moon red? Why is it not white? Why is the moon red? I'm like, go outside, because we live in the same city. Go look down the block and tell me why the building that's gray isn't fucking brown, like when you're standing next to it. And he's like, okay. I was like, now tell me why a hill that's in between us, because of some reason about light, all of a sudden
an enigma.
All of a sudden, the hill is behind me now. We're standing in the same spots as always where the hill is obstructing us. But now, this one particular day, it's not there. It's just us looking at each other. He said, I can't explain it. I'm like, fucking thank you. But prior to that, he told me that after he said that moon shit, so I'm like, so you'd be willing to say that your hand is not where you're looking at? And he said, no. And I said, oh my God, you don't understand. He doesn't understand. He doesn't know where I've heard that. And I'm like, why the fuck am I hearing it from you? This must be programming. It must be. Because he's not doing it on purpose. He's not an anti-flat earther. So it's something deeply, deeply psychologically wrong. Why every time I start going off, everybody get quiet and shit? Come on, man.
What could somebody say to all that anyway?
Because if they interrupt you, you cry, and then they feel bad that they heard fifis.
There you go. That's true. Alberico, is that you out here trying to interrupt me?
I just think it's an okie doke with that dude when he was just saying, because again, he started off with anybody making any claim to shape using horizon, that's inconclusive. Forgetting the fact that that's his side doing that, I think he tried to place that upon flat Earth too, because he said that somehow we're making some type of claim as to the geometry of the Earth using the horizon, when that's not what the hell we're doing. We're just saying the same thing you're saying. The horizon just moves all over the fucking place because it's an apparent location.
He shot himself though, because
He wanted to say that, but then he went on to say that when you observe the horizon and the artifacts of the horizon, or when you observe the horizon and the apparent horizon. So what was he doing there? Was he conceding his previous dither that you can't really be conclusive? Or was he assuming that it's a two-stage thing, that it requires the Earth curve in the first instance and then optics on top of it? So he wasn't being consistent with his assertion that the horizon's inconclusive. He was stating with his language that the horizon is Earth curvature.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying. That's why I called it the okey doke.
Yeah, he kept on saying the word.
And he's been here, like he said. This is the first time I spoke to him, but he said he's been here a year, so he's been listening for a way. I feel like to be able to do that, because that just sounds like clown shit.
His assertion was that geometry, one way or another, requires shape, requires the horizon wouldn't even exist if it weren't for some type of geometry. That was pretty much what I took him to be saying, and that's why we were starting to press on.
That's technically true. I mean,
Infinite.
if there weren't geometrically a plane, yeah, if there wasn't geometrically something for you to have like optically against something else, yeah, I guess not. But I mean, that's ridiculous. You would have to have no geometric anything. That's just super ridiculous.
Yeah, but then somewhere down the line, I feel like if you're saying apparent horizon, I mean, how many horizons do we have? Is there one that's not apparent? Why would you even call the horizon apparent? That's so redundant, right? But I think that's so you can do another okey doke and later on say there's a horizon that we don't see, and we've heard that before, right?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to cut off at the knees, is the idea that there's a horizon you don't see. It's just ridiculous. But the horizon is defined as apparent because you see it. So simple.
Yep.
Yeah, but it's also because it had a lot of baby horizons. Yeah, we played that game with them. Draw your own horizon. Pin the horizon on the picture.
Oh shit! Where'd he put the horizon? Was there another one besides the one that's in the picture? Please say yes.
Somebody had that Oprah Winfrey one where she's like, "You get a horizon, and you get a horizon, and you get one too." How does that even make sense when you think about it? Globers define the horizon as, the apex of the hump of the Earth curve in your way, which obstructs things. So how can that thing be behind itself? It doesn't displace itself like that. You just don't see that location. So that initial apex arc, which in the black swan should be at 1.22 miles, right? That thing is not what's behind the oil rig. And, it's so incoherent to even insinuate that. Like, the only claim you can make is I'm seeing water that's behind the oil rig. That's what I'm seeing. So that light is getting to me. What does that have to do with any hump of water? At all.
Wait, so he finished watching the video and didn't, I forgot he didn't get, I don't even know if he responded to the video I gave. Never mind. I guess it was, the question still remains, why is it moving around?
Like he said, it's apparent.
No matter what they do, they have to concede optics. Because if the horizon is at 1.22 and it's not blocking at 1.22, yet you see a horizon beyond at 10 miles, yet you want to claim that the very bottom of the oil rig feet are cut off by the quote unquote horizon, which is displaced behind itself. Like now you got 3 locations which you're all claiming are caused by the same physical thing. When really all you have is claims of optics. That's it. They're all optical claims. The geometry of any Earth curve is imputed in there based on inference. And it's not even a necessary inference. It's only inferred because you already have the presupposition that the Earth's a globe. Oh, man.
Well, you got to think somehow or another that some of them have really been got, because when you could have a glober that's been in this argument for a long time come in and say nobody claims the horizon is Earth curve, while simultaneously sharing pictures of a horizon labeled Earth curve, well then, like what? I mean, what do you do? Do you call an ambulance for this person at that point? Like what do you do? How do you help somebody like that? I mean, they're a troll, but like, it's like Eli says, like, is there even any point talking to this person?
Yeah.
To disagree with your own, I don't agree with the modus tollens. What do you mean? You don't agree with logical syllogisms? No. It's I don't agree that the horizon is. So you don't agree that it's geometric then?
They should just say they don't like it. Just say I don't like that. Don't say you don't agree with it. You have to agree with it. You're probably one of the people that came in and told us boats are going over this fucking thing that's supposed to be measured. So you agree with it. You just don't like the fact that we're pointing it out to you and it's not working. Use your words.
Ugh. Man.
Sunsets can't be proof of sunsets can't be proof of anything. The stars that you can't see can't be, because it's going to involve why you can't see the other ones. There's going to be some implication of or some crazy shit like that. Like it's like, because technically he's talking about, because we've spoken about the sun before. Sunsets. What? Oh, so then they do use the horizon as proof of some stuff.
Of course, don't worry about those pesky sunsets where the sun doesn't use the horizon to disappear; it just fades off into the distance. Don't worry about those.
Bro, we had the whole fucking. Remember, and I'll never be able to find it again. I'm mad. That shit
video,
where I
right?
showed you Chicago skyline of the sun just disappearing straight in the sky, bro. And then they're gonna say, "Oh, it disappeared behind the cloud." No shit.
No, but dude, you don't get their claim is though that the light is being obstructed by the horizon still. So it's taking a path, to you, but it has to take a quick dip to the horizon to make sure it's missing half of itself. Right? It's ridiculous.
But I'm talking about the ones that don't even touch the horizon. They just fade off into the distance. But well, how the fuck is that happening?
What about positive? What about positive? He would have to make the claim that the in the black swan of the Selenilian eclipse that the moon is refracted above the horizon. Oh, really? Is it?
Ugh. I mean, look, if you don't want to look at a nebulous transposing, quantum horizon flux, right? According to Pazza, well, then just get out there and do a laser over it. Figure it out. Don't use the horizon at all. Problem solved. Just so happens that a laser. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'm with it.
A laser transit is a sufficient means. Nothing wrong with that. I believe Pazza was arguing that they didn't hit the target, or was that riding on eggshells? They didn't hit the target, but they hit the camera that was right next to the target. So because they didn't hit the target proper, but rather shot the lasers directly into the camera, it was a fail. It's kind of like saying, "Oh, you didn't drop the bomb, directly on the center of the building. You only dropped it to the right and blew up the whole building, but you failed." It's like, no, dude, target obliterated.
You know how they say, "What's the difference?" Who's the difference? When you say Pazzo was a rider on eggshells, who's the difference?
Yeah.
I mean, Paz, as a matter of fact, the reason that I had a problem with Paz is because he's basically exactly like riding on eggshells. Someone who isn't prepared to make any claims ever, zero positions on anything whatsoever, nothing definitive.
Sounds like it.
The problem is he gives himself away in his language. So while he thinks he's not making any claims, he's belying himself when he opens his mouth.
Who?
That guy. His name is, let me see what his name is. Oh, yeah, his name is O's Math for Thousands of Miles. Yeah, there we go.
And by the way, how far has Jay Tolan? How high has he been? You know how far that horizon because it's not a geometric location, but we can probably pinpoint a minimum distance based on the area, and it's like that plus the altitude you're at, like that complete distance has got to be like a lot.
What was his furthest claimed observation? I don't remember. It's been a long time since I've seen G-Toll and shit.
Yeah, I don't know.
Is he still making videos? Let's go check.
Speaking of the moon, it's high above, looking at me creepily. When it's this high up above, though, like when it's like, you know, almost over you, but not really. I mean, it kind of looks like it's right there. It really does. Where's right there? I don't know, but you know what right there is. Come on, we all know. 230 something miles? Hell no.
Are you saying it
Or am I
feels
tripping?
close?
Is it even? Wait, am I tripping? Hold on.
Feels mad close. From going by what it looks like, what it feels like, yeah, it just feels like Eli says, right there.
Like behind your eyes, it's like,
Oh,
hey man, it's not that far. It's hurting the back of my eyes. You know? I don't know.
Yeah, I gotta stop saying the moon's like 230 something miles away. That's the ISS, I think. It's 238,000, almost 239,000 miles away.
That's what I
Get
thought you
the
meant.
fuck out of here.
No,
That's what I thought you meant.
Whatever.
I thought you were just cutting it down like 230 something,
it's not.
100,000, bro. Hell yeah.
Nah, that's just, bro. Look
That's
at that,
crazy.
yo, son.
Bro,
y'all,
and I can read
that
a
is
book.
thing.
I can read a book by the light of this thing being reflected 230 what 700,000 miles away.
1,000.
Okay.
Nah.
I mean,
I don't even
for
know.
real.
I don't
What
even
else?
know. Yo, somebody should have Googled this, looked up there, and just went, nah. I don't know why this is even a conversation. Like, I don't, you know what? Because I never thought of, that's the thing. You never think about this shit. Then when you do, here you are. I don't know what these other people are doing, though. They can't be thinking. What
When I
are
was a
they
kid,
doing?
Here's the thing. Here's what I had to be taught. I had to be forced to memorize the quote unquote distance. Before they told me a number, I was like, look, it's right up there. Cool. There it is. You feel me? I had to be told to think about it first before I could even make an opinion and tell somebody about it, right? I was just like, hey, it's the moon. And then a couple years later, oh, by the way, nonsense.
Nah, the part with that fucked me up as a kid was they brought a car up there.
Wait a second. How old were you when that happened?
No, I'm saying like when I was a kid and I heard that.
Oh, you mean they took up to the moon. They took a what is it?
The rover.
Four-wheel drive like fun car thing.
Yeah, the moon buggy.
They built it. Yeah. Hey, did you know they used deck chairs as the? Oh shit! Deck chairs, guys.
Yeah.
They didn't build their own chairs. They went to it wasn't Walmart back then. What would it have been? Pennies.
I want to say how you gonna have traction, but then again, like with no air, like the whole idea of weightlessness, like when All we know is if there were no air, you just the less the medium, the heavier you are. Like, how the fuck did they get us to think out there opposite? Like, like now I can swim around and shit in the
Well, I don't believe it
in
anymore.
the vastness of space.
But I didn't really believe when I was a kid either. I just let him have it, I think. I was like, but deep in my mind, I didn't really want to think about it. I was like, wait, I got better stuff to do. I got toys to play with.
My problem is,
I don't really need to know.
I love looking at the sky, and I would always think about that shit, especially with the moon. Stars, I wouldn't know what the fuck. I'd be like, hey, light in the sky as far as I know. But
that's because we from New York. They're not like all that here. You know what I mean?
They're
you
not,
see one here and there.
To be honest, bro, it's not till I went to Arizona.
Stars at night.
Bro, it's not till I went to Arizona for the first time that I was just like, holy fuck. I had never seen that many stars.
Y'all need to go to Port Aransas, Texas.
Insane.
Go to Port Aransas, Texas. Anywhere. You'll know about stars then. Shit.
Bro, New York is garbage for looking at the sky.
I can't believe you can see one star in New York.
You had nights. I would always see like the Orion's Belt and the normal ones you could see, but not like I could see in Arizona or other places. It's absolutely insane, man.
It's fun too. The higher in elevation you get, Colorado, especially in the mountains, a lot of places, and when the weather's, even when it's colder actually, but it's crisp. It's not like, the reason it's crisp is because there's not a lot of humidity or anything in the air, and so it's really like, it's a lot less cold, even though it could be 20 below. It wouldn't be like a 20 below in New York, and you can see real nice up there. So there's so many stars. There's so many like different kinds of things that we can't visit,
To be honest, it kind of took my breath
What if
away.
we can?
I was not used to seeing that. I remember telling my girl at the time, please stop the car because I need to get out and enjoy the shit out of this. She was like, yep, let's do it. Because, man.
Look, there's more of what I don't know about than where I live. Look, it's right up there.
It's fucking beautiful, man.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice to be able to see that.
Yep. It's actually a hell of an experience, man. And I'm sure for other people, it's like,
well, if you think about it like this,
that's what the sky looks like.
You're getting the same kind of energy that would be coming from the sky anyway, just more concentrated. Because if it's clear, there's no clouds. If there's, if it's cold and clear, there's not a lot of pressure. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And for some reason, like the more stars there are in the sky, the closer they all look. I don't know if that makes sense to anybody, but that's what it felt like to me. Like,
yeah, I don't know. It does depend on your elevation too.
Sure, but
because
I agree. I totally agree. You can see more.
Look, you have spatial awareness. So on some kind of level, maybe it's apparent, but well, obviously you can see it. I'm sorry. Maybe in the sense of like, at what level this is a projection or what, I don't know, man. But the point is, whatever you're looking at, like you don't have like nothing, which is the backdrop of the sky. Like we can't look at the sky and go, even when it's cloudy, like when there's like two cloud layers, like the dark cloud layer and then a whiter, like a brighter cloud layer at the top of the cloud, it just looks like a sea of cloud. Like there's no depth. But when you have something like the moon or the stars, it like begins to give you like this spatial awareness where before nothing was there, now you can actually see something and like contrast that against.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, it's like this. It's like, how do you know how big the Earth is? You've never been outside of it. You never had anything to contrast it against.
Nope.
Yep. They really had us. They really, yo, it's crazy how they had us. Like, some more than others. I never questioned. Like, I always thought of, because I'm the type of person who, when you're explaining something to me, I have to understand it as you see it in your mind. And if you can't explain it, then something's wrong. Meaning maybe it didn't happen or what. That's the way I see things. So when they were explaining like space and all that, I was just thinking about it in terms of how it was described to me. What is a black hole? Like I used to imagine what that would like be like in my mind if I could like travel through one, you know?
Yep. They got you using your reality, but to make things in your head, and since it's unfalsifiable and you don't really care as a kid, you're just going to take it, eat it up.
I'll think about that instead of, you know, whether or not it's actually or any of this is bullshit.
Class clown gets the last laugh. I don't know why I said that.
The problem I always had was
we
that
were
when
all
I
class
tried to
clowns?
put myself, when I try to put myself in that heliocentric model, right? And I imagine all the movements that we were supposed to be doing, and in this, ever expanding vacuum of space, the reality of it just never hit with me. Just never, ever. Like there were times I would try to make it make sense to myself, because I know I'm not stupid, but the teachers might know more than me. So okay, but that reality, it just never was that. And I think for a lot of people, like that reality did square up. And I think those are the ones that lash out a lot more at this stuff. Those are the ones that can't handle it. They kind of spiral because all of that checks out for them. That's insane to me. Especially at the fucking speeds they're telling us we're going. Come on. Nah. That's another nah for me.
Good time to see if I'm roboting. Am I? Samuel J. Robotham.
Nope. You're a good bunny, Dave. How you doing, brother?
What's up, Chuck? I can relate what you're just saying because some of those people are in my family. They're fully assured that men have figured out the sky and know what it's doing, and it all works. And they can't understand why I don't understand that, you know? And it's crazy. They think from our looking through telescopes or whatever we got, they done figured out everything up there. Nothing to see here, right? Anyway. There is a VC verified in here, Play at 92. We talked to them.
Not that I'm aware of.
Hello, Play at 92. Welcome to the server. What brings you by this evening? Or morning? Whatever it is for you. Looks like he or she has nothing to say at the moment. Back to you, Chocolate.
Back to you, Dave. What's up, man? How's life treating you?
I'm still struggling by. I'm an old man. I'm a tail-end baby boomer, so I was 52 before I realized I wasn't on a globe, which I'm still kicking myself for. But I know the same old. I've got a couple grandchildren. I'm trying to guide down the right path, but get them to think for themselves. You know, I'm kind of battling with my son because he wants to put him in the government and concentration camps and blah blah blah. But you can probably infer what I'm going through with that. And it's a constant battle trying to get people to just realize what reality is. Just accept reality as it presents itself. What's wrong with that? You know? Is that too much to ask? For some people, yes.
It's not too much to ask. It's that the only time they stop doing that is when you ask. Because most of the time, most people are running around, they just accept how the world works and what it looks like and all that, because that's what it is. So you ask them about what they think it is, then all of a sudden those things don't matter. They've been given an authority to tell them, just forget your senses. Don't worry about all that. You don't need that. They just helped you navigate your entire life. That's why you're still alive, but don't worry about that. Nah.
Yeah, you're just on this local limited scale, but you know, when you get to this massive unspecified scale, and these smart guys got it all figured out, or whatever.
Anytime things don't square up with your senses, what do they call it? What's that? Oh, nonsense? Oh, okay.
Literally nonsense. Correct. You are correct, sir. That point that Parza kept trying to imply, he was saying something like BMLSB would say on normal days he never sees the horizon at 10 miles, but the information he wasn't supplying, he never sees the horizon at 1.2. I've never heard him say that. Have you? I think the furthest they're closest to is like something like 4 miles. But you notice Parza never mentions that. It's still way past where it's supposed to be. You know what I mean?
Oh, I do. Well, for him, like he said, it would have to consistently be where it is all the time, right? That 9, 10 miles, he said, it would need to be there every day for him to be convinced it's flat. Not realizing the fact that it's there right now at that picture at the time that was taken, that's a problem. You want consistency. The consistency is there. The horizon's never where it's supposed to be measured to be.
And the main thing guys like him can't seem to get is if you even see it one time that far, that's a huge problem, man. It's a huge problem for a globe that's supposed to be a certain size. But they never grasp that, you know. I don't know.
I think he did. I think he was just doing an okey doke, as I call it. Because he literally started the whole thing with that, with, anybody making claims to shape using the horizon. I mean, that's just inconclusive. And I thought, wow, this is going to be easy peasy because it's his side doing it. So, but then after that, it's like, oh, yeah, the Earth curve. Like, oh, when you said,
but see, that means that he was, that means he was disingenuine every time from 3 weeks ago or whenever it was when he said, oh, well, if the refraction is only contrived and there is no actual evidence for it, then that would be a problem. That's what he said. So here we are today. In now what? He was lying when he said that because, well, there was no necessity for him to figure out what the math was talking about when he today held the position of they should have never. I don't understand why anybody would hold that as conclusive evidence of anything.
Are you guys talking about Paza?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I think all of us have had a run in with him before. Yeah.
Today was my first.
Yeah. He
What's up,
he
Julio?
kind
How
of
you been, man?
doing, brother. Yeah, I haven't seen you in here in a while.
Yeah.
But I think I mean he's really kind of held his composure for a while, but today he kind of broke down.
Yep. Basically.
Anyway, so AI was right. Right.
But I mean,
go ahead.
he kind of had to break down, though, right? He started off with anybody making claims to shape using Horizon is inconclusive, and then proceeds to make a conclusion. Like what? I don't. What?
He made even sillier arguments that I've heard him make before.
Probably.
He's been in here for a couple months, I think, and but today he just like kind of lost his shit.
He's been here longer than that, Helio. At least 5 or 6 months, somewhere in there.
He said he's been in here a year.
Yeah, well, I mean, but actively, he's like becoming more active or whatever. I mean,
right.
He's kind of been in the background, kind of listening, interjecting every once in a while. But yeah, he kind of lost his shit today. That was stupid. Whatever.
Today he basically double speaked himself into a corner he couldn't get out of. And AI was just AI was merciful for assigning him some homework.
Hey, we utilize like people like Paza, and they know it when they come in here that we're going to grill them every time they come in, and utilize that for us to help people understand what our argument is. And he was just like diverting every time that you guys ask him questions. I mean, he's not banned, but he's also not welcome to talk unless he can actually come in here and make sense.
No, like Dude said, AI gave him homework.
Yeah, exactly.
He gave him some specific assignment he needs to complete before he can come in here and talk again. We'll see if he does it.
Nice. Do you guys? Did you see the? Was it meme? It was the meme. I've posted a few memes before I actually jumped in on voice. But this, and I've made this argument before about Tycho Crater being. They claim it's 50 miles wide, right? When you look at the full moon, you can see Tycho Crater clearly. As long as there's clear skies and everything. You know what Tycho Crater is, right? We all know what it is. They claim it's 50 miles wide. So how could you, due to the inverse square law, how could you possibly see that crater that's 50 miles wide from 238,000 miles away? Without optical instruments. With your naked eye, you can see Tycho Crater. You just look up the inverse square law. You wouldn't be able to see it.
Don't ask me, Helio. I'm not an astronomer.
Yeah, I'm not an astronomer. Well, I'm not the one making the claim either. They claim it. So yeah. See my meme. Maybe if you squint a little, Now you don't have to squint. You can see it. If you have decent vision, you can see Tycho Crater with your naked eye. And they claim it's almost 250,000 miles away, and you can plainly see it on a full moon. Well, anyway, and you can look up the inverse square law and the side over distance. You wouldn't be able to see something 50 miles wide 250,000 miles away. But people, every single month, you can see Tycho Crater with your naked eye on a full moon. I mean, you can see it on different other phases, but full moon is the best. It's like, wow, it looks pretty badass. But you wouldn't be able to see that with your naked eyes from 250,000 miles away. Or 238. It varies, It's approximately 238,000 miles in their description.
Nah.
Nah. Yeah. But this is their claims. They really have no way to back them up, except for saying, well, we've been to the moon, and but actually they've never been to Tycho Crater. None of the landing sites are even near Tycho Crater on the moon.
But my moon buggy, bro. And then they brought like 3 of them. The last 3 missions all went with a rover, supposedly. But if you already had one up there,
was it the same rover, or did they build some different rovers?
I think they built different ones. I don't think they ever
think so
took
too.
it back.
They never took them back. Yeah.
So they got a parking lot up there.
They got a freaking parking lot on the moon.
Why are they doing like fucking drift races out there? What the fuck?
Kind of makes me think of what's
come
that
on.
song? Put up a parking lot. What's the name of that song? I can't remember.
They paved paradise, put up a parking lot.
There you go. Yeah, I can't remember the name of the band. Put up a parking lot. That's all I can remember. I've never been a big pop music.
Guy from the Counting Crows, the one that sang it. I don't know the name of the song though.
Yeah. It's been a while. What, 20
Big
years?
Yellow Taxi. Name of the song's Big Yellow Taxi.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. I'll go ahead and post that. So they put a parking lot on the moon for all the rovers.
Yeah, and Elon Musk should have just landed the Tesla up there. You could have had a car show. Come on, man! The International Moon Car Show. How would that not be off the chain, bro? Come on, Globers, where you at? Why are you not fighting for this? What the fuck?
Well, maybe the Tesla, did a drive-by on the moon, and then went on to Mars and beyond.
Poor thing. Just shot that shit up there. Yeah.
Is that it, Dave? Counting Crows, Big Yellow Taxi. Anyway.
Like the original song was by Joni Mitchell in the 60s, but yeah, they remade it, yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I didn't know. I just remember hearing it, back in the day. Whatever day that was. There's been a lot of days in my life. These are the days of our lives.
You didn't do I got more trips around the sun than you do.
Are there ever any days when something that's usually behind your house is one day in front of it?
That's pretty deep. Hold on. I want Redman to answer that one. Go ahead, Redman.
No. I was gonna say you didn't do that no justice when you said these are the days of our lives. Go ahead, y'all. Sorry. Hey,
I
everybody.
can do it deeper.
Red man, what up, bro?
Yo.
What up, fam? How you been, bro?
I ain't seen you in a while either, Red Man. Chocolate and Red Man hadn't been here talking in a while. Yeah, good to see you, brother.
I pop in. I just listen. See what these trolls are talking about.
They're talking about one day something that's behind your house is gonna be in front of your house, and when that shit fucks you all up, just call it an enigma.
Shit me. That mean I'm a barbecue in the front. I'm a barbecue in the back.
What if you cut the refraction off at the pass and you just buy 2 grills? Just put one in the back, one in the front.
Fuck off. The refraction is when you see the flames coming up and you see the wavy lines.
With the barbecue sauce all glistening.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
That's the first refraction I ever seen. Oh, that's a heat going on there. Don't touch it.
Crazy, bro.
I'm chilling, man.
Yeah, Red Man, you're in Georgia, right? Or Alabama?
Georgia. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I thought so. Cool. Yeah. I saw some of your videos. That you shared here. Taking or pictures too. Of the mountains and stuff. Are you still making some more videos and images?
They switched my route, so I don't get to go to that building anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
You haven't taken any new pictures?
I haven't had a lot. Okay, the building I take a picture out of there, and I did the videos out of. That's the 4th largest building in Atlanta.
Yeah.
I'm thinking if I can get back up there again, I'm gonna talk to I got to do a little sweet talk to the lady to see if I can walk around the building. And
You
I
get
think
on top. You need to get on the roof.
on the roof. Yeah, well, I can't get on the roof.
Okay.
Engineers can go up there, but I'm gonna go around the building. I think from one spot I might be able to see Blue Ridge Mountain, and that's 100. It's like 160, 180 miles away.
That's in Kentucky, ain't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's heading up north toward no, not Kentucky, towards Tennessee.
Yeah, like across Tennessee, almost to Kentucky. That's where the Blue Ridge starts in eastern Kentucky, and then goes up through eastern Tennessee, and then goes up through eastern Kentucky.
Right.
If I remember right. Yeah, that'd be cool.
The one day it was real clear. I could see a mountain ridge with my bare eyes. I was like, hold up. Yeah, I faced the other way. And I went to the other side of the building. Stone Mountain's there, 14 miles away. I turned the other way, walked to the other side of the building. I could see Blue Ridge. I think I could see Blue Ridge Mountain from there.
Pretty sweet.
Yes, baby girl. I'll be back.
All right, bro. Yeah, that's cool, man. We haven't heard from Red Man in a while. That's cool. He took a lot of images from the tallest building in Atlanta. Once he gets back, it'd be cool if he shared some of those images again.
Just because when I talk shit, I like to be at least on point with the shit that I'm talking. So I had to do a little quick check. Yeah. Each LRV, this is a quote, each LRV, lunar roving vehicle, was carried to the moon folded up in the lunar module's Quadrant 1 bay. After being unpacked, each was driven an average of 30 kilometers without major incident. These 3 LRVs remain on the moon. So, yeah, parking lot.
Yeah, is that on the NASA website where they said that?
No, it is a quick wiki search. But this is their nonsense.
They're gonna in the they're gonna link the NASA information, to their in the fuck is it called?
So it's like, if you believe they left a car on the moon, car on the moon.
Got the car on the moon. I like that name. Car on the moon.
But like, why would you bring another one? And then another one? Like, couldn't you not just bring the tools to do maintenance on the car, the first one?
You know what's really interesting, Chocolate, is they don't show any video of them unpacking it and folding it out and putting the engine and all that kind of stuff together. They just show them just bouncing around after they put it together.
Bro, it's like Transformers. I think I did see a video where they were unfolding one of them out. I can't. I'd have to go find it. But I do remember seeing a video where they were unfolding some shit out, and I'm pretty sure it was the moon buggy. They didn't complete it. Like you didn't see the whole thing, and it just the wheels pop out, and you hear, nothing like that. It just exactly, because that's what that is. I mean, if you could fold a car into this module that was literally a rocket before that, I mean, this thing is a transformer, bro. What you mean?
Yeah, here's the thing. Was it powered by electricity? I'm not sure.
Was it what?
Was it powered by electricity? Because if it was gas powered, the motherfucker wouldn't work on the moon at all because there's no oxygen.
I mean, of course they would have electric cars on the moon, you know? Why not? Batteries, bro. Batteries. Yeah, that's it. You gotta love this shit. You gotta love it, man. Gotta love it to believe it.
You can't have an internal combustion engine on the moon that would work because there's no oxygen.
Yeah, but they're going back in 2025. You guys won't be laughing then. Nah.
Nah. I said, I told you so. Nah. That's freaking Alex's song. Don't you love that song?
That song is great. Yeah, that song is great.
It's like every 4 years I keep telling you there'll be 4 more years. Last 50 years. So that makes sense, right? Okay.
They did it in Hollywood. They went to Mars already. And Matt Damon was growing potatoes on Mars, man. What the fuck?
Wait, did they send their little Orion out to figure out the problem of sending people to the region of space known as the Van Allen radiation belts? Because they seem to think that was a problem after they supposedly sent 6 missions of people there. So, what's going on? Did they figure that out?
I don't know.
I'm just asking. Just putting that in the air.
Think they still got that one on the drawing board, Chocolate. We'll see.
Maybe we should ask Alan Bean.
should listen to that Alex song. I Told You So. You guys mind if I play it?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Cool. Real quick. It's one of my favorites of his. He has a lot of really good songs, but this one's one of my favorites.
This one's got some nerve to it.
It's a good one. My favorite one was television watching News Believer. But go ahead and play
I love that one too. I love that one too. They're to be playing. Why is it not playing? Is it playing? Can you guys hear it? No, it's not playing. Hold on. Let me
No, it's not playing yet.
All right.
I don't hear it.
I got this.
All right, I'm back.
Mm-hmm.
Let me go through my pictures and see what I caught.
What the Oh, let me try this function. Well, it's a little wanky sometimes. That's not a function that works. Shit. Should be working.
These are my last couple pictures out of that building. Discord.
But it has. Does anybody have the DJ role that sees what I'm doing wrong in there? I don't think I'm doing anything wrong. This should be playing.
There you go, Helio. I just sent put some pictures in the live stream.
All right, cool.
Ah, shit. I did it double time. Sorry.
Man, share everything you need to share. We do that. Do whatever you gotta do. I'm trying to figure out how to get this song to play. When I use that command, it says player is stopped and the queue has been cleared. So that means that when I use the command to play a song, it should play.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Hey, Flatty, the bot don't like me. Apparently.
I told you. I told you so. I told you. Remember when I told you about 9/11? Remember when I told you about Building 7? Remember when I told you about the fluoride in the water? Yes, I did. Remember when I told you about the New World Order? Remember that? Remember when I told you about the chemtrails in the sky? Remember when I told you that NASA was full of lies? Remember when I told you about the ultra mind control? Well, I just want to say that I told you so, yeah. Remember when I told you about 432 hertz, that is, and what 440 can do to you? It hurts my ears. Remember when I told you about the vaccine agenda? Yes, I did. And that Michelle Obama is a transgender. Yes, he is. The dinosaur fraud, the climate change scam, and yes, Sandra Bullock is also a man. Remember when I told you that there ain't no clone? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Yeah. when I told you about the TV flicker rate? And how it puts your brain in an alpha state? Remember when I told you about germ theory? Remember when I told you about gravity? Remember that? Remember when I told you about Paul McCartney? Remember when I told you about direct energy? Remember when I told you about Monsanto? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Yeah. Remember when I told you about the mainstream media? Your so-called celebrities and pedophilia. Remember that child trafficking and that adrenochrome. Remember when I told you about the Georgia Guidestone? Remember when I told you about the false flag operation? Remember when I told you about 5G radiation? Remember that I told you that? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. I told you so. I told you so. I told you so. Yeah, I told you so. Yeah. But you didn't listen. I told you so. I told you so.
Nah, 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 nah.
Yeah, I like that. Who did that, Helio?
Sounds like a flatter guru.
His channel is called the Conspiracy Music Guru. Check him out.
Thank you.
I did it all wrong. Sorry. Everybody went quiet. Elijah, Sonny. Box broke.
I'm still with you, Red Man, but I'm working and my mic probably sucks right now. So.
You good? I'm waiting on leftovers to be heated up. Finna eat and lay on down. 6 days this week. It's gonna be a rough week. Checks.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first. Unfortunately,
Because of you, we're in this mess. Forever you will acquiesce. How you love to be deceived. Whatever they tell you, you believe. Get of sight, get of mind. News believer, you are blind. Critical thinker, you are not.
Hey, Helio, you need to DJ more often.
The boot is drunk. It stopped it.
What the shit is going on with that? No, I guess we're not work that out with Indio. It's like I can't play anything, but Flatty was able to play it, and that's weird. And then he played it, and then it just cut off. That's I don't know what's going on. Like I put the commands in, and it doesn't work. You want to try it, KJ? We'll see if it works.
Yeah, I'll give it a go. One moment.
All right, cool. Appreciate it. It puts up the command. It's to begin playing, and then when you're with the M stop command, it's supposed to clear the queue, and anybody that puts something in next, it's just supposed to start playing immediately.
Right. So I don't understand.
Yeah, me either. I don't know why it worked for Fleddy earlier, but then he just started playing that video, and then it just stopped all of a sudden. Weird. I don't know what's going on.
Technical difficulties. Please stand by. Or sit.
Right.
Or sit by if you'd rather sit.
Yeah, I think most of us are sitting. That kind of sucks. I mean, Indio's. I think he created this bot, so we'll work that out maybe tomorrow.
And even yesterday, I think it was, I tried using it in the chill chat and it did the same thing. It doesn't want to play.
Okay, well, we'll have to get with Indio on that one. I think he created the bot, so.
Okay.
Anyway, so since we were having difficulties with the bot, KJ, you're up here now, so you have control of the room.
Okay.
I'm just messing with you. But you've been listening to the chat, or have you seen some videos that are interesting, or something that you've have something you've had thoughts about? Why don't you go ahead?
You mean for today?
Today, or past, or over the weekend, or whatever.
Not really. I haven't been paying a whole lot of attention. I mostly just I've been cleaning a lot and doing a bunch of other things, so this has kind of been playing in the background. So I haven't been that.
That's what
active.
people do on the weekends, don't they?
Yeah.
When you get a little bit of time off on the weekends, you take care of your stuff.
Well, and I recently moved, and the house that I am in, I'm renovating it, so I've got a lot of work I've been doing on it the past few days.
Awesome. I don't know. I'll talk about it. I was going to ask you about you and Gladflow, but we're not going to do that on live stream. Never mind. I'm not going to.
People have been asking. It's okay.
I know. Yeah, but we don't have to do it on live stream. What? If we can't play some videos to freaking fill some dead air, what else? What else? Try it again. The bot says the queue has been cleared. That gives us the opportunity to play a brand new song and start a new queue. Doesn't make any sense why it's not working. Certainly not working for me. Oh well, I guess we'll have to figure that out later. Who else in the room has a DJ role? Sonny has a DJ role. Are you there, Sonny? He's probably making some grilled cheese or some shit right now.
Miguel has the role. I'm pretty sure.
Hi there.
Yeah, Miguel, do you have the DJ role? Can you go ahead and try to play that song? I don't think he has the DJ role.
Do you have some song I can play?
No, well,
or I play one to try.
Yeah, but you don't have the role.
I can play it. I can play it. Let it
through your microphone.
Let me see it.
It won't be the same. It won't be the same.
He has Gold Plus though, so I think that automatically makes him able.
Okay, let's try.
Oh yeah.
No, it's not okay.
It's not working.
Oh, we have Fox Man again. Many real.
See, it did the same thing to him. I see you in there now, Miguel. It did the same thing. It just added to a queue.
Yeah.
So how do you start the queue? So I mean, there's different commands. Maybe we're not putting the right command in. Let me try something.
I thought you were the music guy. You're not the music man?
I know that there's commands that are posted. It's way up in the in the music bot chat, and there's yeah. Like maybe this command will give you info. Let's see if that gives us a list of commands. No, that's not it.
If you put in help like I did, it'll DM you all the codes.
It did. It just messages you and DMs. Okay, cool.
Correct. Yeah.
Let me try. Let's see if I can figure out what's going on. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I know it's probably a simple fix. You know, if Indio was here, he could probably help us out. But he's not. He's doing something else.
I was going to say, KJ, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I mean, if you don't want to, don't worry about it. I never heard your awakening story. If you want to give us a short version, since you're talking.
Oh, sure. It's a bit difficult to explain because I have bad memories, so I don't remember much. But I think it was in 2018 when I first heard about, well, actually, when I got into Flat Earth is 2018, and it was mostly the religious side of it, like when it came to the Bible, because back then I was a Christian. So I found it really interesting, and I think it was a YouTube video, and I'm not sure if it was anyone specific in the Flat Earth community, but it was in a video, and I was a Flat Earther for probably a week. Then I went back to being a Globe Earther, and it was really dumb, the reasoning. It had to do with the moon, because I didn't have an answer for a certain question. So then I went back to being a Globe Earther for a while, and then back in 2020, I got back into Flat Earth, and this time it took probably a day of research, and I was a Flat Earther for good. So I've been a Flat Earther for over 2 years now, and it's been great.
Well, that's cool. Thanks for sharing. Like, have you figured out anything about the moon, or you let that go?
No, I found the answer for it. It had to do with the supposed Earth shadow. It's just not the shadow. It's an assumption, so no big deal.
Yeah, if it sounds like once you get to the nitty gritty of the globe claims, that's where it all starts falling apart, basically, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Well, thanks for sharing that.
Sure.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social
No,
media.
that command seems to have worked.
Hey, let's hear it out. Here's conspiracy music guru with television watching news nightmare.
And nobody type anything else in that chat room. I think it's working.
Awesome.
Because of you, we're in this mess. Forever you will acquiesce. How you love to be deceived. Whatever they tell you, you believe. Dead of sight, dead of mind, news believer, you are blind. Critical thinker, you are not. Never independent thought. Busting to your paradigm. Hypnotized with pantomime. Regurgitating all you hear. Spread your terror, spread your fear. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will ever see. Let the brood of tyranny begging for your slavery. They who have remote control. The TV know your very soul. Tune into the great deceiver. Television watching news believer. Inject your poison where your mask. All they have to do is ask. Never questioning authority. Blindly following like sheep. Yes sir, no sir, free backs fool. You television watching fool. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will ever see. Let the blue Television watching news believer. This is extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is 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 extremely dangerous to our democracy. In their world forever locked. Into their world forever boxed. Reality you leave behind. A prisoner of your own mind. Forever you will be deceived. Never, ever to be free. Yeah. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will ever see. Let the brood of tyranny begging for your slavery. They who have remote control, the TV know your very soul. Tune into the great receiver. Television watching news believer. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will ever see. Let the brood of tyranny begging for your slavery. They who have remote control, the TV know your very soul. Tune into the great receiver. Television watching news believer.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Now, so people that have, bot controls and stuff, see that command that I used, that's not sure. It's supposed to add it to the queue, and but it worked to play that song. But I'm not sure why the mstop command is not working and the mplay.
Hey, Helio, you got a VC verified in here, Manaroo.
Cool. Go for it, Dave.
I'm driving, but I'll say hi to him. Hello, Manaroo. What say you?
He's fucks, man.
Oh.
He's what? What did you say, Miguel?
Fucks, man. The guy that was here. That speaks weirdly,
He went to all the trouble making the account just to get banned again, huh?
Yeah, boring.
Anyway, y'all go ahead.
Anybody have any recommendations that we can? That hopefully we can play on the bot again, because I'm all talked out. Unless somebody else wants to talk.
How we're playing the music about the end of days by Vince.
Oh, there's Manaroo. All right, welcome.
The end of days, very good.
You like talking to Dave? Is that what you're saying?
No, Vince Paz. The end of days. It's in 2012 song. It's not.
Actually, can anybody else understand what he's saying?
That was an incoherent sentence. Try again, please.
It's Vince Paz from. No, it's not Flyer songs. It's never mind.
No, to be honest, we can't play copyrighted music because this is live. The YouTube really gets on our goat. I know. If we play copyrighted music on here, so yeah. But which conspiracy music guru has. We can play certain songs on here, but sometimes there's certain songs that, and I keep track of that shit because I get all the emails about it when we play it. I mean, we can play some. I get copyright claims every single day, at least 2 or 3 on the YouTube channel. So
yeah, that's
play some Chocolate Stay and he won't copyright you.
Songs. That's Stay Flat Earth songs. So.
Oh, okay. Do you want to hear? One of the Chocolate Saying songs? Oh, that's a good idea, Dave.
No, no. Let's play some Flat Earth songs. I said.
That's what I'm saying. Chocolate Saying he's a flat earther. Want to hear one of Chocolate
or
Saying?
Play Globetards.
Go. Let me find it real quick, or somebody can post it before I can find it, and we'll get that. If you guys can find it before me, go ahead and post it in live stream voice text. You probably won't find it before I do because we'll right on this.
I got it for you in the live stream.
Oh shit! See? For once, you're faster than me, Trace. Hold on, I'm not gonna click on the live stream.
Okay, I got a Flat Earth song. It's from Brainstorm. It's called Flat Earth.
Wait. Well, we'll play that next.
Yeah.
Let me try this to see if it works again like it did the last time. Let's see, play next. That's the command that for now we're going to have to use in the bot room.
I remember like in 2020, I remember in 2020 in Christmas time, in Christmas Day, it's kind of rare, but like it's kind of real. But I had to keep PG-13. This like guy in Tennessee talk about like
what?
Flat Earth.
What the hell are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about?
Oh, it's
complicated, isn't it? It's very complicated.
Wait, let me fix my mic. So,
no. Hey, listen to this song.
I'm sorry, I don't speak mumble, man. You have to be.
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
Mumble.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate Saying. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privations. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck with all these fake ass apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't, they all no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like your army needs copper fleets. With no wall to ever show for, nevermore. Been a rap for your multi-nine or scientific. All the sicker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this. You ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead. So many reasons mad at me. Cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy. All of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globetards step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, no containment. It's automatic. You sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you is like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You endless sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globetards wind up like Sub-Zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into nigga that sweet. You points obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on her head. She keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things since butter toast. When it comes to FE, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up. This crunch time, your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what you're hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums and empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately you fuck off the space. We understand there's no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your might. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to see that ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up open your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize he's smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up for the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on, thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan, never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong implicitly. We've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere in those. It's the epitome, it's not a mystery, the globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see, it's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here, or religiously, maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany, lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Yeah, that's fire.
Helio, why didn't you mention who produced the song?
Which legendary producer produced that song?
Oh, I don't know.
Glad Cyan.
To be fair, I didn't come up with the beat. I just kind of did the mixing and the mastering in the end.
I didn't know you were involved with that. It's cool.
I just did the I just did the mixing and the mastering. Like the stuff was basically already there. I didn't really do much. I did a few little bits as well, like the bit where he goes, Michelle Feller keeps rocks in the head. She keeps the family close. The bit where it slows down in the middle, that bit kind of I did that effect and I had a few other little sprinkles, but yeah, not a lot really.
Well, I didn't know that, and that's one of my favorite songs. So, nice.
Kind of polished it up a bit as well. I think you'll probably notice that he's sounding a bit clearer. I've got a piece of software that kind of models, like takes crap mics and makes them sound better, basically, and it just does it like algorithmically. So I kind of just like modeled a better mic, and it just made it sound a bit clearer. It's nice. Don't tell him I think he's got a crap mic.
Well, I'm just looking forward to more music, especially from Chocolate and Elijah.
100%. It takes a long time though.
Have you gentlemen talked to Plat92? He's here with his mic open. VC verified.
Oh yeah, he was DMing me earlier when I said I would probably have a higher IQ than Neil deGrasse Tyson on an IQ test, and then he was saying, "Oh, don't make the claim." And then I ended up blocking him because it was boring. So I doubt he's going to talk now.
Why have your mic open if you're not going to talk? Flatting on you too.
Hello. Like, you can talk.
So, can I play from you, Crypto? One song from you? Won't believe their lies. It's okay.
Yeah, if you want to.
Okay.
No, Chris, I'll copyright you. I'm just kidding.
Oh, the boot is it was crazy. I tried. Let me see. Septic is doing something on that.
producing epic content like Jeranism and Dearth. Well, he never saw crypto entering the fray. The best white rapper since Eric Debay. Now I haven't rapped along, so I don't want to boast, but my rhymes are better than the view at the coast. And right now I'm dropping some pretty sick bars, and I can't help notice that we see too far. In crypto trading, we have different kind of bars. They exist on your screen just like terraforming Mars. You can't really go there, it's just a visage. It's not a real place and it's not a mirage. Anyway, let's get back to the plane. Unlike platypus, I'm bringing the pain. Earth is flat and it does not move. Anything else and you'd have to prove. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Horizon is where the earth meets the sky. Always rises with you no matter how high. Troll questions asking, well, do you ever fly? Not high enough for the grass or nigh. Those clown shows running interference. Not even once do they make any sense. While Neil says, guys, that stuff is flat. Bill says the boats disappear over that. Well, it's time to get your story straight. Just like the flat horizon that we observe. You still think that you live on a sphere? You must have a vacuum between your ears. But that can't be true because you live in nature. And vacuums don't form without a container. Which brings me back to what I've learned. Research your flat on moving earth. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Now I don't like to be rude and I don't like to slander, so I'll keep it short just like I'm Gem Panda. The earth is a flat, stationary plane. No reification is worth the same. They tell you Coriolis is Earth-based, but that bullshit just leaves a fake taste. The sea somehow has mass appeal, but not a single evidence showing it's real. The ball is cracked for all the nations. They're still stuck on the globe plantation. Got them evoking correlation, or even worse, I am the citation. Now luckily for you, that's it from me. I'm going back to join the FE party. If mainstream consensus has got you bored, join Flat Earth 24/7 Discord 2.0. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more.
Very well done piece of music there, Crypto. Congrats.
Thank you. It's funny, I didn't thought about it for like a month. And like, when you don't listen to a song for a while, you start to like listen to all the which is the bit like hard to enjoy it.
Crypto, I love that song. I do.
Thank you. I do have some more stuff on the way. It's just
I can tell you put a lot of work into it. I love it, man. It's really good.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, I do have some more stuff on the way. It's just been a while because I've been working very hard, like up until about a week ago, and now I'm working a lot less hard, so should have some time to produce some music again, which would be nice.
Are you gonna write some more like that?
Yeah, I've already got some stuff planned out. I just need to actually get down and do it, you know.
Yeah. Anybody want to hear one of my parodies? I know it's kind of overplayed. We play them all the time, but
I wouldn't mind hearing "I'm a Believer" if you want to play that one.
it's kind of I like it. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if people was like, "Oh, that's played out," but it's one of my favorite parodies. I ain't gonna lie.
Play whichever one you want to play. It's your song, Helio.
No, I'm a Believer one is really good. And what's really cool about that, I mean, some of the other parodies that I've done, somebody else wrote the lyrics, but on I'm a Believer, I wrote the lyrics on that one. So I'm glad you like that one, Dave. Pretty cool.
There's a few songs I haven't heard in a while. There's the one that's sounds like the guys at a line dancing club or something, and talking about Glober boobies or something. They're all dumber than Silent Movie. That one, you know.
Wait,
you know the one I mean?
Dave, you're gonna have to help me with it. He doesn't understand Southern America. I don't know which one is he talking about. I've done.
I'm not sure. I don't know which one he's talking about.
Does it help if I sound a bit like this?
What? I don't do like country parodies. I guess I don't. Maybe you're thinking
one Helio did? God.
But I do declare.
I do declare. That's like a Georgia, Alabama accent. I do declare.
No, I mean, I don't know if it was you who did it, but I just remember the lyric there. Sorry?
What was it? What was it? What was it?
All right, I'm not going to do these stupid fucking voices.
No, I'm asking Crypto. What was the lyric that you're saying? It might have been one of my songs, but I mostly do like rock and roll kind of stuff, you know, for parodies and stuff. You might be thinking of something else, someone else. I have like 4 or 5, you know, parodies. There's one that we avoid, you know, that's that Ozzy Osbourne thing, because every time anybody plays that Ozzy Osbourne song on here, they block the video on YouTube and stuff. So
it's the Baller's Tears.
Yeah, the Baller's Tears video. We can't play that on here. We can, and then I have to go through a process to actually say, "Hey, it's a parody. It's not the actual song." You know why that is? It's because I fucking killed it. I sounded just like Ozzy. Anyway, I'm just.
Oh, yeah. Awesome.
No, I think it's really the bot. I think it's the music in that video is the original music. It's not like a karaoke track. It's the original music, and that's why it gets hit every time. Not because I sounded so much like Ozzy, even though he's one of my favorite singers. But anyway. But yeah, we can't play that song on here, but I do have some other ones that we can play. And I have a request from Dave Hinkle to play the old Monkey song, and I think that's kind of out of copyright field. I mean, that shit was 50 years ago. No, it was over 50 years ago. The Monkey.
I would love.
That Earth was only true in fairy tales. Meant for someone else, but not for me. You don't hear me sing it a cappella. Hold on. Moving on TV.
It's taking your globe parody. Is that one? From you, Helioseptic.
Yeah, really went, just trust me. Showed us what the Earth looks like from space. Then I saw the globe. Now I'm a believer. That's the one. Hold on, let me find it real quick.
Gotta love it. Just monkeys on a spinning ball back in the 60s. Oh, hey, with the monkeys.
Hey, with the monkeys. People say we'll monkey around. We're too busy singing to put anybody down. You remember that one? That was the theme show. That was the theme song for the show. There you go.
Yep.
I see.
I remember.
They ain't the only one.
I'm
Anyway,
not quite that old, but when I was a little kid, when I was real little, that was still on TV. So yeah.
So this song, I remember it. You know, as a little kid watching the Monkees. They only had like 2 seasons, like a television show, but they were they were kind of like the Partridge Family.
It was
They
pretty lame.
were like musical family. You know, where all that kind of shit. You know, maybe the Monkees had a couple seasons where they did this kind of shit. But anyway, so I wrote some lyrics to "I'm a Believer," which is, you know, it's a parody for "I'm a Believer." Fine. Let me see if I can. Am.
I thought flat Earth was only true in fairy tales, meant for some.
What's the dealio?
What's the dealio helio?
Why you stop it? We were just starting to get into it.
What's going on?
I don't know what's going on. Helio was attempting to play a song and it went on him.
He was right in the middle of a song and it quit. So you need to sing it now, Hank. Go ahead.
Yeah, singing's not my strong point, so I'll probably pass this time.
I'd like to hear a good Hank Hill rap song. That would be. You need to work on that.
Just say. I like Eddie Murphy's version. Lemonade, that cool, refreshing drink. We gotta win this race.
Gonna go on a late night bike ride. This ought to be fun. I better get my goggles. You ever caught a June bug in the eye going 30 miles an hour? Whew.
Not 30, but close. Is a June bug one of those big Locust, those big brown locust-looking things. Back east, or are you
Yeah,
talking about bug? What does it look like?
they're like half the size of a small marble, and they're
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah. Okay,
shelled
I
up
know what
like a
you're talking about. Yeah,
turtle almost. Yeah,
yeah. When you hit them at that speed, they feel like they're a rock, basically.
yeah, exactly.
They make this incredible like thunk, like somebody hitting you on the head with a hammer or something when they hit you. Yeah, I know what you're talking
Yeah,
I know what he was talking about when I was 12 years old. I was going downhill on a regular bike, and I got a June bug right in the eye. Almost had to go to the doctor. Here's Helio now.
Thought flat Earth was only true in fairy tales, meant for someone else but not for me. The moon landing on TV, they really went, just trust me. They showed us what the Earth looks like from space. Then I saw the globe, now I'm a believer. And not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. I thought globe Earth was more or less an obvious thing. The more I see, the less I understand. They couldn't be lying. There's too many involved. There is no
Twice, really?
What the gay was that?
There is no glove. No curve, no glove. Bye bye. The boot is
Is somebody hacking our music bot or something? What's going on?
the boot is
No,
crazy.
the rest of the song went over the curb. You can't hear it no more.
Well, it seems like Helio's messing with it. He starts to play it and then stops it.
I'm fine with them stopping it.
That's great.
What's up, Frog? Give us a full report from North Dakota. What's going on?
We're waiting on this winter crazy blizzard that's supposed to come in tomorrow.
Did somebody tell the weatherman it's April? You're not supposed to have a blizzard?
Yeah, these happen from time to time. So I'm anxious. It's been a while since I had a blizzard. It's been like 4 years, so they're kind of fun because you get to sit
Enjoy.
inside
Enjoy. I'm glad I'm not there.
and just relax and eat food and binge watch stuff.
There you go. Somebody keep talking or Helio's going to fuck up the music again.
you gonna turn on the music whether we're talking.
I tried twice and I got it shut down both times.
Yeah, well, I'm going to sleep. You guys can deal with that.
All right, good night then.
Sleep well, Josh. Turn off all your Wi-Fi and shit.
Don't forget to play. Sorry, Dave. Don't forget to play in your dream.
Mm. Mm.
Grace in the house.
Bands on the track. SB on the
I'm gonna murder this trap. Where the robot is at. The light falling apart. The models under attack. Good defenders they lack. No doubt about that. They think they are smart. But the earth can hold a fart. A second law violation. Gas pressure mediation. Solved with gravitation. Straight up invocation. There's no about it experimentation. They lied to the nation.
Granted, most just have the bald belief, going through life looking for some relief, spiritually changed, looking for that sweet release. A reckless blind faith you think brings peace, and your captors the providers of the disease. You don't get freedom but bowing and saying please on your knees, giving up your children with ease. Stop, freeze, before you go further, let me give you the keys. It is discernment and knowledge that frees the whole future and present. It guarantees with measured ease, it brings real expertise. No need for the fallacious please, my fellow detainees. Become logic trainees. It's time for you to be free, free from the cage, not lost in the rage. Turn the page, it's a new age, the return of logic. Just learn to gauge and engage, the whole world is a stage. Now it's time for you to become a flat earth sage. The earth masters fight. What do you think about that? Don't make this weird. The truth is not to be feared, unless you're a bad guy. You a bad guy? I'm gonna murder this trap, where the globe is at. The light falling apart, the models under attack. Good defenders they lack, no doubt about that. They think they are smart, but the earth can hold a fart. A second law violation, gas pressure mediation, salt with gravitation, straight up invocation. There's no valid experimentation. They lied to the nation. So we measured the earth, that was the birth of channels like dirt. Imagine the mirth, we faced our dissonance from a state of imminence. We just did the research contradicting the church, but confirming the Bible. Don't go all tribal, I find the similes within all religions. But it's not wise to follow like pigeons, that's how you get division, which leads to collision. Clear your vision and exercise precision. The globe is up for revision, but it's all your decision. So get informed and transformed, remove from the conformist swarm. Or be an NPC, you choose what to be. I cannot control thee, I can only hand you the key. Even if you disagree with logic absentee, we seem to be a blind devotee. Prepare for lesser repartee or moderation by referee. If you're here for an honest conversation, you're welcome to cultivate friendly relation, regardless of your beliefs or persuasion. But in the live stream, we require empirical verification. Belief is not enough, thinking you are tough. I know it can be rough when you don't know your stuff, and your mind is full of fluff, and your mind a global bluff, actual no power puff. I know it can be tough when belief is not enough. You need to know your stuff, or it's gonna be rough. We don't accept fluff, completely had enough of all this pointless stuff. The truth is what is tough. So join us 24/7 Flat Earth Discord if you think you have the right stuff, or you simply honestly want to know more. Until then, peace.
Hey, mic check, man.
We can hear you.
Mic check. Check it 1 2. Check. Hey, I just got a message from Sonny, man. Do you guys want to know why Sonny hasn't been around? Anybody? Oh, there's Sonny right there. Holy shit.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, why?
He's got an abscess tooth or something. And then he poured boiling water on his fucking hand or something. And he got like a 3rd-degree burn. He's basically been kind of bedridden. So maybe he can't even talk with the abscess thing, man. So he's in a lot of pain. So there you go. He said, let everybody know. So I'm doing that.
Damn, that sucks, dude.
So he'll be back soon, man. As soon as he's feeling better, he'll be back. He misses us terribly, he said, basically. It's kind of breaking his heart that he can't hang out with us, but he'll be back soon. So keep him in your thoughts and such. Helio, you're fired as a DJ, man. You're totally fired. You played your song like halfway through twice.
You're fired as a person that's on the internet, because I didn't hear a goddamn thing you said because your internet connection sucks ass.
Oh shit! Yeah.
You said you're fired as a DJ because. All right, dude. I was trying to figure out the DJ shit. Listen, usually we just. Here's your song, bro.
Thought flat Earth was only true in fairy tales. Meant for someone else, but not for me. The moon landing on TV. They really went, just trust me. They showed us what the Earth looks like from space. Then I saw the globe. Now I'm a believer. And not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. I thought globe Earth was more or less an obvious thing. The more I see, the less I understand. They couldn't be lying. There's too many involved. There is no way that this is fake. 'Cause I saw the globe. Now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. Think they're out to get me. That's the way it seems. Flat Earth has haunted all my dreams. Then I saw the globe. Now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. Then I saw the globe. Now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. Yes, I saw the globe. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm a believer.
I'm a believer. I could leave it if I tried. Thank you. Thank
Charlie
you.
connecting, dude. You chopping up. I'm chopping up, telling you you're chopping up.
Ah, you cocky fucking internet cocks. Fuck.
That's out. That's all I'm trying to do. Probably. So. See if we have any new people here. Honey Kill is convinced he lives on a spinning ball, zipping around through nothing. We've already talked to him.
That's not right.
Oh, it's incorrect. I'm sorry, Hank. Please correct me. You do not think you're on a spinning ball, zipping around through nothing, correct?
That's right.
Okay. Sorry about that. Don't see anyone else new. Shout out to Sonny. That was bad to hear about him. I'm glad when he come back and talk. You hear me say this, Sonny? We're all with you, buddy. He's a good, true soldier. Gillette Flobe thinks he's on a spinning ball, maybe. Or he's not near his mic, one or the other. Are you back yet, dude? Do a mic check. Flat Earth dude. Not here. Let's do a quick station break. I guess this is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. The best place on earth to talk about Earth. We need empirical proof of Earth's curvature via direct measurement. We need to see how the Earth is in motion, and this needs to be a repeatable experiment, provable. We also need to see evidence of gas pressure existing next to near perfect vacuums without containment. If anyone has a demonstration of that, we would love to see. That's the three main points of the globular object claims that we all got taught we live on. It's a spinning ball in space, so we need to see some evidence of that. Thank you. This has been Dead Air Dave. Now here's the next person talking, hopefully. Or not. It could be silence.
Helio, sing it again.
Yeah, you can play another one of yours if you want, Helio. How about taking your globe? That one always brings a tear to my eye.
I was hoping you'd play it again so I could tag them with mod abuse.
What's up, y'all?
A topic that you're going to bring up in 5 seconds. Go.
Put me on the spot, man. I don't know. That's why I came here. See what y'all were talking about.
Does it feel to be swimming in space herpes? That's a topic.
It's not good, you know. I asked for it to be removed, then I get space AIDS. You know, I can't win here. I've always got something.
Wait, who was saying that?
Who has space herpes? I have space herpes.
Here comes another one.
Well, there's got to be a reason that someone gave it to you. What did you say about space?
Listen, we got a little hot and heavy. Me and a fellow space herpes haver. And yeah, you know, I just contracted it. Can't get rid of it. Itches. It's just not a fun time, you know. They're black warts.
You want to continue to have space herpes?
I don't want to have any herpes. I don't think anyone wants to have any
Well,
herpes.
you keep talking like you like it. So
I don't like herpes.
Okay.
Especially
so
space
how can
herpes.
we change that? How can we give
you take it away from me?
The venom, the anti-venom. You know, how do we give that to you?
How do you administer it, or
know? Well,
No, I
you
don't.
can only administer it to yourself. Just
all
so
right,
you know.
hand it over.
But it's up to you to actually do something about it.
Is there actually something I'm missing here? I thought this was just like a meme.
You may be missing a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah, you might need to go outside and verify the rate.
That's
what they tell you. That's an inoculation right there, right?
What do I got to do?
Well, do you know who gave it to you?
I think it was Matrix. Red Pill.
Awesome.
Yeah. He gives me all these freaking... Yeah, I complained about the AIDS and he gave me herpes.
Do you know how big the Earth is?
No.
So you've never been taught that yet? I'm sorry, how big the globe Earth is. Very sorry.
Isn't the radius 33,400, 3,500?
It's roughly 4,000. You can just say roughly 4,000.
Okay.
Miles in circumference. But the question that is all on our minds is why we see over that circumference and many times over. And no matter how high we go, we always see like the eye level horizon. You know? It never like dips. It's really crazy cool, but you know, when we're told that it's supposed to dip every time that you go up off a ball. The other thing is like the moon only shows us one side, yet we can see the same moon at the exact same time in two different locations on the globe.
That was when I realized that was the
So
weirdest.
That means the globe is on the inside of two moons. That's literally what that means when you say it that way.
Well,
you literally cannot have one moon doing that.
Yeah.
Especially showing the same face.
Well, it's the same thing on a plane, right? You know, you're two people super far away and you see the same face of the moon. It's like, what the fuck?
It was weird for me to actually get that out of my head, get that. Okay. But listen to this. I actually took a picture about a week ago of where the moon was in between me and the sun on the west side. And it was projecting the shadow of the Earth on this side, like of the face that I could see. Like, what?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's trippy.
So the moon was in between the Earth and the sun at that point, right? You know, at that point where I took the picture. I
Did you
personally
post it?
I posted it on TikTok.
Just throw it in the live stream. Voice text. Yeah, I don't know, man. Moon is. I you know, we know Earth measures flat, but I don't think we're gonna know in our lifetimes what it really is completely. The moon, the sun. I was getting into like the Book of Enoch, looking into the stuff with the portals. That again, Matrix, Red Pill, pointed me towards that, and I don't know. I don't think we're ever gonna completely know what it is. I don't think we're able to comprehend what it is. But you know, still got to spread the word that shit measures flat, and it's not a fucking water ball.
Well, you said that we're not going to be able to know, but here's the thing, man. They've been telling us for hundreds of years that both go with right, right? So if that's true, and the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles, then it should be pretty easy to determine whether or not that's true or not. And, you know, I got to admit, I'm no mathematical genius. That's a fact. But I could figure it out on my own without anybody's help, right? I just learned, okay, this is how you do it. Earth curve calculator. Do a little bit of math. In fact, I didn't even use the calculator. I did the math in my head. Um, so yeah, I mean, made an observation all day, all night. I mean, I wasn't at the beach all day, but I was there for a good portion of the day, got sunburned, and then came back at night. We're night owls anyway, for the most part. But yeah, it's not one of those things to where, you know, is the moon causing the tides? That's one of the things that you're never going to know, right? But is it, you know, curving at the rate they're telling us? That's something you can definitely know.
Yeah, yeah, and but like you know, I've recognized it's flat, like many of you, but I want to know what's past that now. You know, I want to know more about the sun and moon. I want to know beneath Earth. I want to know above Earth. I want to know, you know, more of these specifics. That's what I'm really interested in. I like once I realized it was flat, I kind of like dropped it. Like once something makes complete sense to me and I know it in my head, then it's implanted in there, and I'm off to the next thing, you know. And but I can't. There's nothing really solid that you can find other than its flatness. There's really nothing else, you know, other than like the laser test. Yes, it's 100% flat, but past that, there's really nothing else you can like prove, if that makes sense. You can disprove the globe, of course, but I don't know if there's like like the next step after understanding it's flat. But then it kind of gets into like faith-based stuff, like you know, that's why I was talking about like Book of Enoch and stuff.
It doesn't have to get into the face-based stuff. I mean, it can, it does, but it's not something you need a Bible to prove. You go out into the real world and check it out for yourself.
So swimming, what was your name before? You sound like you've been around here. Have you talked on here before? Swimming and space herpes.
Yo, sorry, I'm at work, so if someone comes in, I gotta mute. But what did you say?
What was your previous name before swimming and space herpes?
Just Sailor.
You're
SAILOR.
All right, it reverted back to your original name now. So okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I thought I'd heard you before.
You will keep the role for a minute, but the
Ah,
name I can change for you.
all right, I'll take that.
All right.
I'll take what I can get.
Good work, Justin. We do have. I'm always real.
And Sailor, I
You
just
like
want to make sure you see the picture. I posted it in Livestream. My camera's kind of shitty, but you can tell.
Okay.
And I'm right next. I was live viewing it. I always look out my west side door, and I can see this view right there, like standing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, need a damn Nikon P900, man. They get a
I
nice
know.
ass picture right there.
Okay, we do have another VC verified in here. I'm always reloaded. Would you like to talk to us? Hello. I'm always. Staying on mute. Back to you, Justin. Or
Can
Hank.
we get some?
Whoever was.
Can we get some evidence for this globe? Is it really too much to ask?
I guess so. We've been asking for a while now, Hank. We still haven't got any. I don't. You'd think by now that one of these globe believers did a laser test or something, stretch 200 elevation. Come on, man.
You know, Justin, before I watch this video, I'm gonna have to read the context here. You know, YouTube put this context here for me.
I do.
So
Always.
I gotta read this context. You know, they're only looking out for me. You know, they wouldn't lie to me. So I'm gonna have to read this.
Let me guess. Flat Earth is an archaic concept that's been scientifically disproven.
You know, it was different. They changed it recently.
Yeah, they added the scientifically disproven part. I noticed that, which it hasn't been. But anyway.
How is it disproven? Can we see that science? We've only been asking for 7 years. You know, I know it takes a little while to come through with the science. You know, papers have to be published, and reviewed, and things like that.
Yeah, there's a lot of red tape and stuff. It takes time, Hank. Just be patient. They'll show us the proof one of these days.
Yeah, but 7 years? Come on, man. I was told that I had to disregard the whole body of science. So, can I just see like a fingernail clipping or something?
And I want to know, how's it been disproven when science doesn't prove things? I hear them say that all the time, don't they? Science doesn't prove anything, so that make any sense? I don't know.
I thought proof was only true in fairy tales. Somebody might need to fact check that Wikipedia article author.
The fact checkers. You gotta love the fact checker.
Yeah, if I ever meet a fact checker, I'm definitely going to ask him who died and made you king and purveyor of all truth and knowledge.
I would ask them who's fact checking them. Who's the ultimate fact checker?
The big bucks, the Soros money,
Yeah,
the
there
Gates
you go.
Fund. Because you got to reinforce the truth because you care what people on the internet believe. You don't want them believing in untruths. They might sink into poverty. If they didn't know the truth, how could they be free? So we got to pay extra money to make sure that people understand what truth is. What is truth, sir? If it comes out of my mouth, boy, it's truth.
Yeah, you're free to think exactly what we tell you. That's exactly right.
Kitty, check out the microphone. I'm back. I wanted to dispel some untruths that people think. When you use a telescope or a P900 or a P1000, when you look across Earth, you're not seeing further. You're just resolving something that you can't see with your naked eye. When you zoom in on something, you're just resolving it to a better side. You're not. It's just like people think they can see some, like with the telescope, like optical telescopes. I mean, the largest optical telescope I think is in Vatican or whatever they call it, Lucifer. But anyway, the larger the lens, you don't see further. You're just resolving something that is there. It's like with the P900 images. When you look across the ocean and you can't see the ship, and then you bring it back into view, you're actually losing most of your field of view by zooming in on that one object. You're decreasing your field of view and focusing on that one object or whatever you're trying to look at. You're not like seeing further. You're just resolving something that's already there that you can't see with your naked eye. Am I correct about this, or I mean, if I'm wrong?
I think you're technically correct. I mean, you're just the field of view. The telescope can see better than your eye. It's like it's just resolving something you could see if you're a telescope.
Yeah, I'm
something
just
like
saying,
that, right?
Yeah, you're just focused. I mean, it works similar to a microscope, right? You can't see bacteria until you look at under a microscope, right? So a microscope and a telescope work very similar. So you're decreasing your field of view to focus in on one object. So you're not actually seeing something that this is. I've been bringing this up for a long time. You probably heard me say it before, Dave. But yeah, I mean, you're actually you're decreasing your field of view, but you're focusing in on one certain thing. I mean, and so you're not actually seeing something further away. You're just actually focusing in. That's what the telescopes and these wide angle cameras or anything. That's what the purpose is to focus in on one point. You're decreasing your field of view every time. Every time you move that focus toward that object, decreasing your field of view. And so it really doesn't prove anything. It's like, I see something further than I should be able to see it. It's like, well, I mean, in a sense, that's true because, when you go through the math, on, the size of Earth, when we have our, ships over the horizon kind of thing, and we show, hey, you can't see the ship, and then you zoom in on it. When you zoom in, you're decreasing your field of view and you're focusing on that boat. And you couldn't see it, now you can see it. But now you can't see left to right horizon, you're just focusing in on the boat. But it's, that boat's 10 miles away. It's like, how the fuck am I seeing this boat? Pardon my French. Well, but that works for every time you use a magnifying lens. It's you're not seeing further. You're just your focus is on that object that you're zooming in on. You're not seeing further. You're just pulling it closer to you in the image, or whether it's a telescope, binoculars, camera. And if I'm totally off on that, you guys let me know.
If you were off on it, I would have stopped you the first time you said it wrong.
All right. Yeah, no. Like, let's zoom in. I mean, it's like, let's zoom in on and focus on this object. That's why I love that, like the P900 footage where there's like they zoom out and you see the horizon. Zoom in on a boat. You can see the entire boat again when you couldn't see it with the naked eye. Love that, man.
Hey,
But you're not seeing something that's not there. You're just showing that Earth cannot be what they told us it is. Go ahead, Hank.
I gotta say, I really love the.
My bad.
I really love the part when you asked Dave a question and he went to answer, and you just like rumpused all over. He answered it. Isn't that great?
Oh, it's not great. I'm an asshole.
And I'm just pointing it out.
No, that's cool.
Hey, we
I'm
all
sorry.
do it. We all
I'm
talk
sorry,
over
brothers.
Dave. That's why Dave says that he's going to shut
Well,
up.
half the time Dave is roboting, but that's not why. If I was talking over him,
But not
I
today.
apologize.
No, bro, we
Dude,
all do.
no.
I'm giving you a hard time.
I know. I'm sorry. Sorry for
But
that.
you do that. I think I see Sonny. Man, look at all those rolls. You got enough butter for them rolls, Sonny? Yeah, bro. I hope you get to feeling better soon. I know you will. The body is self-healing and self-regulating, so you should be back after it before too long. Those burns really suck. Aloe vera plants are the best, I think. I've had
Did he
lots of
burn his
burns in my
house?
life.
Did he burn his house down again?
No. I think I heard he burned his hand. I don't know if any of that's true.
I'm just messing with him. He did tell a story where he almost burned his entire apartment complex one time. But I'm just messing with him. I'm just busting his balls.
Yeah, victim of mod abuse. Won't walk straight for a week.
I love Sonny to death, man. I love that dude.
So can we get some of that Caravature? Where's that at? Where's that proof? If Professor Dave wasn't a sleazy, slimy, little four-worded, four-eyed,
one-eyed, one-horned, prime purple people eater. What was that?
I feel like when we talk bad about Dave, like his audience that's like monitoring us, they get so butthurt and brave they come in. So that Dave guy, he couldn't really string a sentence together. He thought he was going to win the debate over, just straight up, word salad. And, he showed his ignorance and then projected it onto the other Dave, You know, so there's a lot of mirroring in there. So yeah, that Professor Dave. You know, first time I ever heard him speak. I gotta say, I've been doing this 7 years. Never heard
No,
a word come out of that dude's mouth until the other day.
I've heard him speak on his videos, but the first time he's ever talked to a flat earther was what 3 days ago, 4 days ago. I mean,
Yeah, because I mean, look at where I've been. Right, I've been on Red's Rhetoric. You know, I've been 9 to 1. You know, and it's like this Professor Dave guy just hides behind his YouTube channel. Why would I ever give him the time of day? You know, he's hiding, and then he finally comes out and he debates like for the first time. It's like, okay, you're entering my realm, so maybe I'm gonna do a little homework, find out who this guy is. You know.
here's a clip. I'm not sure if everyone's heard. I actually haven't looked at it yet, but I just found this on David Wise's channel. You know, it's 4 minutes long. This is one that I saw it earlier today, but I didn't listen to it. I'll post it here in the chat. This is what him talking to Professor Dave. If the bot was working, I'd play it, but it's not. So.
Man, I wish I could DoorDash on my bike so bad, but I signed a contract.
What does the contract say? You have to use a car?
Probably. I didn't read it, but probably.
What is going on with the bot? I'm gonna have to get with them to go on that shit.
I knew that you know, it's one of those things where it's like all liabilities on you. You know, we're gonna stand by and make the money, and you know, all the risk is in your hands, and basically sign here. And I was like, yeah, I agree. It's always in my hands. You know, every time you get behind the car, every time you pull the trigger, you know, you're responsible every time. So I was like, fuck it, I'm not gonna read this shit. I know what it says, basically.
Yeah, I mean that goes for every app that you know that you log in with your Google account on, you know, all that kind of stuff. It's just like I already know what it says. Yeah, I subject myself to. I mean, that includes our Discord accounts here. You know. Yeah, I mean this Discord account is associated with my Google account. You know, pretty much the same thing. It's like they make it easy when you download a new app that you're like, oh, this is a cool app. And it's like, hey, you want to sign in with your Google account? Oh, yeah. Maybe on the, I mean, you can be choosy, but you're still going to have to sign up with an email account. I mean, you can, they're directly connected with Google. Like, oh, it's easier just to click Google. Boom. All right. Now this app is associated with the Google account. Like, oh, that was easy enough.
I really wish that we could take that debate and, you know, 30-second piece it out and really, you know, I really want to
30-second
caramelize his.
debate.
No, piecemeal it out. You know what I mean? Because if you play someone else's stuff, you can't get copyrighted if it's for educational purposes only, and you know, you stop it every 28 seconds or whatever and
Yeah,
talk
you
about
can
what
do
they
that.
just said.
Dude, Hank, if you can capture some screen grabs of anything, yeah, we can actually make, you know, a couple minute videos of anything. we give just some commentary. We just like go in a separate room, just like play it, say, hey, play like 15 seconds, and be like, oh, this is bullshit, or whatever we want to say about it. And yeah, you can make commentary on anything. You can grab it from Fox News, CNN. You can grab it from Professor Dave's channel. That's all legit. But you just have to make sure that you set it up right. You know, as long as it's only for commentary and stuff, then you can grab that. But if you just play their entire video, you can't just grab their content and play the whole thing and put it up on your channel. But yeah, that's what's it called when you do that, where you make commentary on
Copyright infringement. Oh,
no.
for educational purposes.
Well, no, there's another word for it. I can't. Where you're just making commentary on portions of their video.
Right.
Anyway, you're allowed to do that. You can just grab a portion of their video, make some comments on it.
I guess I should probably watch the debate first.
What debate? Dave's?
I haven't seen it.
You talk about
I've only
Dave
heard a
versus
few
Dave.
clips. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Because I want to get those Professor Davers in here. Because all they've heard is Dave whispering in their ear like Jafar, like let me have the princess.
You haven't
And
listened
nobody's
to
up
it
there.
Yeah,
I've
fair
heard
use. That's
pieces.
what it is. Sleepy Joe said that's it. It's fair use. Yeah, you can just capture any portion of like a public video or from anyone's channel and kind of like play it, give commentary. As long as you're not like totally playing the whole video and making making their video the main focus. You just
Who are these people that are in here? Manareer? You got a mic on you, do you? Have you talked to Manareer today, guys? No mic. What about Sleepy Joe? He's VC verified. You guys talk to him?
Manaru's deafened, so he can't even hear us right now.
That's very astute of you. I appreciate that.
He might be listening on live stream. We don't know.
Looks like we got a skeezy Keeger. Would it be so wrong to just unmute him here? Or shall we go upstairs to the VC check-in? Skeezy, if you go up there.
No, go ahead and unmute him.
How do you unmute him? Because I just got a server mute.
I just did. No, that's what it is. You just right
click. Did
click.
he split? Oh yeah, I don't have a right click.
Oh no, he left. As soon as I unmuted him, he left.
That's a skeezy Keeger right there, bro.
That is. That's some skeezy stuff.
Can we get some of the Northerners on here? Or a Westerner?
What'd you say, Master Chief?
I said, nah, I think he just hurt his feelings.
Hey, he didn't get his feelings hurt yet. He left before he got his feelings hurt. So
Nah, he felt his feelings get hurt before you unmuted him. He was like, oh shit, my feelings hurt. Gotta go. He was like, fucking bastard, fucking unmuted me, hurt my feelings, gotta leave.
How about Plat 92? What you got? That ain't platypus, is it?
Nah, I don't think so. Let's safely assume it is not.
Yeah, because he's not banned from here. Platypus.
We had all these VC verified people in here, and they're just, hiding under the radar, taking notes because they want to debate Flat Earth one day. Hey, Plat, what's up, bro?
Try to figure it out.
We got Katsura as another VC verified. Hey, we're
infiltrated.
We're not as scary as we sound, are we?
Not as scary as The Exorcist.
Yeah,
It's not
hi.
like I'm gonna. Oh, is that Platt?
No, Kotsura.
Matsura, what's up, bro?
Yeah,
Are you Japanese?
hey. No.
What kind of name is that?
It's a made-up name.
Cool. Those are my favorite. So are Japanese
Yeah.
names. They're made up too.
It sounds a bit Japanese, I agree.
It does. It's almost like Akura.
Yeah, Akura.
So, what is the shape of the Earth in your opinion?
That stuff is flat.
Oh, okay. I see that you're a Neil deGrasse Tyson fan. Okay, I see what's up.
How can you not be?
He is
I
an
have a
entertaining,
question.
fuzzy little guy, isn't he?
I have a question for Kutsura. How did you find our server? Did a friend invite you, or did you see it on YouTube or somewhere?
No, I've been here for more than a year.
On the same account?
Yeah,
Well, why don't you have a role yet?
I used to. Used to have a flat earther role, and then for some reason it got changed to skeptic, globe skeptic. So I thought that leaves some room for doubt. I have no doubt about the shape of the Earth.
Well, what would be your
If not,
three best proofs or evidences that makes you think that the world is flat?
so you mean 3 points? First
He's been here.
one.
That'd be a start. I mean, if you understand, if you've been here for a year and you've listened to what we're saying,
Yeah, I have. So
yeah, go ahead.
First one being no curvature, second no spin, and third one vacuum of space being a contradiction or violation of natural law. So yeah,
Well,
those are 3 main points, and I can expand on each point if you like.
Sure. Well, but I'm really more interested in how you came across the information and what your experiences your experience was prior to that. Were you did you find flat Earth after you were already conspiratarded like some of us were? I don't know.
Yeah. Flat Earth is probably the last conspirator. Last point, but that was the biggest one.
Did you
Before
avoid
that,
it? Did you avoid it at first when you first looked at it? It's like,
oh yeah, it's like
yeah, you look into that. That's dumb.
I wouldn't touch it with wouldn't even come close to it because there used to be what stopped me was people saying that CIA to discredit truth movement or people searching for truth. They put some ridiculous stories, and flat Earth being one of them. So if you're into flat Earth, you're automatically discredited as a nutcase.
Yeah, but you were already one of those nutcases because you didn't buy into the mainstream narrative, right? Or is that what you're saying? I'm not putting it on you.
Sorry, I had an incoming call, so that got me muted, I think.
No, I was just saying
Well, we
you
can
were
still hear
already
you.
looking into. It sounds to me. It sounds like you were looking into other aspects of quote unquote conspiracy before that, right?
Yeah. But that was long before. Like, what got me started on conspiracies was 9/11. But way after 9/11, I think I looked into flat Earth in sometime 2017. I said, what the heck? It's like, what damage could be done if I research a bit about it? So that happened around 2017. And in like, at that time, YouTube used to have live streams, like 24-hour streams, streaming flat earth content, ODD, and other YouTubers, 200 proofs, stuff like that. And that got me interested, like non-stop watching for several weeks. So I was pretty much convinced around that time. And then I came across this server that was around December last year. No, not last year, not 2021, 2020. Joined your server. At that time spoke to Miggy, I think Miggy and QE. Got taken through.
Surprised you don't have a role. You know, you don't have the flat Earth role yet.
No, I used to have.
I'm just curious. You did with the same account?
Yeah.
Really weird to me. I've been here almost the whole time that this server has existed.
So, as I said before, used to be flat earther, so just kept quiet. You know, I like to listen instead of talking. So,
Well,
you know.
Glad you're talking to us
tonight. So I was made by someone globe skeptic. I didn't like that. I'm no globe skeptic. I'm flat earther. I have doubt about the shape of the Earth, or at least surface of it. So I thought instead of being a globe skeptic, I would rather have no role at all.
No, I get it. Yeah, I wouldn't want to have the. I mean, the globe skeptic role. I'll tell you what. I mean, as far as the roles go, the three major roles are flat earther, globe skeptic, and globe earther. Now,
yeah.
When you get those one of those three roles, that means that you've talked to the moderators. You're a participant here, and you're a respected member of the server. And so when we click on someone's name and see one of those three roles, that means you've been an active participant here.
Oh, okay. I've been pretty inactive, so I like to listen instead of participate. I've got more to learn than to share.
That's cool. Hey, man. Hey, just like keep hanging out. If I see you around and you participate in in voice rooms, or if you're active in the server, then we can give you that flat Earth role. I won't give it to you now. It's the first time I've talked to you, but
no, it's okay. I don't mind being without a role. The only one you have to convince is yourself. I'm not trying to convince someone I'm a flat earther.
Cool. Yeah, I mean it's the first time I met you. So yeah, cool. If you're interested in what we're doing here, the more you participate, your roles just we give roles based on participation here.
Oh, okay. I understand. Okay.
Cool. I mean, I'm glad you opened your mic tonight and talked to us.
Thank you. It's nice to talk to you. I heard you plenty on live stream, like in different states of mind. I like listening to you.
Well, you and I'm trying to figure out your accent. You're in some part of Eastern Europe, but
originally, yes. I live in Australia, but originally I come from Ukraine.
Oh, Ukraine. See.
Mm-hmm. Do you have Get Beget in mind? Does it sound similar?
Sort of. Yeah.
Je Bige.
Yeah, he's not a moderator yet, but I think he will be one day. But yeah, so you know Jebby J? Have you talked to him before?
Yes, I have.
Cool dude.
Do you have anything else to ask me, or are you right?
I think Hank has all the questions.
Okay.
Hank's probably busy. No, sure. I mean, yeah, if you just want to keep listening.
Yeah, cool. Thank you, Helio.
Just sit back, listen, participate, and then if you like what we're doing here, then the more you participate, then we'll.
Okay. Yeah, I do like what you're doing. Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Talk to you later.
Talk to you later, Kutsura. What's up, Metal Lark? In the house?
How you doing?
Good. What are you up to?
Just trying to finish up some reading. How about you?
I'm actually about to hit my head on the pillow pretty soon. I'm gonna eat some dinner and then
About to go night night.
not too far from that. I'm a 9 to 5er, and it's 10 p.m. for me. So.
How was work?
How's work? Steady. That's about much I can say about it. I'm, you know, I make money for my employer, and I don't feel appreciated. But that's the story for another time. Which I'll never tell. It's my choice to work for a company that doesn't appreciate my talents.
Working hard, man.
Yeah, they can go fuck themselves.
I'm not a salesman. I'm a woodworker. I'm a cabinet maker.
No, I said go fuck themselves. Yeah.
Hey, but they're really nice. As far as like they don't treat me bad, except for there's certain ways that they inadvertently treat me bad. Is like you don't notice how good I am at my job, and anyway.
So they manipulate their words. They manipulate you using their words is what they do.
What's up with them? I've been working for people like them for a long time, so anyway, doesn't matter. So what you been up to, Lemon? Oh, he left already. He didn't want to hear me bitch about being a 9 to 5er. The other fivers here.
I can give you a high five if that's what you want.
High five back at you.
All right. Huh.
They can be somebody like Hank. He gets to pick his hours because he drives. Like I clock in on my app and bring people food for a living.
Man, I don't get to pick nothing. I'm not a free man. I got to get permission
I
to
don't
pick
even
my
know how that
nose.
works. I mean, I wouldn't even know what that's like. I know I have to wake up at freaking 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning and go to work, and then come home. this. Other than that, so yeah, I wouldn't even imagine what's that like. What's it like being a driver? I used to deliver pizzas like back in the day, and I was an assistant manager at back in the day. Talking like 20 years ago, I was an assistant manager at a Pizza Hut delivery joint, right? And I would get there, open the store, prepare by myself, prepare all the dough. I'd get there at freaking 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, prepare all the dough, get all that shit ready. And once the cooks got there, then I'd start driving. I'd drive for 10 hours, delivering all the pizzas and stuff. So, yeah, I made some pretty good money back then. It was a good job. I loved it. But I was in my 20s, you know. Except for that one time when some dude came into the delivery unit and he pointed it looked like a 38 or maybe a 45, pointed at my face and said, "Where's the money?" And I was like, "It's right over here. Ain't my money. Go ahead and take it." And he took the money. And I was like, I'm glad he didn't shoot me. And that wasn't the first time I had a gun pointed at me while I was delivering pizzas in Little Rock. It was one of the times that I had a gun pointed at me. Hey, Hank, did you ever have a gun pointed at you while you're delivering food?
Talk about
somebody trying to rob you while you're delivering food and with a gun.
One time. No, not with a gun.
Yeah, I've had it happen a couple of times. Well, that was back, in my 20s. It's like 20 years ago.
I've had a 45 pointed at me. I had a 9mm pointed at me. I had a shotgun pointed at me. I had officers point all three of those guns at me, and they had a canine on me. Yeah.
It's not fun to have a gun
No.
at you. No, it's not fun.
No. And the other 3 times that I've had those guns pointed at me weren't even by cops at all. So I'm just gonna say Allah saved me, you know.
Fun to be underneath the gun,
looking down the barrel of a 45.
It was crazy that one night I was working late. I should have locked the door. I was the assistant manager. I was like in charge at that Pizza Hut delivery unit. Should have locked the front door because it was late at night. And I was in the back washing dishes, right? And the cook was still out front, whatever. And I had freaking radio playing music loud and shit in the back while I was washing dishes. Like, hey, we're gonna close this out. I gotta, do my, shit at the end of the night. Do the receipts and shit. And I was sitting there like in front of the sink washing dishes, and my buddy, the cook, he was like, "Hey, Dennis," and I think I heard him, but then he was like, "Hey!" And he started screaming. He's like, "Hey, Dennis!" And then I turned around, and this fucking guy had a gun to his head, and I was like, "Oh shit! I should pay attention right now." So I turned around and was just like, "Hey, bro!" And I put my hands up, and he pointed the gun at me. He said, where's the cash register? And here's what I did. I said, right this way. It's right up here. Because I didn't have a gun. I mean, what the fuck am I supposed to do? And it ain't my money anyway. So I was like, I'm going to let him to the cash register. I opened it up, took the money, ran out. I was like, well, thank God we didn't get shot. So that was an interesting night. He had a bandana over his face. I didn't see his face. I couldn't recognize him. It was like, who did this? I couldn't tell you, man. I know he was a black guy. Well, I know.
That's racist.
Not racist. I'll just tell you. Well, he had,
I'm just saying.
he had brown skin. He had brown skin. I have like semi. My skin's not brown, but this dude did have brown skin. And you know what's really interesting? He was like, he came into the place, he was holding a bandana over his mouth. Instead of tying it around, he just held it over his face, and he used his right hand to, like, and as a matter of fact, when he first came back, once he got the cook from the front to come back and ask me where the cash register was, because I had the key, I couldn't understand what he was saying. It's like, where's the cash register? It's like, what? And then I put my hands up. He's like, where's the cash register? And then I was like, oh, okay, you're robbing us. Oh, yeah, the money's up here. Go ahead and take it. It's not my fucking money anyway. Ass. So, yeah.
How much money do you guys usually carry?
Drivers? Well, back then, it was checks or greenbacks. But today, I mean, ask Hank. I mean, he rarely deals with cash. Do you, Hank? Well, he's probably not. I don't see him in here. Yeah, I think people rarely deal with cash anymore. But back then, it was checks or greenbacks. Then, and yeah, I used to have a lot of cash on me. I was driving around in parts of Little Rock that you shouldn't be driving around in with that much cash. That was one of the times I got robbed at that job. I said I was robbed at gunpoint a couple of times while I was doing that job. Say, hey, you want a pizza? It's like one time, there was another time, somebody ordered a pizza for a house that was empty. I showed up, and these two fucking little punks like watched me walk up to the door, knock on the door. It was dark. It was like the house was empty. It was like nobody lived there. And then I was like, oh shit, I'm walking back to my car, and they're like, they just step out of the shadows and was like, hey, they have this, it looks like it might have been a BB gun, 22 rifle. I think it was probably a BB gun. It's like, if a BB gun hurts really bad when it's right up against your head anyway. So I'm like, all right, what the fuck is this? And anyways,
Over some pizza?
They said lay on the. Yeah, they ordered the pizza to an empty house so they could rob me. Dude, and
That
they
was
came
pretty
out with
good.
this gun. It was really dark. I couldn't see what type of gun it was. Dude, if they met me now, they would regret that shit. I'd pull that fucking rifle out of their hand and beat them both of them over their fucking head with it. Anyway, but I was young at that time, and anyway, so they got me on the ground, took my wallet, pulled all my money out. Freaking, they didn't even take the pizza, and I didn't carry a lot of the cash for change and shit back then. I mean, I only
If I
carried
robbed you, I'd
enough.
take the pizza too. So
Yeah,
I'd be
I know.
hungry.
That's what's so dumb. That's what's so dumb. They didn't even take the fucking pizza. And there was another time I got robbed. Shit, I worked at this place for a couple of years. There was another time I got robbed, but it wasn't at gunpoint. It was just like I was at a house getting a pizza or delivering a pizza, and some fucking punk, like 13-year-old, freaking reached in my car and freaking pulled my cash bag out of there. It was yeah, it was stupid. I was young, and so was he and everybody else working there.
Wait,
It's like,
why did you keep working if you were getting like robbed like so much? Like
it was
there.
the funnest. It was one of the funnest jobs I've ever had. It was so fun. That place was badass, bro.
Did you like carry a gun on you after the fact?
I would, I wish I would have back then, but at the same time, I might have got myself killed if I actually did
Yeah, they
carry
would have
it
shot,
with
yeah.
me. Yeah. Or I might have killed somebody, and I don't want to do that.
Yeah, 'cause
So
nobody
I'm
wants to
still
do that.
alive. I'm still alive. But yeah, I got robbed several times when I was working for that in that part of Little Rock. It was freaking crazy. But I really had, for the most part, I freaking loved that job. I had so much fun. As a like early 20s. It was in my early 20s. I worked there for like 2-3 years. I had a really good time. I was an assistant manager there. And, I had a really good time working. There were just a few problems with that.
Wait, as a pizza delivery guy, do you drive your own car or do you drive like a car they give you?
No, at that time, yeah, that was my car. I was driving.
Do you have to like smack a pizza thing on the top of it?
Hey, you put a sign on your car. Drive it around. Sometimes it were in the freaking middle of it. This is where you make your most money. Freaking ice storms, snowstorms. Nobody's going out to get food, but you know how to drive in weather like that, then bro, you're making shitloads of money.
Everybody's like, please give me pizza. I don't want to go out of my
It's
house.
like they don't care if it's cold when they get it. It's like they
They don't
call
care
it
if it's
in.
$100. There's like,
Dude, we'd
give
have
me.
freaking orders rolling over the counter, and just like we can't promise we're going to get it to you in 30 minutes, an hour, or 2 hours. And so I'm just like, I have stacks of cash in tips because I brought a pizza to their fucking house. They give me a $10 tip and shit on a pizza that they paid
You were
$20 for.
rolling. You're like,
Oh
please
yeah.
be an ice storm.
Yeah, I like that job because I was making a lot of money working it. I was making a lot of that job, and I was like 23, 24. It was fun. When all right, it was still fun getting held up at gunpoint. 'Cause I didn't think that motherfucker was going to shoot me anyway, but
Well, it's fun after the fact. It's not fun during.
it wasn't. But I didn't think he was going to shoot me. I was like, well, this ain't my money. Go ahead and take it.
I know,
All I have
but
to
some
do
people
is
just want to kill somebody.
yeah, well,
Because, like, explain the
it's not,
reason.
it's never fun getting held up.
Yeah, yeah. I actually have been too. I was in Atlanta. Me and my best friend, he's like 23, and we were going to the gas station. The gas station's pretty like there's like security guards outside of it with like AR-15s and stuff. Like it's a like prime spot for like crime or whatever. So we were walking up to the gas station. Me and my friend had our backpacks on or whatever. And this guy comes up to us and he's like obviously drunk, like wasted. And he's like, "Give me all your money," and stuff like that. And we were just like, "Okay." And man's literally shoots at the ground. And I
He has
was
an
like,
AK-47. You said?
no. He had like a Glock. The
Oh
security
no,
guards had AR-15s.
oh, AR-15.
And the security guards run and tackle him, and he was just being really dumb, and it was actually really scary at the time because I think I was like maybe 12, so it was like pretty scary because like having a gun held up to you when you're 12, that's pretty like
Oh yeah,
scary.
fuck yeah.
But
Yeah, the first time I had a gun pointed in my face was, at the pizza. That's the first time I.
and another thing that happened to my friend's dad is um my friend's dad cut somebody off by accident, and the guy was like really drunk and like driving under the influence, right? He gets out of his car. I think it was are they called 5.7s? I don't know. It's like a Magnum, like a revolver, whatever. And and he shot at my friend's dad and missed every shot. And it was like a big target too, like it's a car, you know? He missed every shot. And then got arrested, of course, for 20 years for having a unlicensed gun and driving under the influence. And what would that?
So somebody shot at your dad when you were with
No,
him.
no, my friend's dad got shot at.
Oh, your friend's dad. He got shot at, and the guy that was shooting with
Was
a pistol missed every
uh,
shot.
yeah. I thought it was pretty funny.
How
He's
far
like,
away was he?
I don't have that information, but
Well, like
so
15 yards, maybe.
probably, yeah. So I mean, cutting somebody off, so you're probably in front of them, right? Like at a stoplight. So maybe like yeah. Um, I just thought it was
I
really
mean,
funny.
it's really difficult, to be honest, unless you know how to use a pistol. You can be really off, especially like your first shot has to be the target shot, because if you shoot them in succession, you won't be able to
Yeah, like
shoot.
the recoil,
Yeah, the recoil will throw everything else off, so you have to be ready for it. If you don't know
especially
how
with
to
a
use
gun with
them,
that
yeah,
power.
yeah.
So, um,
That's crazy, bro. So he didn't hit him at all.
no.
He was fairly.
So the story was my friend's mom called him and was like screaming on the phone. And he came back and he was like really out of breath because he like ran downstairs. And he came back and he's like, "My dad just got shot at." And we were like he sounded like he died. Like my friend said it in a way like he sounded like he got killed. And we were just like all super worried for him. And he's like, "Oh no, he missed all the shots and got arrested for 30 years." It's like then we just like laughed it off and it was pretty funny. Like 30 years of prison
What
just
else?
for that.
Yeah, 30 years is pretty heavy for something like that.
Well,
I mean, attempted murder. Usually, I mean, isn't that like maybe 10 years?
but he's driving under the influence, and he had an unregistered gun, and it was an illegal gun in our state,
What state?
Georgia.
That's
So
pretty. It's still pretty heavy.
yeah, I don't know.
30 years.
That's a long time.
Holy fucking shit!
That's like that's not even worth it. It's not even worth
I
it.
mean, especially when he's too dumb to even figure out how to kill somebody.
He can't even hit a freaking big car,
He can't even
SUV.
figure out how to use that pistol. When you're that close. I mean, well, either way. I mean, maybe they just left him in there to rot because he's that much of a danger to the public.
He might
Can't
have
figure out
like
how to use a gun.
prior offenses
He
on his
might
record.
have. He might have. There might be
I
a
don't know.
third
I didn't
strike.
really get that much information on it because
That's crazy though, man. It's like, but yeah, if you're not familiar with a pistol, you better make the first shot work. And if you're going to carry a pistol, you should practice with it before you ever
obviously
try.
if you have a gun license, yeah. My dad does, and he carries one on his like waist just in case, you know. But it's when we go into like the city, it's pretty dangerous out there. Um, Atlanta is like one of the top hubs of like human trafficking, and so it's like pretty scary. There's like people on the side of the roads with like guns on their back, and like there's like homeless people that like try to like I don't know. I don't even know what they try to do. They just like
So,
try to come
so
up to
you're in
you.
Atlanta?
Hmm.
Yeah. Well, I grew up in Little Rock, and that's pretty fucking crazy there too.
Yeah, I don't know. I was watching like a documentary on like some gangs and stuff, and that
Yeah,
stuff is
Gangs in
crazy.
Little Rock is an HBO series. Did you watch that?
Oh, oh yeah, I think I watched that where there's
Yeah,
like
I mean
different
it's
territories.
like late '80s, early '90s, and stuff. But they're associated gangs from LA and stuff. You know, but anyway, that's
Yeah, I saw it.
an
It's
old.
like there's like a neutral territory, and then there's like different like lines, and it's like
That ain't no
weird.
joke, man. Little Rock's like that, bro. People freaking yeah, it's crazy, man. People
Like
just
you just walk on the street, and you just get shot at for no reason.
well, I mean, I walked around in the ghetto, and
Was it scary down there?
I ain't gonna say it wasn't scary, but they didn't mess with me too much because I lived there. A lot of people got to know me, like in certain parts of like where I live.
Yeah, there in like those gangs, it's like those gang infested areas, reputation just like all of like what
Yeah,
it is all the
I
time.
wasn't in. I was in North Little Rock. North Little Rock is a
Let
little
me
different, but anyway, but like I wasn't associated with gangs, but I just kind of like they were and all. Just like I really once you get to know certain people and then like don't be fucking with that white boy.
exactly like that.
So anyway, so yeah, I lived in downtown Little Rock. Well, I grew up in that area, so it was like it wasn't scary to me. You know, I could go all over different parts of Little Rock. It didn't really. It was. I wasn't scared because I grew up in that. I mean, they can tell when you're scared or when you're not scared. Look, I can walk all over Little Rock. Nobody's gonna mess with me. Or if they do mess with me, then not gonna want to mess with me.
Because you
I'm not
got
even. I don't live in Little Rock anymore. I live in Fayetteville now, which is
wait, isn't that here in Georgia?
Fayetteville, Arkansas. It's
Oh,
northwestern
I think
Arkansas.
we have Fayetteville here too, right?
Yeah, they have a Fayetteville. There's a Fayetteville probably in every state.
Really? Wait, let me
But I
see.
mean, you know where the
Yeah,
Razorbacks, Arkansas
yeah.
Razorbacks. That's where I live. I live in northwestern Arkansas. That's where
How
the
many
Razorbacks are from. Yeah. That's the
Fayettevilles
college.
are there?
Yeah, that's the Arkansas College. Razorbacks.
There are 13 places.
Dude, the basketball team almost made it to the.
Fayetteville has 13 places. 13 cities are named Fayetteville. Let's see 'em.
Fayette.
There's one in Alabama, Arkansas, Georgia, Illinois, Indiana, Missouri, New York, North Carolina, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Texas, and West Virginia.
Yeah, one of the bigger ones is in North Carolina. Fayetteville, North Carolina, is one of the bigger cities too, and but Fayetteville, Arkansas, is where the that's the college. That's where the Arkansas Razorback team is,
I'm not.
and it's also where Walmart exists. It's the corporate entity of Walmart is.
I feel
Or
like um, a lot is here in Atlanta. Like, there's so many famous people here for some reason. I don't know why. Like, so my sister goes to, like, college parties, and she sees, like, all these famous rappers just, like, chilling around and, like, performing there. I don't know. Like, weird.
Atlanta's a pretty hot city.
I don't know. I don't really like it that much. Maybe because I've been living here for a long time.
I wouldn't want to live there.
Yeah, me neither. But I have to. I'm I'm almost I'm almost 18, and then I can move out. Once
Do you
I
have any
turn,
idea where you want to go?
so I want to go to Georgia Tech and uh
Where's that?
pursue.
Where's that at?
It's in the middle of Atlanta. I mean, I don't. The reason why I want to go there is because what they offer is really good for what I want to do. I want to
Yeah,
be a
you gonna
cybersecurity
get a
architect.
scholarship?
Yes.
Yeah,
I
well, you
have
might as
a.
well. Might as well. You're already there.
I think
They're gonna give you a
my
scholarship. Might as well.
average right now is like a 4.2, which is fine. I mean, I have a little like leverage because my dad knows people at the college, so it's like I have a
Oh,
good
dude, yeah. Take advantage of that, man. If you're gonna go to Georgia Tech, man,
I have a
freaking
good enough GPA to get into the school without it, but it's like that's just like
dude,
the
take advantage of every opportunity
yeah.
you have. And if you want to go somewhere else besides Georgia, wait until you.
I was
you know,
considering MIT, but
oh well, if you can get a scholarship to MIT, that might even be better. But you won't have as much support there because you're not close to home.
I go to a STEM high school, which is what is like affiliated with Georgia Tech and like major healthcare colleges and stuff like that. And so basically my school like endorses people to go to Georgia Tech. So it's like I can get all my cybersecurity credits, like my networking credits, my like computer science credits from my school. And then I'm dual enrolling at Georgia Tech right now. And so I'm taking some of their classes. Pretty cool. It's a lot of work though, and I don't really like doing it, but it's worth it.
So and you'll be close to your family. I mean, that's really kind of a lot. That's really important. I mean, you don't want to move away from your family. It's especially when you're this young. You want to kind of stay close to your family, especially if you have an opportunity like that. I recommend that you go ahead and take what they're offering you at Georgia Tech. To be honest.
And it's a very good college. A lot of the people who come out of the college are making 100K plus. So it's like a very good opportunity for me. And I want to be a cybersecurity architect like my dad. So it would be pretty good for me.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, man. Stay close to home, especially if you have an opportunity like that, and support of your family. Yeah, go ahead and stay, man. Try to leave.
Hey guys,
So
Yeah, what's up?
me and my brother are having this argument. We just want to get someone else's opinion.
Hey, I'm gonna
All
be
right,
gone for about 5 minutes. I'm gonna be listening though, Benny's. I'm gonna listen.
that's all
I'll be
good.
listening to.
Anyone can join in. Um, do you guys think Chris Rock and Will Smith slap or whatever? Do you think that was staged, or do you think that was like just Will Smith kind of
Can
being
we
No,
a
that
not
was real.
can we not talk about that? Because this is flat Earth and that's live stream stuff. So no, please no. Do you have a question about flat Earth?
No, I was just talking. They were talking about college. That's not flat Earth, is it?
No, but
Apparently.
in college you learn a lot of stuff. Not talking about the stage and actors. That's not learning anything.
Okay, well, I mean, it was just a question. It was just kind of
I'm
like,
sorry, but this is live broadcasted on YouTube. It's monetized. So please keep it on topic. Thank you. I mean, truly, what are you doing here, Benny's?
No,
Do
that
you
was
just
my
want to
brother.
derail the conversation to something that has no relevance here?
No,
I'm
no,
just
dog. No,
saying
that. No, 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 no. That's not. That's not what
that's
that's
what it
about.
sounded like. We don't need to derail anywhere on stage. We don't need to talk about the stage. Talking about
Yeah,
Earth,
I'm
reality.
not. That's not what I'm trying to do. I was just wondering.
I
I
know.
thought it was.
But this is live streamed. You have to understand that. Anybody that's listening would hear that. Just letting you know. Try to keep it
No, yeah, no,
about
I
Earth. It
know.
would be nice. I mean, education is one thing. School is one thing. Talking about actors is a completely irrelevant thing. I'm sorry if you feel like I'm attacking you, but I'm not. I would say this to anyone.
No, no, I get it. I mean, I was on here for like 7 hours yesterday, talking with Gemsy, and we were pretty on topic. Obviously, we derailed to talk about quote unquote like educational things or conspiracies that relate similar to flat Earth and a little different, but I don't know, just community, I guess, is what we.
I just feel that bringing that topic up though is kind of well off and irrelevant here. I mean, we really don't need to be speaking about it. We don't. There's only
Well, no, I mean,
opinions.
I have the same
I
opinion
have
as
my own
you.
opinions that I can
They're
go off of too.
they're actors. That's what they're actors. So to me, that was an act. But yeah.
What is going on in the YouTube chat right now? They're like having an argument or something. I don't know. Or debating.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking fact first.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
Because of you, we're in this mess. Forever you will acquiesce. How you love to be deceived. Whatever they tell you, you believe. Dead of sight, dead of mind, news believer, you are blind. Critical thinker, you are not. Never independent thought. Busting through your paradigm. Hypnotized with pantomime. Regurgitating all you hear. Spread your terror, spread your fear. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will ever see. Lick the boot of tyranny, begging for your slavery. They who have remote control, the keys know your very soul. Tune into the great deceiver, television watching news believer. Inject your poison, wear your mask. All they have to do is ask. Never questioning authority. Blindly following like sheep. Yes sir, no sir, free backs full. You television watching fool. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will ever see. Lick the boot of tyranny, begging for your slavery. They who have remote control, the keys know your very soul.
What's up with the damn bot? Stops the song in the middle of that. It's just crazy.
Might have been that I typed something.
No, that's not what it is. Like Justin just posted that one. We were trying to play it earlier. It didn't go all the way through. We were trying to play one of my songs earlier. Didn't go all the way through. It's like it played like a minute and then it just stops. Man, there's something going on with the music bot. We have to talk to Indio. He's the one that created the bot, so he's one of the admins here. We'll have to get with him on that. But Justin, you see what happens now when I can't even play anything. So I was surprised that even started playing when you put it in there, but it didn't even play the whole song. What the hell is going on? Like, this command is supposed to clear the queue. And then you put a new command in for the next video, and it should play.
You putting this at?
I mean, you're not going to see it. I'm typing it in another room. This is for the bot commands. You have to have special perms to use this, but it seems like this, what I just typed, should work. And when I type this, the song should play.
Oh.
But it's not.
It's back. Oh, it died.
Let me try this. Let's see, that's not doing anything. That command should work too. Crazy then. I don't know why this is not working. There's so many different commands that are not working that should work the way that they're supposed to.
Thought flat earth was only true in fairy tales, meant for someone else but not for me. The moon landing on TV, they really went, just trust me. They showed us what the earth looks like from space. Then I saw the globe, now I'm a believer. And not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. Spot Globert was more or less an obvious thing. The more I see, the less I understand. They couldn't be lying. There's too many involved. There is no way that this is fake. 'Cause I saw the globe. Now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. I think they're out to get me. That's the way it seems. Flat Earth has haunted all my dreams. Then I saw the globe. Now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. Then I saw the globe. Now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. Yes, I saw the globe. Yeah. I'm a believer. I'm a believer.
Well, that worked. Now, some of the commands aren't working right. The bot, but it worked that time. So, let me try another one. See if it works this time. Dang it. I'm going to play another conspiracy music guru song. He has some karaoke versions on his site. You can get the video on him, do your own vocals over some of his Flat Earth Man songs. And I'm going to take him up on it one day. Let's see. Here we go. We got one. And be like, don't believe in gravity.
Play
Don't
some
believe in fantasy. What?
ODD.
Hey, you want some ODD? Well,
It always brings in Globers.
ODD TV. DTV. Videos. Could play one of my favorite songs from him, but it's pretty controversial. As a matter of fact, I don't think it's on his channel. It's so controversial. People had to freaking download it and upload it on their channel.
Which one?
And the one that where he says, I had this in my mind the other day. It's like where he says, I want to I want to soak a stack of cash in some gas and shove it up out in Greenspan's ass, light it and laugh.
I haven't heard it. I'm gonna have to
You haven't heard it? Oh,
delve into ODD history.
Let me find it real quick. I think it's called New World Order. I've played it on here before. I just soak a stack of cash and some gas and shove it up Alan Greenspan's ass, light it and laugh. It's yeah. He doesn't have it on his channel. God dang it! Where's that video? It doesn't matter. We'll just play one of his other songs. I'll find it later. Hey, what song do you want to hear from ODD?
I'm cool with whatever.
Play Cartoon Ball. I see that one. Or Never Sleep Again. Oh, that's the whole album. Well, might as well play this one. Cartoon Ball. The bot actually will play it.
Yeah, Cartoon Ball really describes the situation pretty well. I dig it.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is Photoshop because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. And assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this.
See, what the hell?
Any more?
Any more? It's like the bot just stopped in the middle of the song. Did that on the song prior to the other one that I was. What the shit is going on? While that was playing, though, I was trying to find that other song that I like from ODD. Dang it. What is going on here?
Yo, what's happening?
What are you doing, flat earth dude?
What the hell are you doing to me now?
What are you doing over there? You up in Kansas City over there?
California, bro.
California over there.
I mean,
Hey, we're not too far. We're not too far apart, man. I'm in Vietnam.
Yeah, now we're talking. I just cracked the beer. There we go. Hey, everybody, man, you here for some fun and a non-spinning, non-rotating, flat, stationary plane, man. Jump aboard. It's real easy, man. Just go outside, check it out. I don't have to fucking convince you. If I do, man, you're a retard. Okay? I'm just kidding. Man. Everybody take it easy, man. I'm not here to bust your balls. I'm just here to piss on your globe.
Hey, flat earth dude, you being the technical guy here, why do you think that the bot is cutting our songs out in the middle of?
Weird, right? Dude.
It's like I just played one, went all the way through, then I played another one, cut it off halfway through.
You know, when I play music and I do like a live stream and I play a song, I play it from a file or a YouTube video or something like that, right? So I use a mixer and I play it from a different source rather than a bot. I think the bot is a little, you know,
I could have my system set up different where it would actually. I mean, I can actually just turn my microphone up and play it through speakers in here and have my whole house bouncing and shit. You know.
Well, yeah. But I do a direct line drive into my computer from whatever source, man. Whether it's a computer or YouTube video,
kind of like what Creation Bear does with his sound bites and shit. It just come directly in. I know how to do that. I just don't have it set up like that.
Exactly. Yeah. You know,
the bot was working fine until like 12 hours ago.
Yeah. Maybe you need to reboot or something.
That's not my bot. Not my bot.
Oh, sure. Okay.
I mean, we're gonna have to. It's Indio's. It's Indio.
Indio need to reboot the bot. Reboot.
He probably needs to reboot the bot. But I mean, you know, he's apparently he's busy, and I didn't. Everybody knows it's an issue right now. I'm sure it'll be fixed in the next day or two.
I'm just like, dude, you're fine. I'm cruising along, listening to your beautiful fucking voice and your great song, and I'm a believer. I couldn't spin. Anyway, and
I couldn't prove it if I tried.
And I'm driving and I'm laughing, and then I'll just like ended. I was like, oh fuck, man.
No, that song was over. But then I started to play that ODD song, and it was working, and then it just stopped.
Oh.
So I'm like, what the fuck is going on? But I was looking for another ODD song. You remember that one where he's like, I want to stoke a stack of cash and some gas and light and shove it up Alan Greenspan's ass. Light it and laugh. You remember that one?
Not off the top of my head, man.
Oh, God. I'm trying to find that one. I want to play that one, man. It's my favorite ODD song.
I'm sure it's on his channel. You want me to play
it? No, it's not on his channel. They got rid of it.
They got rid of it?
First time I heard Cartoon Ball, I thought it was Elijah.
They don't keep it on his channel. I'm trying to find the damn song. What were you saying?
Oh, I thought Cartoon Ball was Elijah the first time I heard it.
Yeah,
it's pretty funny. I think it sounds like him a little bit.
Cartoon Ball.
Yeah, I can see.
Horizon meets horizontal. Indoctrination is awful. Yeah, I like that. That's one.
NASA assholes.
Yeah, that's one of That's one of his good songs too. Man, he has a lot of good songs.
What's up with the chat? Let me see if I can get some Mongos in here. Hold on. Let me see. Let me check it. Hold on. Whoa. Mute first.
Someone was saying the chat was going off. I think that was Benny's. He's gone.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be.
Shout out to Sophus. Row the boat. Row the boat. Get your ass in here, man. Row that boat. Is that Car Ida? I don't know. I can't.
Dude, they're not gonna come in. They scared. They scared.
Crows. He chicken shit. I know that. Rode a boat. He's been in here.
Crossbone's been in here before, but I'm just saying that there's some of those other people that ain't coming in. They scared.
You know what? I was egging them on last night, Elio, and there's about 4 of them came in, man. I don't know. They went to VC check-in. Shout out to those who made it. But we're here.
Hey, forgive me for talking shit about them because they've been in the YouTube chat for months and months. Never freaking jump in here. So yeah. So whatever.
Years.
Yeah.
Man. Fucking Mongos for years. Come on, get your asses in here and show us your microphone, man. Show us your.
Scared. Don't be scared.
Don't be scared. We're not gonna bite you. I promise.
I'm gonna bite. I'll bite.
Our favorite globe earther, Glat Flob, our favorite.
Hi.
Hey, is Don Pettit around by chance? You've seen him today?
He might come out later. Yeah, he might be out a little bit later.
All right, I'll check it out.
Come around midnight. I don't know, man. Wherever you are. What time is it where you are?
9:20, man.
It's almost daytime where I'm at, or is it almost nighttime? I don't know. Someone tried to dox me in the YouTube chat. Right, it was only a matter of time. They're like, "What time is it where you are?" Real quick, I'm just trying to figure something out. I'm like, oh yeah. Well, that's cool.
That's interesting.
They're like, and then they're like, no, just what time is it real quick? Just come on, dude. Just what time? Like, go ahead. I was like, okay, that's it.
I was telling man.
What's one way to get someone not to tell you what time it is over the internet? Ask them directly to their face. Hey, what time is it where you're at? Yeah, that's the first step in finding out where someone is. So, anyway, hope you're having a good day wherever it is. What time is it there, by the way?
On the IS, it's early. A lot of times it's daylight and early morning on the ISS.
Okay, hold on. So, has anybody heard any more developments about the retirement of the ISS? What year is that happening again?
Yes, I heard today, man, that they're gonna bounce this bitch this year, man. I was like, what?
This year then, huh?
I heard that today from New Perspective. He told me, he's like, dude, man, do you hear they're gonna dump that bitch? I'm like, yeah, in 2030. And he goes, no, this year. And I'm like, what? Fuck.
Whoa.
So I didn't hear that.
And they're feeling strong, right? They're feeling confident.
They're going to dump it in the part of the ocean that's nobody's ever been or nobody can go, in the deepest, like farthest place from land possible.
So wait, was it, and I agree with that, but what was it 2030 and then as of like really recently, it's been moved up to next year?
Like last weekend. It was
as of last weekend? Okay, well, maybe, right? They might have accomplished some things quicker than they thought they were going to. We might be seeing some. We might be seeing DeFi as a Martian pretty soon, if you know what I mean.
Hold on, let's see.
I can't believe, but here it comes.
Who knows?
I identify as a Moonanite. Mars, guys, anybody? $30 an acre on Mars and $25 an acre on the moon. So apparently that
I identify as a Mars rover tonight.
Do you clean yourself?
I might as well
Mars
clean
rover,
off.
do you
I have automatic brushes that clean off my solar panels.
Oh shit! Wow, that's impressive.
Like
I wonder
windshield
how you
wipers?
stay charged.
Yeah, kind of like windshield wipers, but they're brushes just to push the dust off of it.
Oh, can we see a picture of those in action?
You're gonna have to ask my mama.
All right, I'm calling bullshit. I'm calling bullshit on the ISS going down this year. I don't know, man.
Oh, okay.
I think. I mean, that's why I was like, what? No, I mean, that's a big fucking stupid ass rumor going on.
It's an international swimming studio. See, here's the thing. I don't think that they have. I don't think that they have the cojones to try to do alien invasion, right? But I know they're going to try to fucking mess around with people's heads some more about space anyway, because they're pushing it a lot lately, right? You go to Netflix and you see shows like Space Force totally making fun of globe believers, totally making fun of the heliocentrists out there, the staunch NASA fans that spend $180 for a finger-sized marble piece of something that they say looks like a planet. So those folks, they need to keep pandering to those folks and eventually pull some kind of trigger where those folks, right, who go to the alien movies and believe every scene, and they're like, they can't wait to be like, see, you fucking flat earthers? Huh, all right, now, foot and mouth, huh? Look at this alien thing here. It's over.
Dude, wait till you hear this shit. I don't know if maybe you guys know this, maybe not. I'm just learning of such adventures, but as of 2 days ago, Elon Musk's SpaceX Dragon spacecraft carrying 4 private citizens arrived at the International Space Station on Saturday, making the first trip to comprise solely of non-professional astronauts without a government entity on board.
That's still a mouthful. You know what I want? Moon hotels.
Moon hotels. They got 4.
You know what I mean? What you just said, most people would not bat an eye because they're like, oh, well, that's a lot to think about. I don't fucking care. What's on TV? But when I say moon hotels, everybody's ears perk up. Smart or not. They're like, Shaggy?
Last week, Bezos announced he's going to build a space hotel.
Oh, good. I cannot wait. Okay, so here's the thing. There's a 6-week construction class I can take to become a construction worker, and it's coming up soon. I'll take it, and I'll go up to the motherfucking moon and help them build that hotel. Then I'll give you guys a discount when you post the thing.
Hey, listen, Mongos. It was only $55 million per seat. For
that's
those
it? Oh, it's almost affordable now. It's shit. That's like gas prices, fella.
I'm just saying it's $55 million a seat. That's all.
Guys, I'm not even funny, and like the globe does this to itself.
Oh, dude,
right?
Don't sell yourself
is the
short.
funny
You are
part.
funny, Flat.
Well, I just know what's funny, and I'll tell you guys about it, I guess.
No, Glad. Here, you're silly. You're silly, Glad. You're so silly.
Don't you slip now, Helio. Don't call me
you're
silly.
so silly. Hey, I found the link to the song. Can I test the bot again to see if?
Oh yeah, man. You don't have to ask me. Shit.
You guys will love this song if you haven't heard it before. You probably have, but it's from 2015. I didn't realize that he made it that long ago. But let's see if it works.
I'll mute up. What?
You accept the reality that's presented to you. You watch the news and perceive it as truth that's given to you. You even repeat the things that you hear, just listen to you. Major media outlets exist here just to fool you. Fox News, MSNBC, and CNN. What kind of vision are you seeing in? I'm seeing them in Ultra HD, trying to brainwash me and everybody else. Why can't y'all see? And Alex Jones is on the internet, imposing on our intellect. It makes me wonder why guys like him even get respect. It's time to disconnect and get some shit correct. Don't pay attention, they misdirect us to get a check. InfoWars on the prison planet, it ain't right. It's just another way to put it out in plain sight. This is their game that we're playing, they got their game tight. The new world order's about to take flight. I wanna soak a stack of cash in some gas and shove it up Alan Greenspan's ass. Light it and laugh. I wanna put the Rockefellers in a building and fly a plane right into it just to kill them. Yeah, that's how I'm feeling. I wanna write fuck you on a note, piss on it, shove it down George Bush's throat. Watch his ass choke. I wanna place the royal families in the ghetto and have people light them up with heavy metal. Koch brothers, fuck you. George Soros, fuck you. Vladimir Putin, fuck you. Barack Obama, fuck you. Xi Jinping, fuck you. Pope Francis, fuck you. Larry Page, fuck you. New World, fuck you. Almost everything that we ever been taught's a fucking lie. And now I never trust anything, and you wonder why. I think it's justified, plus the lies just multiply. That's the reason that I'm never passive and I won't comply. Born in the middle of a world that we don't understand. We go to school and think we're smart, but that's part of the plan. They create the curriculum, that's part of the scam. We're really meant to just be stuck in the darkness and damned. Every day we're supposed to stay in a state of confusion. Never intended to escape this created illusion. We believe in things that to this day are remaining unproven. Bringing down our current government is our greatest solution. But we spend most of our time occupied by entertainment, constantly infiltrating your brain just to train it. Taught to accept all the conditions of your enslavement. It's time to get twisted, sister. No, we ain't gonna take it. I wanna soak a stack of cash in some gas and shove it up Alan Greenspan's ass. Light it and laugh. I wanna put the Rockefellers in a building and fly a plane right into it just to kill them. Yeah, that's how I'm feeling. I wanna write fuck you on a note, piss on it, shove it down George Bush's throat. Watch his ass choke. I wanna place the royal families in the ghetto and have people light them up with heavy metal. Warren Buffett, fuck you. Rupert Murdoch, fuck you. Hillary Clinton, fuck you. Sumner Redstone, fuck you. Robert Iger, fuck you. Zuckerberg, fuck you. Rothschild, fuck you. New World, fuck you. They got us running around like chickens with our heads cut off, sacrificing our lives to jobs that barely pay enough to get by. To add insult to injury, it is becoming illegal to be homeless. These motherfuckers have an agenda with plans and goals that exceed 100 plus years from now. And you don't even know what you're gonna eat for lunch tomorrow. ODD TV.
Hang on, bud. I think I'm gonna have a tuna sandwich tomorrow, but you don't talk to me like that.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Okay, well.
Oh,
I'll tell you what. If that
that's
one
pretty good.
didn't
That's
test
one of my favorite ODD songs right
dude,
there,
what
bro.
a killer drop, bro. What a killer drop. Dude, I haven't heard that in fucking 4 years, 5 years.
I haven't heard that yet in a long time.
Good song.
I think I remember when it came out. No, I don't. But the year it came out, I remember. Yeah.
It's like 2016 or something. Yeah, I remember. Like,
I don't think I heard it until a couple of years after it came out.
Really? Yeah.
But
2015
I
was
mean,
the
YouTube
year.
block it every time he'd put it up. YouTube would block it, you know. So, but that's from SoundCloud, you know. So,
thank you for playing.
Oh, that one is. That's right. Yeah. I was gonna say, dude, how did YouTube keep that up at all? And then, and now we'll see what happens to this channel, if anything.
Nah, we're okay on that one.
Oh, that's good.
He'll be fine.
They allow some dissent.
Yeah.
They do, man, and that's the weird thing about it is that we are allowed to have BitChute, brand new tube, 153 News, and occasionally we can sit around and talk about, you know.
I'm just saying, as far as that, us playing that song on the live stream, that's not going to affect us because it's not going to be caught by the algorithm because it's, you know, it's just not. It's just not there.
There's a guy in the fucking chat, man, says Earth is measurably fucking spherical, man. Damn. I got to get this.
They don't respect.
AD4, man. You got to get in this live stream here, man, and come in here and demonstrate your measurably curvature please,
If
come
the
on.
powers that be don't respect the copyright of ODD, they're not going to enforce and police it being played without license. You know what I mean?
No. Well, ODD doesn't have that song copyrighted. Anyway, as far as I know, that was a collaborative effort that he did with some other guy, and it's not even. He's
But
not.
he
That song
doesn't
isn't
even
on a
try to
label or anything like
enforce.
that. Yeah.
He doesn't even try to enforce a copyright, so it's not on their
Well, and that goes
list
for a
of
lot
things.
of the people that have flat Earth music that we play all the time. That's why we have to play certain songs on here. They're for the most part, anybody that's a flat earther that's making music, put it on their YouTube. We promote it on here. We play it. There's nobody's
everybody's going.
Nobody's striking anybody's channel because they played their song on here. We actually do that to encourage more people to go to their channels and listen to their music. It's not. And YouTube's not. YouTube is not looking at this song. I promise.
Yeah, they don't give a shit.
I've played it many times. I've played this song many times.
War and
never had a problem.
Dude, they have a pandemic and a war going at the same time. Okay, they don't give a fuck about us right now. They're a little busy. That's all I'll say. They're a little busy.
Yeah, they're kind of busy. They're a little pissy too, aren't they?
When you're running a puppet show, you don't really have any hands free, right?
All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. I thought about playing that one earlier too.
I love that one.
Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and they all get paid.
Who did that one? What's his name?
That's conspiracy music guru, Alex Michael.
He's legit.
He's the shit. Oh, you're watching this. You guys want to hear that song? Let's play it.
Yes, please.
Hey, Kenny, are you watching the YouTube chat? The shit I'm saying to them. I can't read it on the live stream, but yeah.
Why not? They're in the.
No.
No. Okay. I'll take your word for it. Yeah, it's one of the songs I was thinking about playing earlier. All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah,
that's Flat Earth Man, also known as
Conspiracy
Music Guru.
The guru of conspiratardism.
I've gotten confused. People have confused me with him. I'm like, hey, you're the fucking music guy. I'm like, no. That's Flat Earth Man. I'm Flat Earth Dude. Okay.
He's got so many good songs. It's like I'm looking at his channel right now and it's just like, no, that one's good too.
I'd take it as a compliment.
I did. Well, I'm like, okay, cool, man. I'm down with that. I've hung out with Alex, man, on a couple of hangouts a long time ago. Very cool.
Yeah, he's come in here before. He's come in here a few times. Yeah, he's a really cool guy.
Oh, good. I'll.
Dude, I've tried to message him and get him to come back in here because he's so cool, man. Like just talking to him, he's
have him come on and play. I made him play some shit live. I'm like, man, grab your guitar. Let's go. I want to hear a song. Let's go. Come on.
Yeah, Alex is a really cool guy.
Yep.
Definitely
great
talented.
musician, man. Good musician, man. Really, really good musician, man. Fucking great.
Who is?
That would be Conspiracy Music Guru, Alex.
Oh yeah, Alex. Yep. Yeah, he's
Flat
good.
Earth Man.
Yeah, I'm about to play one of his songs right now.
We're gonna play one of his songs. Let's do this thing. Let's play the.
God dang it! It's not working. I have to do this first.
Reset the thing, Helio.
I have to do M stop.
Punch it. Punch it, take a double shot of whiskey, and then it'll work.
No.
I told you. Do you remember when I told you about 9/11? Did I remember when I told you about Building 7?
Yep.
Yeah. I love that line, man.
Do you remember?
Yeah, I remember. I remember that shit. You remember when I told you that the earth is flat? Yeah, I remember that. Thank you.
No,
William
Johnson. A puppet show.
Johnson.
Yeah,
There ain't no photographs on this motherfucking spinning ball.
Oh, this is fucking killing me, man.
Hurry up, Helio. We sound terrible right now. Play some music.
Dude, it worked before. The way I'm doing it now, it worked before. But
do I have to come up there?
Come up where?
Drive up to your house, dude. That's what he means.
Low Earth orbit, obviously.
Dude, you can go into the bot.
Don't play next. Room. Just hit play. Yeah, I'm gonna help you.
Help him out, Glad.
Dude.
Fuck. For fuck's sake.
It's fine. It's fine.
Right.
This is so unprofessional.
Hey, you know what's funny is
you're trying to play from a playlist, aren't you?
No, I'm not. No, I'm
not.
So much
money off this shit. It has to be more pro because we're making so much money, man. We gotta tighten this shit up, man.
You're right. It's not working.
I told you, motherfucker. I told you.
And you did stop. Helio, you know I love you. You know I love giving you shit. Stop. Okay, clear.
Hey,
just do clear.
Helio, offense is taken, my friend. You know.
Nope, clear didn't work.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
See, did you get that from me or actually I got it from somebody else? Dude.
I stole that shit from you, man.
Offense is taken. Offense is not given, only taken, right? Exactly, bro.
Not given, man. It's taken.
Man, how do you do it? So you got to like reset it, like hard reset, right?
Dude, this bot has been fucking up all night.
Is someone paying for this bot?
No.
The bot is being paid for.
What? No. Can't pay money for this nonsense here.
Shit.
That's like people getting paid to go against the flat Earth. It's just deplorable.
Fuck this. I'll play the fucking song. What song do you want?
How do you? What? You don't have a bot in your shit?
I don't even need no bot because I got a mixer, bitches.
So it's going to come in direct?
Flat Earth music. Yeah, it'll come in direct.
Oh, it'll come direct? Okay. I thought you were going to have to mic something up. Hang on.
Yeah.
So you got a similar setup to like what Creation Bear has?
Flat Earth music guru.
I put it in the live stream voice text.
Oh, there it is. I'll play that for you guys.
Play it.
Oh, there it is.
You got like a soundboard kind of setup thing where it just goes.
All
right, cool. Yeah, play it. Fucking A.
Hold on. It's not playing.
The bot is
if it's not the same as the bot, I'm going to find you.
Hold on.
I'm kidding. Also,
how can I hear it? What the fuck? All right, I'm gonna play it off of YouTube. Motherfuckers!
Can't figure it out. I'm gonna wake Creation Bear up.
Okay, we've been completely audio fucked today. Thanks. Dude, I can't. I got everything cranked to the fucking. There we go. Can you hear it?
Yeah. Kinda.
Everybody has to mute. Everybody has to mute. Nobody talk.
Turn it up just a little.
About the space station, it's only really there in your imagination. That thing ain't real, it's science fiction. It's there to feed your space addiction. Those astronauts are not in space. It's written all over their stupid face. See, I can spot a lie from 100 miles, and I can spot a fraud from the way they smile. Didn't you learn nothing from the fake moon mission? That puppet show from President Nixon. Well, listen up, they're doing it again, it seems. Check out the harnesses and green screens. I used to work a lot in film and TV. I know a bit about the television trickery to create the illusion that you're somewhere that you're not. A green screen is what you're gonna use a lot. Or if you wear a harness and attach it to the ceiling, the illusion that you're floating is what they'll be believing. All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah,
they all get paid. Look at me, Ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the human race.
Lying motherfuckers.
So let me tell you something about a zero-G plane. This thing flies up and then down again. Some weird stuff happens if you're on the inside. You start to float as the plane takes a dive. You simply add an actor that's trained to deceive. And you got yourself an astronaut, or so you believe. Plane flies up and that's everyone's cue. Then action, we got some deceiving to do. Plane flies down and then everyone knows to start the ISS live show. Floating in a plane with zero-G, but you only see astronauts on your TV. All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, Ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the human race. Well, another thing I noticed when I looked at these fools, they're filming spacewalks in buoyancy pools. NASA's gonna tell you that it's just for training to practice for space station maintaining. Well, I thought about that, but if that's the case, then why the hell can I see bubbles in space? Take a hard look at the next spacewalk. Tell me if you can see bubbles at all. Open your eyes, man, I'll bet you a quarter. Those spacewalks are filmed underwater. I can see space bubbles everywhere. Hey, NASA, how the hell did those get there? All you're watching is a puppet show. The whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, Ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the human race. So when you see an astronaut aboard the ISS, take another look at your TV set. They're pretty good at faking, so you gotta look close. Pay some attention to the way the actor floats. If you ask me, that ain't zero gravity, but Hollywood effects that I see on my TV. Take a good look at the whole damn thing. These lying bastards are just puppets on a string. It's all a big science fiction puppet show. The game's up, NASHoles, cause we all know. Thanks for the show, NASA. It's been a blast. Now take your fake station and shove it up your ass. All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, Ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the whole human race. All you're watching is a puppet show, yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're just actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, Ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the whole human race, man. All you're watching is a puppet show, yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, Ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the whole human race. All you're watching is a puppet show, yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're just actors, of course, and yeah.
They all get paid.
Look at me, Ma.
How is the audio on that, man? Is that good? Everybody? Let me know. Too much bass? Okay, cool, man. Let me know. All right. Well, that video that goes along with that the people on the YouTube couldn't see, or the people in the Discord could not see, is absolutely an incredible video, man. I mean, that dude green screened the fuck out of that video. He's floating around this fucking ISS. He's floating around there playing his guitar.
Oh, Alex.
It's so amazing, man. It's amazing.
Yeah. Epic.
Epic, dude. I mean, like, I couldn't, Hollywood couldn't have done a better fucking job.
No way.
Right?
Never.
That was so good, man.
That is very quality stuff.
Mm-hmm. So
and that one with fishes and dogs on the ISS, yeah, like a scuba diver.
Scuba dive. Oh my god.
Yeah.
So good. Shout out to badass Alex, man. Kicking it, telling just some fun truth, man. Keeping it fun, keeping it real. Chill. We're musicians, man. We like to chill. I like to, just I love truth. I love science, scientific method, and I love music. And we're just gonna roll with those three things, and I'll be good, man.
You love reality.
Yeah, I love reality. Reality is just bitching. And it's from the '60s, man. You youngsters know what bitching means, man. It's cool. It's like a good thing, okay?
Like tits.
Like tits, yeah.
Supposed to be
Tits are good.
the greatest.
Tits are the greatest.
In the '60s, they would say, "Oh, that's the tits."
That's the tits. That's more
are for kids.
I think that was
Might be
80s.
70s.
80s or tits.
The tits are for the babies. What are you talking about?
Tits are for the babies. You're right.
That's not for
late
men.
70s, early 80s. A nice looking car. That's the tits, man.
I gotta turn you guys down here a second, man. Damn, you guys are hot. Okay. I had to crank it up for the music. My ears are blowing. Okay. Hey, shout out to the YouTube chat, man. We got Ben, who's never coming on here. We got Katie, Katie Callie. Pizza Time. Any row your boat. Got Dave Hinkle out there. You got Anti-Sophist. Man, chat is bumping, man. The chat is on fire. Thank you guys. Any of you guys want to join, just click below and there's a link for the Discord live stream voice, okay? If you want to come on and say hi or tell us to fuck off, whatever. It doesn't matter. You're welcome.
These are the guys from the YouTube?
Yeah, YouTubers. Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, I was asking a few YouTubers last night to come in, and I got like 3 or 4 come in. It was nice. You never know.
Nice.
You know. Hey, what's up, Power Button? What's up, baby? A long time. We got I can't pronounce it, man. Rikukulika Hachiki fucking Mongo. I don't know what the hell. I cannot read that name, man. RECLUS. Recluse. Recluse. IARCH. Yeah, fuck. I ain't even gonna try. I give up, man. Whatever. Give me a vowel. Can I get a vowel, Alex?
Vowel.
Give me a vowel, Alex. All right. I appreciate you guys showing up. And I'll be right back. Carry on. Hey.
So
if space was real, Chuck Norris would have gone there and killed it.
It's complicated. NASA, they didn't take ownership of the moon and the solar system planets. But a guy, Chris Lambert or something like this, his father registered the moon and all the planets from the solar system. So he took ownership of them all. So anyone who's trying to go to the moon or Mars or whatever planet, they are trespassing private property. You know?
Don't you have to go there in order to claim the territory?
No, you have to register it.
You have to stake a claim. You have to
Yeah,
put
the
a flag
first,
in or put some stakes in the ground and say,
no,
this is mine.
that was back in the days when they had those races in USA, you know, like the cowboys
Land grabs.
riding a chariot, and they stop someplace and they put the flag. Yeah, that's how they
Talking
claimed
about
in
land
those
grants and
times.
land grabs.
Yeah, but now it's about going and registering your piece of land.
So you're
Yeah.
buying it from somebody who's only laid eyes on it from a distance. I
Well, there
doubt
is a
that.
tax.
Right. But I doubt that if somebody, like, let's just say China goes there hypothetically and says, okay, we're here, this is ours. Are you going to be able to sue China and say, no, oh, I bought that from this other guy?
Yes, yes. And the UN, they are trespassing your private. They are entering your private property. So it's illegal because any civilian from the world or business could have done claim ownership. They have this treaty like countries cannot claim ownership on the celestial bodies, but it doesn't say anything about private people, you know, civilians or businesses. And actually, um it's very funny thing when you actually realize that United States is not a country or Germany or whatever. Uh, none of them are countries. They are corporations now.
Correct.
So, yeah. I'm not sure how many countries still exist in the world, if there still exists one.
If you Google it, they'll say like 195, but it's
Oh,
really
yeah,
more
but
like
they
45
are not. They are
that aren't corporatized.
corporations. Yeah, they are not anymore. And yeah, this guy selling like 1 acre of land on the moon with $25, $30.
So can I put Alpha Centauri on eBay for $100 and sell it? I saw it
Yeah,
with my telescope.
if you register it.
But who
Like,
do you register it with? And how do they have authority over registration?
well, I can give you the website, and this lawyer explains there how he had this epiphany and he went and registered because these celestial bodies, they were unclaimed land, they say, you know. Problem is,
Hello? Hi?
hello.
What are you guys talking about?
Well, discussing the matter of the moon real estate.
intercelestial land ownership.
Yeah.
Intercelestial land ownership.
Intercelestial.
Yeah. One guy, Chris Lambert or something like this, his father registered the whole moon and all the planets from the solar system and all the moons as his own property. So he claimed them because nobody did before. And he has the ownership, and he's selling. There is a website, lunaремbassy.com, and yeah, they are selling land on the moon or on Mars with $25 for 1 acre.
I'll take 4 acres for 100, Alex. I'll take 4
Yeah,
acres.
but
4 acres.
that
That's about.
acre, listen, we can see it's a surface of something, but we need empirical proof that that is actually land, dirt, sand or
But
something.
Go though, don't you think that a border on the Sea of Tranquility would be more valuable than some other random acre? Because you got
like
oceanfront
Yeah,
views.
It's like Hollywood of the moon.
But oceanfront views always fetch more for real estate. So if you're
Well, the
adjacent
Sea
to the
of
Sea of Tranquility,
Sea of Tranquility, they say it has a high price because they claim that they can extract helium-3 from the Sea of Tranquility.
Oh, fuck.
It's the most rare element in nature.
So,
yeah.
yeah, because it's not in nature; it's in mythology.
Hey, how many people in the YouTube chat want a couple of acres of moon? Anybody?
That would be worth at least $1.3 billion. Just 1 acre.
I can get you like $2,500 an acre, somewhere in there. How many acres?
Yeah.
Hey, wouldn't that be called fake estate? Fake estate instead of real estate?
Well, it's fake estate, right? Exactly, man. Got it all flipped around there, Saints, motherfucker.
Right.
Well, the funny thing is that this guy had about more than 1 million sales.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. So
I believe
we
it.
are talking. It's a business of more than $100 million today.
Oh,
this
good
company
gracious.
is not an ordinary company anymore.
Somebody step up and say, no, this is ridiculous. Come here. Stop.
I'm calling it right now. I own all of Planet X.
I love that, man. Way to go, Effie. He's got all of Planet X. Fuck off.
I'll sell it to you for $50.
What a bargain. I'll give you.
Just think of the resale value.
Give you $27.50.
I don't understand why is this scam being allowed to perpetuate.
Dude, get. Let's talk about scams being able to be perpetrated. All right, there's a simple. Hey, okay, the guy made $100 million on some acreage on the moon. Yeah, okay, fuck off. But if you go on to like Kickstarter, there's been like 20 different like satellite programs that have been funded. There's a bunch of programs that got funded to go to space through Kickstarter. And not one of them has ever been to space. And it's an absolute joke when
Fraud.
it comes. They've raised all this money for this satellite, and no, sorry, it didn't work out. It cost too much. Do you get a refund? No, you don't get a refund. No,
There's always a good excuse. Yeah.
it just didn't work out. It was a bad day, we didn't see any stars in space. Sorry.
Yeah.
All they have to do is blow up a bunch of fireworks looking like a large rocket and say, oops, well, start a new GoFundMe and we'll try again.
It's a great
Yes,
scam.
but wait,
Don't believe me. Don't
this
believe
guy,
Mongos.
this guy who's selling land on the moon,
Yeah.
he does not have empirical proof that the moon is a damn rock.
Right. I agree. We all agree. Most of us are agree around here. At that.
The first step to be allowed to sell land on the moon, you have to prove that the moon is actually land.
Hey, Get. They went to the moon in 69 and 72 and in between.
That was a video on TV. That has nothing to do with the commerce of this world and with the commercial laws. That's something totally different. Media and commerce.
They had a dune buggy on the moon. Come on. They had a go-kart.
Yeah.
No, that's irrelevant. When we are
have you seen
talking
the
about
compartment?
businesses and commerce, and we are talking about real estate values, physical land.
Yes.
The land has to be there, or if I say that I'm selling you 100 acres of forest in Romania, yeah, I imagine that I have, and I'm selling it to you, I make a contract with you, yeah, I'm scamming you because I don't have that forest.
Right.
Well, you have to do a survey before you can transfer ownership of land.
There you go. See?
No, I can make fake papers. I can do that, on a printer. Yeah, it's not a problem. And I give you that certificate. Yeah, it's fake. And you buy it from me with $100 million. I take the money and nobody, I'm not accountable for that.
Nope, you're not.
That's a joke. This is a scam, and when you report me, I'm gonna be put in prison. But this guy, no. Why? Because he's the owner of the moon. He is the god of this world. They allowed him commercially, by the commercial law, to be the god of this world.
Who?
Well, this system in USA, they must be held accountable. Those people in that institution, which they process this registration, they have to be held accountable.
It's just passing the buck from one person to another. It's the same problem. They have no possession of it, so they can't sell it.
Okay.
I'm not arguing against
There
you.
is no.
I'm
There is
agreeing.
no. Today, there is no unclaimed land in USA. Like, all of it has been taken. But
there's federal lands and national parks.
if you go and actually wipe out the Indian people in those reservations, yeah, those reservations will be empty. Nobody lives there anymore. So you can put a claim on that land because there will be no Indian to claim them.
Well, if you build a home and work the land in that national parks or federal lands, if you stay there for 7 years straight, it
Yeah.
becomes your land and 40 acres around it.
Yeah.
But think
But
about
you
this.
have to register it.
But what if a volcano erupts in Hawaii and creates a whole bunch of new land? Who owns that?
Yeah, well,
It spills into the sea
someone
and hardens.
someone
Who owns
will
it?
go and register that land, that new created land.
You'll probably have to buy it from the federal government, though,
Yeah.
as if they owned it.
Yeah.
Didn't exist last week, but now it's property of the federal government. No,
Yeah.
it's just nonsense.
But I mean, there is this legal way to do these things, but um, it is for the physical existing land. You cannot do it for imaginary land. It should be illegal.
So they're getting scammed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody cares about the people getting scammed, though. It's just like you were dumb enough. Sucks for you.
Yeah.
Hey,
Well, okay, but you see, SpaceX is talking about going to the moon and to Mars. But these are now private properties. So they are trespassing. They are invading someone's private property.
you actually believe whatever Elon Musk has to say? Bro, Elon Musk is not even the
I
owner of
don't believe it.
SpaceX.
I don't believe
Elon
it,
Musk
but
is a puppet.
they are
He refused
pushing
the board
these
seat on
stories
Twitter.
in the media. They are showing us on TV. Yeah, they make all the people dream that this guy Elon Musk is such a deity, you know, able to take mankind to the moon and to Mars. Yeah,
Yeah.
but those things are officially registered on someone's name and they belong to him because the system is messed up and this guy saw this scheme and he applied, he registered it. It was a very wise thing to do from his I appreciate that man for doing this, for registering it. It cost him $35 to register all the planets in his name.
So wait. So can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Do you think NASA's evil?
That's
Well,
philosophical and religious.
if
You think
NASA is lying to children, then yes,
Do you
it is
think
evil.
what do you think they're bad?
Do you think lying to children is a good thing?
If NASA hired you, would you work for them even though they paid you pretty good money?
Yes.
No.
What if you were getting paid millions?
No.
Oh. Just working for 3 years, you'd be a millionaire. You wouldn't work for NASA?
No, because it will mean to perpetuate their lies, to take part in their lies, and especially when I'm aware of that. If I wouldn't know that NASA is lying, then yes, I wouldn't mind. Okay, I take it like any other legit company, yeah, business. That's how I would look at it. but I know it's a scam circus.
Buzz Aldrin worked for them for 3 years, and he's still getting hounded everywhere he goes, to the point where he punches people in the face for asking him about it. You'll never be free from it.
Yeah.
Just because you quit doesn't mean you're free.
So do you guys think SpaceX is also evil? Do you guys like Elon Musk?
He's my hero.
I hate him long before SpaceX era.
Me too. And he's
I
also the
hate
mother
him
of my
from the
children.
very beginning with PayPal, and I know him very well before
met-
he was famous.
Wait, you knew about him before, like the internet?
Yeah,
bandwagon?
I was hacking PayPal, and I spoke with Elon Musk.
You met Elon
I
Musk?
had
You met him?
communication. Sorry?
You met Elon Musk?
No, I didn't met. We were using pseudonyms. Hacking PayPal, yeah.
Hacking PayPal.
I left messages. They were also writing
hacked
messages
PayPal.
back.
Didn't you,
Yeah.
Gab?
Not too
You
hard to
hacked
believe.
PayPal. That's crazy. Like, and you don't care about saying it on the live stream. This guy's got balls of steel, guys. I don't know about this.
Well, in those times, it wasn't illegal in Romania. There was no laws against hacking and
Well, technically, if you hacking right, it's not illegal because you find the channels.
Yeah. Well, it was before
say that.
we were into NATO, before the 2000s. Yeah.
You can sell 0-day exploits on the open market, and the U.S.
See, I don't know what
government's
that
the
is.
most likely person to buy it from you.
Yeah.
It's just
What is that?
a weakness in the programming where it can be exploited. And you're not really brute force hacking your way in. You're not stealing passwords. It's just you found a back door that wasn't locked and you
Yeah,
walked
it's a
in.
back door. It's open,
Wide open. It wasn't even closed. They invited you practically.
Yeah.
Hey, man, we got this Mongo up here, man, called Andy Level Up.
Isn't he a
server muted? Man. My boy is server muted. He's a VC verified crypto dude, man.
Hang on a sec. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Can I unmute the dude? I don't know how to do it, man. Anybody?
Dude, unmute him. Aren't you gold?
I'm gold, but I
Just
don't know.
right click or whatever right click is on your device. If you're on an Android device, break it, start it on fire, and go buy an Apple device, and then. Sorry.
Fuck off, man. I right clicked on his name.
So in red, it should say something like mute, server mute, something with some red boxes next to it. Do you see any of that kind of thing?
I don't.
Okay. Well, someone else is going to have to help you out with it because, like we talked about, they're never going to give me any Vardy.
And I hope they never give me any.
No, and I hope they never give me because you know what? I'm going to clean this motherfucker right up. And people will be like, dude, we can hardly talk about anything in there. Be like, yeah, because I need curvature or I don't need you. It's either you've got the curvature or you don't. There you go. One or the other.
But hey, Glad, man, the Sadetic surveyors measured the triangle at 80 millionth of a millionth over 180.
My head is so far back from my body and my eyes are really wide out. I can't believe. What are you talking about? What the hell are you saying, sir? It's like just like someone's like, hey man, I need earth curvature measurements, and someone says geodetic surveys, and I'll say that's not going to be good enough. Hold on, I say that's not going to be good enough, so I need a direct physical your direct physical measurement of earth curvature. Where'd you get it, how and when? And then they'll just change the subject and they'll go sunset. Like,
Okay.
wait. I just asked you about kitchen furniture, and you brought up banana cream pie. We don't have a conversation anymore, motherfucker. Bye.
Are you saying you've never sat on a banana cream pie before? It's fantastic.
A banana cream pie is not furniture. I don't care what you say. Stop it.
If you sit on it, it's quite comfortable.
Well, great. We can do
Sat on
another
sofa's
sequel
less
for
comfortable.
American Pie. But what I'm trying to tell you guys is that there's no Earth curvature measurements physically. Hold on. And if there were, none of us would know each other. Chew on that.
That's true, man. Hey, man, we would not even be here talking this evening if it was not for the fact that we cannot measure any possible curvature to the place that we all live on. Oh my God.
Yeah, and I'm going to leave you with this for a few minutes. So they call it a horizon because it's not horizontal. Thanks.
Okay. Hey, the horizontal triangle to the dark curvature of the outsider realm of the bang, which created the curve in the first place because the pressure of the gas, and it made the perfect spherical gas ball, giant spherical light in the sky thing that's called, I think they call it like Neptune. I don't know. Whatever.
So do the ND level up. Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Anti-leveled. Adam.
Andy level up.
Andy. There we go. Andy. Talk to me. Andy, please talk to me.
I posted the picture. A real ball worshipper.
I see that.
That's a real ball worshipper. Yeah. A real glober.
I feel so bad. This is a bad day. The globe is dead.
That's how they worship in my country.
Paul is dead. Help me. Yeah. Hey, if you guys ain't laughing about this shit at this point, talk to Issa Mikulski. He comes around. He said, if you're not laughing and having fun with this, you're doing it wrong. And you got to have some fun with this because it's gotten beyond ridiculous. Like it's been 7 years. We're still arguing refraction and gravity and the level.
Oh, I agree. I agree. I agree 100%. We should, it's all should have fun with it.
We're just gonna have fun with it at this point. We're in the flat Earth rocking chairs, so to say. I mean, some cock comes up and says, "Hey, man, we live on a ball," and you go, "Hey, man, what's the fucking circumference of Earth?" And they're like, "I don't know. It's really big." And then you go, "Well, how far is the moon?" And they go, "I don't know. It's really far." And then you ask them, how far is the sun? And they go, fuck, I don't know.
90 million miles.
It's far. Why do you have? I don't know. They don't fucking know shit, man. And that's the beautiful thing that makes it funny. It's because they don't know shit. They didn't even study their own fucking globe. They didn't spend 3, 4, 5 years looking into globe. I had to look into the globe so far. I had to dive into it, and I went down in it, and I went outer space. I went everywhere with the globe, man, and said,
Well, can you at least acknowledge and give credit for them fooling the entire world? Could you kind of do that?
Hey, man.
Yeah, you gotta give them credit. They did fool the entire world.
P.T. Barnum fooled a lot of people, man.
Not the entire world.
You know, I don't know. I mean, the guy was a genius, fooling
I
people.
give them that. They had me too in it.
They had
You were
P.T.
raised
Barnum
in it.
and Edward Bernays.
Yeah.
You know, they had Edward Bernays and P.T. Barnum all in the same era, saying, "Hey, man, we can make some propaganda." Oh my God, that's a good idea.
So would you
Yesterday,
say that? So would you say that NASA is actually intelligent for fooling the world?
no, because they don't know they're
No,
doing it.
it's just
The vast
wicked.
majority.
Nah, I would say they're assholes for fooling the world, but they knew they were doing the wrong thing, man. They knew. They knew. But they're just hucksters, man. There's all kinds of hucksters in this world, man. I've seen it in every profession, man.
I was listening to the radio yesterday after midnight, so it's not prime time or anything. But I was listening to a bunch of people calling in and talking about, well, if like the sun were to turn off and it's 8.3 minutes away or whatever, and debating whether or not the time frame of the sun turning off between it actually going off and when it was observed turning off, it was like listening to infantile globe earthers that don't even know what the fuck they're talking about on any level. It was just so pathetic.
Yeah, they don't know anything. That's the thing, Effie, man. They don't know fuck all. You know, they don't know. And when you're in that position, man, it's like walking into like somebody and going, "Hey, you're a mechanic," and then you're not a mechanic, and you're going, "Hey, man, is the carburetor connected to the transmission?"
No.
You're gonna be like, "What? What the fuck?" Are you talking?
But I was encouraged simply because people are talking about this stuff now.
Dude, we know more about the globe than all these motherfucking globies, man. They don't. I mean, the
But
fucking
average people are talking about it now.
Yep. And it's just always been fun to me to say, "Hey, man, how much do you know about this said globe you think you live on? How much do you know, really?" And they don't know anything, man. Curvature, radius, gas pressure. They don't know light years. They don't know nothing, man.
Curiosity is a virus.
Trigonometry.
They don't know anything, man. Geometry.
Yeah.
You know, trigonometry. They barely know that, like, the sun moves, we're moving. And they're like, "What?" Dude, stop it. Please stop it, man. Stop being a fucking retard, for fuck's sake, man. Just plant your 2 feet on the ground. Look out, look up, look down, look around. If you can't figure it out, you've been programmed. You've been programmed beyond. Maybe I can't help you, man. Maybe not. Good luck.
People who belong to a cult rarely realize they belong to a cult. If they realized it, they'd leave.
That's true.
I heard a guy come in here today, man. A young kid. So I think it was a Penguin dude. The Penguin. Did you guys hear the Penguin today?
Danny DeVito?
No, there's some kid in here who was in the live stream today during the afternoon. I don't know, maybe 6 hours ago or something. 7, 8, 10, 8 hours ago. Maybe. Anyway, Penguin.
Happy Feet?
No, man, it sounded like a incredibly intelligent young lad, but he had some pretty harsh beliefs, and I thought he was a troll at some point, man. I was like, this kid's got to be trolling, man. He knows, but he spent at least 2-3 hours in here today, man. Anyway, we'll move on from that. Let's carry on. Anybody have any curvature? The curvature. Where? I've been looking. Hey, shout out to Ben and Sleepy Joe and Caddy. Pizza time in the chat, man. Pizza time. You got GB. GB, what's up? GB in the chat in YouTube. We got again Ben. Sleepy Joe, Caddy. Any of you guys want to come into the VC and check in? We'll help you, man. Come on in. If you've got some direct measurements of curvature, man, we'd love to see them. That'd be great, man. We're here 24/7.
Isn't it past Sleepy Joe's bedtime?
I think it might be Sleepy Joe. Sleepy Joe.
He must have gotten one of those shots before his speeches where he gets amphetamine rush.
Dude, Sleepy Joe, click the link. Come on in the VC check-in, man. We're on Discord, man. Check it out. You can come in the VC.
Do it.
We'll get you checked in, man. Check out. Check in and check out, man. Check it out. My friend in Germany used to go, hey, check it out. He sounded Mexican. He sounds Mexican when he's, hey, check it out. I was like, but he's German. So it was weird. I grew up in Southern California. A lot of Mexican friends. They'd be like a lot of Chicano friends. I would call them Chicanos. Hey, what's up, S.A. Holmes, bro? I would, so I grew up with that. But like, hey, man, hey, S.A. man.
Hola, bendejo.
Oh man, check it. But when my friend from Germany's like, check it out. I was like, dude, you sound Mexican. It's funny.
Yeah,
anyway.
If Arnold Schwarzenegger was a Mexican.
I'll be back. I'll be back. I'll be back. I'll be back.
Come to my house. I'm making tacos.
Oh, shit, Joe. Sleepy Joe. Get your ass in here, man. Come in here and say hi, man. Fuck's sake, man. Come on. Don't be shy, Sleepy Joe, man.
Do it.
Don't be shy.
Get to the Discord.
Don't be shy. You check the Discord. Do it now. All right.
Wow.
I'll be back.
I would love to hear Arnold Schwarzenegger speak Spanish. Or try to, at least.
That'd be kind of
¿Cómo?
That'd be hilarious.
¿Cómo están gentes que creen tierra está plana?
Tierra es plana.
That's a flat earth. Yeah, you betcha. It's flat earth, totally.
La tierra es plana.
Eso es verdad.
La tierra es plana.
Oh, sí.
Plantes veritas.
That's more Latin.
Como una mesa.
Like a table.
I hope you guys are having fun, man. I'm having fun, laughing. We can make fun of this shit all night long, all day, every day, but I only got certain hours in the day, man. I can really just be me, you know what I mean? I gotta work. I gotta go take care of this. I gotta driving around in my car. Hey, man, the world's gonna end someday, potentially, maybe. I don't know. What do you guys think?
No.
It depends if a solar flare ends up hitting the Earth. Well,
Begging the question.
I'm bagging. I said potentially, maybe, possibly. You guys catch that? Those three? No. Yeah.
If life on Earth ends, it's going to be our fault, not some outer space doomsday scenario.
Well, the sun has, in fact, shot down flares upon the Earth, which has almost destroyed not life, but the way of life. Let's just put it at say, if a solar flare hits the Earth, all communications will be cut off. And technology.
Solar flare.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, giant.
Yes.
Solar flare.
And what evidence do you have for that?
Well, you can look it up. Find
There's a difference.
Yeah,
there's a if you if you point a 9p100 camera with a solar protector, you will not see those flares like because they did that on a computer. So if you see the real sun, it's not like that. Yeah, I have a picture, I think.
And consider that it's more than 360 degrees. It's 360 degrees squared. The potential for a solar flare to hit Earth at 93 million miles away, that's astronomically small. You're going to get hit with some hot plasma? Wouldn't even be hot at that point.
Yeah, we see a disk, but I don't know.
Maybe the ISS will do some shielding for us before the sun shoots it at us.
You know,
like a Secret Service agent is going to dive in front of the bullet.
A long time ago, like 15 years ago, I met a physician, guy, Portuguese physician, and he had a friend at NASA, and he said that the sun is not so hot like people think. You know, inside inside the sun. So there's something there.
That probably is a response to something else that was proven wrong. It's balancing an equation and not based upon anything other than mathematics, which isn't reality or science. It's a language that describes.
You know,
we can calculate it.
Yeah, and you know, at that time I was not wake up. So even said that that there are people that saying that the shape of the earth is not a ball, and yeah, and they even said that there's people that think the moon landing is fake. Yeah, so but I didn't at that time I didn't connect all the dots. Yeah, and I know he knew it about this. Yeah.
Is there a single flat earther here that didn't start with being indoctrinated and then work themselves out of that?
I think no. You know, like 1 year or two, you see the globe inside your home, or on the cartoon. So yeah, and
it's not like we were raised to believe that the Earth is flat.
Yes, just
we came to that conclusion.
Yeah, they show that, and everybody believes in Santa Claus. So everybody, our fathers and the family, yeah.
And someday you grow up and say, "Why did I ever believe that?"
Exactly. And you know what? When I was a younger guy, I was watching these videos from the NASA, and I saw what I know what is today. I saw that moment. What was that? And yeah, like that giant human behind the space shuttle at space.
Yeah.
I mean, I saw that
satellite out of it.
What the hell is that? And I even saw a leaf, that leaf that you can see on the Canadian flag. I have the video. I'm gonna.
And why do giant space monsters in the background wear glasses?
Yeah, exactly. And you can see on the helmet of this space guy, you can see a scuba diver. I mean, and I even saw people questioning one of these astronauts one day here at some conference, talking about space bubbles, but bubbles in space. And at that time, I was not. I didn't know what was that. Yeah, but it's cool, years
But
later.
it stuck in the back of your head, and you were like, that's interesting, but I don't know what to do with it yet.
Exactly.
And then one day, 100 of those details came together, and you said, holy shit.
Yeah, and exactly, and some of these astronauts, they even, the water inside these suits, where that water come from, swimming pool.
Pee-pee.
Yeah, man. And those solar panels at the ESS, man. I was always watch these solar panels curving, and now I know they using fisheye lens. Yeah, I'm gonna get that video where you can see the leaf. Yeah, so just a moment.
And in those pictures, when you can see land masses and coastlines and oceans and seas, their scale never matched to the curvature rate that they propose.
Yeah, exactly.
So you can
Yes,
look
exactly.
down and see the state of Arizona is the size of 40% of the Earth's surface.
Yeah, and those videos from moon landings, you always see the background like it was made on a studio,
Yeah, they reused the mountains in the background in 10 different directions.
Yeah, and they use these black and white cameras for people not seeing the details, that was fake.
There's 1,000 different ways we could rehash all that. Most of us here are well aware. But I don't mean to interrupt you, but please go on.
No, you
Tell
go
us
on,
more.
because I'm gonna post the.
Well, they had Hasselblad cameras strapped to their chests, and they were not able to see through the eyepiece of them and focus them. They just had a big old glove hitting a tiny little switch that arguably they wouldn't be able to manipulate. And it was just click, 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 and everything turned out in perfect focus. And they took thousands of pictures, and it's just ridiculous. And how did those exposed film negatives make it through the Van Allen belts on the way there before they were even exposed? Did they have them in a lead box? No. When they came back through the Van Allen belts, did they somehow not get overexposed? Apparently. It's just preposterous. Every detail you look into with the moon landing, especially 50 years later, it's just preposterous. And did you know that they only had 5 in most of the missions, but 6 in a couple of them? Golf cart batteries, like 80 amp hour, 12-volt batteries, powered the computers, the air conditioners, the vacuum pumps, the radios, everything for the whole time. They didn't have any solar panels. They brought all the electricity with them when they launched. Just take a basic electrical engineering class and then try to what type of power source you would need to power even the radio for 5 seconds from 242,000 miles away. Like it's just preposterous. They would have exhausted their battery within seconds.
Exactly. About those Van Allen radiation belt, I did post a link to a book from an ex-USA intelligence guy, but the book is not available. Maybe someone can get that book, because he says that he talks about the satellites are hoax, are not real. It's a hoax, and flat Earth is the truth. So yeah.
Well, just because the moon landing was totally faked doesn't inherently validate the flat Earth. It's a strong circumstantial evidence of such.
Yeah, but yeah, I agree, but there's a guy I saw. He speaks Spanish. I think he's from Argentina, but he lives at Barcelona, at Spain. So I listened to this guy, and he said that no being can go to the moon because this radiation around the moon. Maybe they can send some how you call it, some artificial thing, but not flesh and blood. Yeah. So and that guy, that ex USA intelligence guy, he said that the Van Allen radiation belt is nothing more than the dome, the firmament that God created. His words. And I have something about that. It's where he talks about Werner Braun. But I was looking for that. The video is not available at YouTube. And
were you talking about Werner von Braun's inscription on his headstone on his grave?
Yeah, I just posted. Yeah, and you can see at the bottom, you can see Brett Salisbury, ex-US intelligence. And let me see if I found this.
Seems like he had a guilty conscience, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Like Stanley Kubrick, he did he did change the script from the movie Shining, The Shining. Yeah, so with a lot of things there, talking about the Apollo 11.
And wasn't that Kubrick's last movie before he mysteriously died?
The one is with Nicole Kidman and Tom Cruise. I don't remember.
Eyes Wide Shut.
Yes, exactly. That was the last movie.
That got him in more trouble.
Yeah, talking about the secret encounters from those guys, Illuminati. Yeah.
Yeah, but in The Shining, the little kid, when he was riding his tricycle around the hotel, he was wearing an Apollo 11 sweater.
Yeah, exactly.
And the room that they were staying in was the same number as a soundstage that it's allegedly recorded the Apollo landings.
I have something about this here. I have this. And you can see it. That carpet was changed because it's not the original from that hotel. And who did that? And Stanley Kubrick. And with that geometric thing, I'm gonna get that. You can see.
Well, he had to hide it in details like that because nobody would notice it until after the fact, once it was already spread out and printed 230,000 times for public distribution. And you can't let the genie back in the bottle after it's gone out like that. So he made it subtle.
You can see it's where the rocket is, how you say, lift up, blow up.
Launch site?
Yeah, the launch site. And you can see it matches with somehow it matches with that design on the carpet. You can see those little cars, that Danny, the kid is there, and you can see they are pointing to the road, so you can see the road there. Yeah, so
that's a little bit of a stretch, in my opinion.
Yeah, but
unless there was already a pre-established, consistent pattern.
Yeah, and you can see, this kid, stands up. is like the rocket, and you can see Apollo 11 on that sweater.
So what's the symbolism of the two little girls? Come play with us. Come play with us.
I don't know, but you know that in that key, you can see 237. And this kid, Danny, goes to this room, but you don't see what is inside this room. So that 237 is the supposed distance from the Earth to the Moon. So yeah, a lot of things there.
Danny's not here right now.
Red Ram. And you can see Jack Nicholson when in that movie, when he's arguing, he has a discussion with his wife, and he's talking about he signed a contract and so on. So it's admission guilty from Stanley Kubrick, because those things are not in the script, and he did change, and he did put there, subliminary, but yeah, I when I saw this movie at first time, I didn't get it. So, but like years later, yeah, man.
At the director's discretion.
Yeah.
Little details don't get questioned or passed up to producers or the studio. The director of the film can just make little things just so.
Exactly. Let me get.
Guy, if you touch the firmament of the earth, do you think it could harm you?
It is frozen because that I cross a lot of information. That guy that worked at Antarctica, an helicopter pilot, when he was at some station there, maybe I don't recall, maybe Newmar Station 3 or McMurdo Station. There was only one door to get out, so it was controlled. So at that time he had nothing to do, and he did a friendship with some scientists there, and he showed the real stuff they are studying there. It sees this blue eyes guy, whatever. So he talks about this. There are some flat-earth guys that talking about this same thing through other sources. It is called a few hours ago, like 5-6 hours ago, I posted some time lapses about the New Eyes comet, and you can see it's like a star, fixed there, and even the tail you can see through all the night. You can see the tail of this thing, and never moves, because it is fixed, and it moves in the relationship to other stars around. So, but it's like a star fixed there, and for me, when I saw this, I'm gonna post. When I saw this, being a flat earth guy, when I saw this at first time, I was thinking to myself, so this container is freeze, it's cold. And I saw this, and it's not a comet going moving freely. So I was maybe it's for me it's an opinion. Maybe it's maybe it's a star or that does this from time to time, because it stays there and it doesn't move, and you can see this tail is like some gas or something inside of this firmament container, whatever, that is frozen. So yeah, I'm gonna post. It is interesting, because those guys.
Do you think?
say the truth to us. So,
Do you think that the firmament, if there is one, is transparent, translucent, and there
yes,
is stuff beyond it that is not necessarily in vacuum, but I don't know, maybe in water or some other state of being that we're unaware of? But
vacuum not, vacuum not. Um, but yes, maybe water, because even those guys from The Simpsons. But I have across a lot of information now with other
call me
sources.
crazy, but the things I see when I look into the sky, I think are outside of the firmament.
Yeah, for me it's water, but the firmament you can see even from the Egyptian guys. They have a woman, and in this woman, it's like a dome. And in this woman is where the stars are. So even the Egyptian guys a long time ago knew about this. Okay, so but maybe water up there, and because the vacuum doesn't make any sense. And I have another sources, from Brazilian videos. Yeah, some guy that one of these days go into astral, and he saw not a glow bird, and he even had help. But this is speculation. But anyway, it's another source. And he did go beyond this firmament, and he saw water, like literally, like in that Simpsons episode. You see, that guy that with a baseball ball, it goes to the sky and cracks the sky, and you see these underwater creatures and the ocean, and they literally say an ocean comes down. So yeah, a lot of things there.
I'm not claiming to know one way or the other.
Yeah,
I was just curious.
Yeah, but it's interesting because this guy did live that how you say, astral projection. So yeah, and it is interesting because he found a barrier, so that doesn't match with the globe Earth theory.
Wait. This guy astral projected, and he was a globie at the time, but he saw the firmament?
Yeah, he didn't saw the Earth as a globe, and he even crossed beyond this container.
But astral projection is just lucid dreaming.
Not really, because you know what? There's a team of guys at Lisbon that I saw a long time ago in the television, but they use some method with sound waves, with alpha waves, and they do that.
Sounds like gypsies.
No, but yeah, it depends of the person, but they do that. I don't, I dream. I don't. I'm not conscient if I leave this body, but anyway.
I lucid dream nearly every night, and I have in the past had some lucid dreams where, before I was a flat earther, where I was looking down upon the whole of the earth simultaneously. But I took that as a dream and nothing more.
Yeah.
And I still don't ascribe much more than it being a dream at this point.
Yeah, and there are people, there are people
just because there's a group of people who have similar dreams doesn't mean that because they form an association, there's some kind of syndicate of authority.
No, but it is interesting, because I saw that, and they use a method. It's called the Silva method, and yeah. Anyway, people can go research that. But anyways, there are people that I saw Psy Factor. It's a TV series a long time ago from the 90s, and it was inspired on how you call it, some testimonies, people that there was a team, a scientist team that was investigating this, and then they did those TV series inspired on the things that happen. So yeah,
You mean the X-Files?
Some kind of that. It's
I'm
called.
just kidding.
It's called the if you search, if you go to Wikipedia, Psy Factor. It was a TV series, and it was inspired on true events, people that testimonies and etc. So anyway, but I'm gonna get those time lapse from that comet. Yeah, we can speculate something, but what I'm talking, it's things that I get it from other sources, So I cross the information, yeah, and that's why that I think that's it's like those guys from the CIA and FBI. When they want to know the truth, they cross a lot of this information. So to get it into that the real thing. Anyway, but we stay to the topic, and if we didn't go to Antarctica, yeah, we can say we don't know nothing about what is there. But there are people, there are good people, even at NASA, even at CIA, and they are trapped because they want to say something, but they sign a contract, so they don't want to lose their jobs. But anyway, there are some people that talk about flat Earth, and these guys did work at NASA, like Matthew Boylan. He did work for NASA as a artist, graphic guy. Yeah. So anyway,
God forbid we disturb a penguin.
Yeah.
Don't go there. You're not allowed there because there's a penguin over there that might get spooked.
Yeah. So they invest so many money there. It's just to study the white ice. And they just show to the National Geographic that white ice, and the other stuff they don't show it to you. And they show nothing. What they did found at Antarctica, what they say to us, nothing. Because they want to keep the secret, and yeah.
And what they do show from aerial photography over Antarctica is, oh, look, a pyramid, or look, some ancient structure, or
yeah.
Well, it looks like a boat, or it's designed to make anybody who is even talking about it look like a fool.
Exactly. I mean, I used to believe in pyramids in Mars, but then I saw one guy, that what he was talking. I don't recall exactly some details, but he said he didn't buy that, those pyramids at Mars. So I don't recall so many details about that, but that made me question, if really was there pyramids. So now, luckily, I'm wake up and yeah, forget those pyramids because it is all made. It's a space is it's profit. It's a business.
Pure
because
profit.
New adventures every day. Go to Mars, go to the moon. More money, taxpayers pay it.
By 2026, if you give us enough money. And then you give them the money, and they say, "Oh no, never mind, 2030." And then you give them the money. It's 2034. Actually, we need more money.
Exactly. And China and Russia. I mean, those guys. You can see.
Don't let them get there first. You got to give us more money so we can beat them there.
Those guys are doing the same thing, but the Russian guys, they didn't land to the moon. So I think.
What about Vostok 4?
Oh, I think that guy maybe it was near to those to that radiation at the moon and then falls down.
Russia claims that they had unmanned landers land on the moon and also chart the backside of the moon. But they haven't been back because they lost the technology at the same time we did.
Exactly. I saw a space shuttle from the Russian guys.
Russia just pulled out of cooperation with NASA. Did you know that?
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Maybe they might start telling the truth soon.
There's
goes weird.
Yeah, there's a CIA document, and the Russians at the time of the Cold War, they share information between each other.
The Cold War was an artificial construct to keep the geopolitical status quo. So we pretended to be mad at each other, and we still are.
And
we were allies in World War II.
Yeah.
We split up the Nazi scientists, and we cooperated.
Yeah, and those scientists, those Nazis guys, went to places, the NASA and the CIA. And
they also
the guy
a lot to Russia.
The guys who hate, and people can say, this guy is speculating. No, I'm not. I have the CIA former saying this. I'm gonna post it. So it's not me. And by the way, this CIA, former CIA officer says that NASA, it's not a space agency. It is a CIA inside joke.
Publicity.
How about that? Because they know space doesn't exist.
I have a question for you, my friend. Do you believe in nuclear weapons?
I don't know, because I saw some controversy about that.
I mean, I don't know either, but it seems pretty suspicious to me.
Exactly. Okay, I have this.
It's the whole basis for the Cold War and countless invasions of other countries. And even to this day, Iran and North Korea, China and Russia, nuclear powers. Oh, geez.
Yeah. Okay, I have this one. I posted. It's the CIA former. He did die in a mysterious way. I don't know. People are talking. I have a lady that works next to the GPL laboratory at NASA, so she's talking about the moon fake landings and even the flat Earth. So yeah.
You remember when they were talking about the hydrogen bomb?
Yes.
1940s.
Yeah.
Why are we so obsessed with uranium and enriched uranium? Is it because it's a potential power source that could take us off of oil or solar or any other power generation source?
Yeah.
When in actuality, according to our own or the United States government, it's equally destructive to just split hydrogen. I'm pretty sure anybody can take a drop of water and make 80,000 hydrogen bombs. So whatever happened to hydrogen bombs? What's with this nuclear bomb obsession? I think hydrogen bombs were pretty sufficient to destroy Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Yeah.
So I think it was only Hiroshima. I think Nagasaki was actually claimed to be uranium. U-236.
So I have a link to this guy, Matt Boylan, and forget that picture at the preview. I think he did that just, yeah, he did change his channel to avoid some strikes or some censorship from the YouTube.
It's
Yeah.
my instinct that they realized that hydrogen is not a resource that they can restrict. So they had to transfer it to something else that's a much more rare earth metal.
Yeah, I know. By the way, this guy that I met like 20 years ago, the physician guy, Portuguese, that had a friend at NASA, even said, fusion instead of fiction. Sorry. Yeah, instead of
Fission.
fusion. Yeah, instead of fusion, if they use fiction, it's a different way to.
You're saying fiction, which means made up and imaginary.
No.
I think you're
No.
trying to say fission.
Yeah, exactly.
Fission.
Yes, that exactly word.
But what's hilarious is the way you pronounced it was more honest.
Yeah, it's
a fiction bomb.
It's yeah. It's because I'm Portuguese and I have some difficulties sometimes.
No worries.
Yeah, so it says that that word he said is like more a clean source energy, to produce energy. So yeah, instead of fusion,
fission.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
No problem.
Yeah, I saw this guy, Matt Boylan. A video he posted a long time ago at YouTube, and I saw even another video. You can see that that ball earth, and guess what? When he appears from behind the camera, it was his painting. Because he's asking, is this a painting, photo or painting? And yeah, it was his painting, and he at the right, he says, maybe I'll miss this spot, So it was amazing, and it's not available. Guess why? And one of these videos, he talks, one day two top guys from NASA was talking to him, and even said that the earth is flat. But this guy, this Matthew, he didn't buy at that time, and those guys from NASA were smiling, But in this video, he's talking about that, and yeah, like this, those guys thinking this guy is not buying this thing. Yeah, so and he's a guy from that worked at NASA. Yeah, and I post the link for that lady, from another NASA, Cindy Olin. So, yeah, so even she talks, hearing those two, two guys, top guys, talking about fake moon landings and why people don't get it, and even flat Earth. So yeah, it is interesting. And these globers trying to prove the globe. I mean, start by NASA.
Good luck to them.
Yeah.
I wish you well in the wars to come.
yeah, soon there are some guys from Brazil that they will release a documentary talking about the anomaly of stars, because they say they did a lot of observations. Argentina, Australia, and other countries, they record, they have data, and they saw that the path of the sun doesn't match with the globe ball fantasy. But they will release. It's because of the Fauci Bosch, they have to go to the field, they have to travel to those countries, so they didn't release yet, but soon maybe. Let's wait.
Well, if only they knew about dark matter, then they could have balanced their equations.
Those guys did a lot of measurements at Brazil, even Peru, that Lake Titicaca. They found flatness on water, even with a telescope. I mean, yeah, so they found it. The flat Earth. They even release an high altitude. We see the flat Earth and we see this ice around. Maybe there's another continent, inside here, because those guys had access to the Navy from Brazil. I'm not making this up, okay? I even talked to one of those guys through Facebook. This was
when was this?
This was 2011, 2012. The name they put to that documentary they released was Convex Earth. They found flatness, water, but they say convex because if you draw a line, from one point crossing the continent and go to another point, you see like a convex line. So, but they say 0.2 degrees. So, but anyway, flat Earth, a flat plane existence. So yeah, and they talk to flat Earths from Brazil, and since that time, people from Brazil became flat Earths. Yeah. So every day, more flat Earthers, Brazilian guys.
Every day there are more flat earthers.
Yeah. And they are more. Brazil is more people than Portugal. So, yeah, cool.
What is Brazil like? 130 million or something like that.
I have to search that, but you can search Google. Let me see it.
Pretty large.
Yeah.
Mostly uninhabited because of the Amazon, but
those guys even get access for. They went to some observatories, not just at Brazil, and guess what? Some parts of that observatories they deny access. Why was that? Maybe the place they fake. Photos and that's
who
it.
runs and owns those observatories?
Yeah.
Pretty sure most of them are owned by the Catholic Church.
Yeah. Yeah, those observatories, they have to have money, through governments and whatever. Okay, Brazil, Wikipedia.
One of the largest ground-based telescopes and observatories is owned by the Catholic Church, and it's called Lucifer.
Yeah, exactly.
You would think that the Catholic Church would not name their prized possession after the devil.
And you can see...
Just me.
Yeah, you can see some weird things in where they... there's a building like a snake shape. Man, and the weird sculpture. I mean, exactly.
Well, occultists love their symbolism.
Yeah. Lucifer, yeah. So, Brazil, 211 million people. Yeah.
Oh,
Let me see.
it's like 3 times Canada.
Oh yeah, and Argentina is more bigger than United States. Yeah, I'm talking. Those guys. What those guys found out
Wait, by landmass or by
by
on the
landmass.
Mercator projection?
I don't know what those maps, but these guys that are in the field, doing these measurements, observations, scientific work, because they are independent scientific organization. So yeah, and they even said we are prepared if someone wants to debunk. They even present the data, coordinates, equipment, instruments. So yeah, so and this one, the boss. I saw one video a long time ago, some conference. He said there were some team that tried to debunk them. They went to the field, to some places they were, and guess what? Those guys give up. So yeah, and they have the data. These guys have the data, all data, and if someone wants to put those guys into the court, they are prepared. So until this day, no one at Brazil. Yeah,
How much larger did you say Brazil is than the United States?
I was saying about Argentina. It was more bigger than the United States because those guys did. They have equipment, so they did observations and they realized that the path of the sun doesn't match with that globe fantasy. Okay, but man, I'm waiting for those guys to conclude because it's not easy. Those guys are doing that from scratch, so yeah, and they are spending money and the time.
Your money.
I don't know if they receive from the Brazilian government. Anyway, they do a lot of other work, there at Brazil. Yeah, and these guys, they release high altitude balloons, and they have access near to Antarctica. Through because they have through the navy from the Brazil, and even Brazil has a station there at Antarctica. So they released this high altitude balloon and they saw a huge landmass. Maybe is that one that Admiral Richard Ebert is talking about, but maybe another continent, ice and another continent, but inside here, So
Well, a continent of ice is just ice. It's not a continent.
No, I'm saying they saw ice and beyond that they saw water and another huge landmass there. So
there is landmass, but a lot of it is just ice. There are mountains named after rich people, like the Rockefeller Mountain Range in
exactly.
Antarctica.
Yeah.
That's kind of like what we were talking about an hour ago, where I own this part of the moon because I said so. Oh, well, this is the Rockefeller Mountain Range. That means all the coal underneath it is mine.
Exactly. And you said, if there was a barrier, transparent, actually, the first time I hear about Admiral Richard Ebert was that physician guy, Portuguese that I met 20 years ago. So yeah, and even said that it was published in some newspaper. So, that Admiral Rashid Bird, he did talk that some of his team, aircrafts, they found the invisible barrier and they crash. So so maybe this Admiral Rashid Bird was behind. So and
Did you say you're from Argentina?
No, I'm from Portugal. I speak Spanish and Portuguese. Yeah, Portuguese is my mother language. And so they saw, they crashed into invisible barrier. I saw some photos that from Antarctica. I don't know.
You know what that reminds me of? A Star Wars movie when they attacked the Death Star, on the second Death Star, and they're like, "Oh no, the shields are up. Enemy ships in Sector 47. Turn around, turn around!" And then half of the ships just slammed into the shield and blew up.
Yeah. Even by the way, Admiral Rashid Bird talks about when he got to the North Pole. He did find
jumped in and fell at the bottom.
No, some his airplane was controlled by some other sources, and he did find the civilization and the trees, and how can that be possible if they say that there's only ice there? But there are people talking about inside her. Even this physician guy, it is curious because even he said to me, there's a civilization below the earth, so the inner civilization. So some people talks about Shangri-La, Lemuria, etc.
The ant people from the Native Americans in the Southwest. But have you seen Game of Thrones, Miguel?
No, not too much, but a little bit.
Have you seen?
Yes.
Have you seen the opening scene sequence where it's just like, and it shows you like a map and little cities being like built in front of your eyes?
Not really, but I saw people talking about some ice wall there.
Well, that's true, but it's not what I'm getting at. What I'm getting at is that if you look at the map that they show you in the intro scene to that show, it looks like a hollow Earth, where it's a convex like map.
Oh,
you understand what I mean?
Yeah, but I
So
don't know.
maybe Google it or YouTube it or something and rewatch it again and look at how it's like the inside of a sphere in that intro sequence.
Okay, so below flat Earth, no, with that.
Well, it's a hollow Earth type of thing, which is a stepping stone to flat Earth in some ways. But just rewatch it with fresh eyes and tell me what you come away with. It's like a 1 minute and 12 second.
Yeah, they put a lot of truths in the movies. Even that
Predictive
first
programming.
Yeah, even that first movie from MIB, Man in Black. They even talk about stationary Earth and flat Earth, but they don't deny it. So so that's a scene there. And in that movie, they go to the video, where you can those all how you say it, VCR videos, the club videos, where they can go and watch some video from that. So this is in the movie. So so there's truth. They are actually saying that there are truths in the movies. So it is interesting.
Predictive
that movie.
programming.
Yeah, I have a text about that. So
just posted it in the voice
see.
text.
Let me see, Mib. Here. It's called the bench scene. I have a link and I have the text they are talking. Okay, this is the scene. Yeah, Will Smith. Anyway.
Only takes about 12 seconds, 30 seconds to see what I'm talking about. It's bent the opposite direction of the proclaimed globe. You look out into the distance and it bends up, not down.
Yeah. By the way, there's I don't know if is a album from Megadeth, the metal band, or Iron Maiden, and you can see like like Flat Earth, and you can see that album in that illustration cap album. You can see more beyond, so it was cool to see that. Okay, so let me see.
And in that scene, there he's talking about most people don't understand what they see on a day-to-day basis. They just accept it and move on.
Exactly. I'm gonna post the. Okay, sorry. I'm gonna post the text in there.
I was like 10 years old when that came out.
Yeah, so it's in the
Panicky, dangerous animals.
Yeah.
Well said.
And that movie, The Truman Show. Truman means
yeah,
true, a true man. So yeah, this is a.
Even though his whole life was fake and a forgery, he was still a true man.
Oops. Yeah, and I saw Jim Carrey. A photo. He was someplace and he was doing that. You put the arm level flat. So yeah, he did that movie and he knows.
He gets it.
Oh, I'm posting the wrong chat. How about that? I'm posting the Vichy check-in. Thanks, Resolve, man. Because I was there doing some check-in, Oh my god. Sorry, people. Yeah, man. Oh my god. Man, everything I post was there. Vichy check-in, man. Guys at Livestream, at YouTube, join the server. Block it. Why is that? Oops. Yeah, man. Maybe I can post quickly. Sorry, guys. Thanks, Resolve.
No need to apologize.
Yeah, is that
yeah, no problem.
Yeah, I'm so tired now. Let me get Vichy checked in. So this one. Oh, got text, man. Yeah, Resolve. Thanks, man. Let me post. I have the okay. Sorry.
What the fuck is a space agency?
The space agency. Yeah, exactly.
I'm a space agent. I'm coming in searching your hard drive.
Yeah,
I'm a space agent.
They are not exactly. The NASA is not a space agency; is space aeronautics, something like that. But the CIA,
I'm from the Federal Bureau of Imagination.
Yeah, but NASA is an agency, and it belongs to the government and CIA. And the CIA has 7 agencies, so yeah.
FBI calls their employees agents and special agents.
Oh yeah.
So how is it not Federal Bureau of Imagination?
Yeah. Okay, maybe. Okay, I have the text. So
my cat's being an asshole right now.
Here, okay, so here is the.
Stop it. Shush.
This was Men in Black, 1997. And if you see this bench scene, if you watch, you can see the water and you see 2 boats there. I don't know to say the exactly names of those boats, but anyway, you can see flat water and 2 boats. So I think it was a subliminal, for me, in my opinion, it was a subliminal thing. With 2 boats you can do an experiment, measurement to see if it's level. So yeah, when at exactly this when this bench scene, when this text was said there, and you can see, 1500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was the center of the universe. 500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was flat. And 50 minutes ago, you knew. So, but anyway.
Oh, finish.
He didn't.
What you were saying.
And 15 minutes ago, you knew that humans were not were alone in this planet. But anyway, the Earth is not a planet. A planet is a wandering star, so it's not a star. Anyway, imagine what you will know tomorrow. Yeah, research flat Earth. I even saw. Sorry.
Sorry.
You go on. Maybe I can just say. I even saw a Portuguese singer answer in some kind, in some commentary about flat Earth in Portuguese, and she said, and it is. Yeah, she was comment some thing on us about flat Earth in other page. So yeah, it is interesting. There are a lot of people, actors, but they don't want to talk about it. But they know
they don't
it.
want notoriety.
Yeah. Some of them they pass some info, through some guys, flat-earth guys.
I make 3D models on my computer in a specific program. And some of those models I delete, some of them I export to other programs. But within that model, there's just X, Y, and Z to infinity within them. So I could make something very large or very small, but there's no curvature within that 3-dimensional construct. That being said, the program that I send the file from the first one to the second one, it has no concept or awareness of the first program that made the file. It just knows that it needs to make that file into a 3D printable G code that could then be saved and transferred to a 3D printer. None of the 3 aspects of this chain are aware of one another at all. But that doesn't mean that the other 2 don't exist because one is unaware of the other 2. Yet I can make things print out in 3D and hold it in my hand and say it is real now, even though I made it mythologically, so to speak, within the context of a simulation. Are you with me so far?
Yeah, it is interesting, you know,
So,
how to work these 3D models.
well,
You have the tools, you
first
know,
you have to
to
make the model,
yeah,
but two of the three steps are on the computer, and there are two programs on the computer. Those two programs do not have any awareness of one another, other than the ability to import a finished file from the first one to the second one. And if you try to take a file from the second one and open it in the first one to edit it, it says, "What are you talking about? This doesn't make sense. It doesn't exist." So you can't go backwards, it's only forwards. That being said, to make a thing that you can hold in your hand, you need to go through two previous stages of self evident computer programs with information and functional models of something that will someday exist, but does not exist other than within the context of that program. I feel like that's very similar to the world we live in. This is not the end all be all. This is just the modeling portion, and there will be a secondary portion and an ultimate final portion, unless something goes wrong and you say, "This isn't going to work," just delete it. Does that make any sense?
yes. Yeah, if you work with scales, yes, you know, like map scales and etc. Those models, so you can do it, you know, a simulation of this globe fantasy, and
It starts with a simulation, and I can make it bigger than the sun, but I can still print it out ultimately on my 3D printer 1.1265 millimeters big in diameter. It's kind of irrelevant, the end product versus the scale in the initial program.
yeah, it is interesting.
And it doesn't exist until it is made into existence. It's a difference between conception and reality.
Yeah,
That's ultimately what I'm getting at.
there's a huge difference. Yeah, man.
I could fire up my 3D printer right now and say, "Print me an X-Wing," and it would do it. I could tell it, "Make it 1.345 times larger." It would do it without skipping a beat.
X-Wing from Star Wars, yes. Exactly. Yeah, okay.
But first, I had to make the model from scratch in the fantasy, fictitious world of the computer program, the modeling program. And as far as if there was a little guy walking around in that program, he'd be like, "Hey, there's an X-Wing right there." And I would say, "Hey, you're not real." And he'd say, "Yes, I am." But he's really not real unless I print him out.
Yeah. You know, I was remember, by the way, because I follow what you saying. There was a movie, and even Jenny did recommend. But first I did recommend to her, to she. It is about NPC, you know. It is on a computer, but
non-playable character.
Yeah, the blue guy. I don't remember, but this movie. But it's interesting because it's like the people are don't know there's more, you know, beyond. So and in that world, fictitious world, there was a place that was hiding from the view from people. So yeah, it is interesting.
Let me alter
In
it a little bit, make it a little more normal.
In comparison, what we are living, under this control governments. Yeah.
You know how you could have an image saved as a JPEG or
yes,
55 other different file types that are also image file types, but not compatible.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So as far as each image, even though they're identical, as far as each one is concerned, they're like, that doesn't exist. What is that? Does not compute. Still with me?
Yeah, there are a lot of guys, inside the picture. They are sending information, occult information, and then that file.
It's more like if you have two different video games on your computer that you can shoot an AK-47 on simulated. That doesn't mean because you unlocked the AK-47 in one of them that you've unlocked it in the other. There's compartmentalization within that computer, within those programs, and they're separate and different and distinct.
Exactly. That's what NASA is doing with their employees.
I just mean that where we exist may be within something larger with many other separate programs running.
Yeah, exactly.
And files can be transferred from one to the other if there's a transfer protocol, but you can't just automatically have them exist simultaneously in all of them.
Yeah.
So our contained and limited universe, it's not billions and trillions of billions and trillions, quadrillion miles in every direction and even further. I'm sorry, perhaps there is a limit, but just because there's a limit within our little box does not mean that we do not exist as a separate program running on the same PC as something else.
Yeah. In the same level,
It's metaphorical, but it's pretty apt, in my opinion.
Yeah. There are people even doing some little models, hers beyond this. But it's better I don't go. I know some things, but it's better I don't, because people will say this guy is making up, and
don't worry about that.
Yeah.
For every person that yells at you, there's probably two others that are nodding their heads saying, I see where he's coming from. I wouldn't have phrased it that way, but I see what he's getting at.
Also, you need haters. The world revolves around haters.
If you don't have haters, you're doing something wrong.
Fucking right, man.
Yeah.
In nowhere.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, exactly. And this Dave Clown, not a professor. I mean, this guy. I saw
professors won't let you challenge them. If you say, "Hey, professor, I disagree," he'll say, "Get out of my classroom."
Exactly.
You get an F.
You are not allowed to question, what they teach to you at school. Yeah, at least Quantum Eraser was the guy that was questioned at that science classrooms. So yeah, no, he's a cool guy. Yeah, but I see, I see live streams between flat earths from Brazil and with other Glovers. I mean, these Glovers, man, they don't want to accept what we have to show to them. So, man, these guys just call names and Yes, and they do the straw man thing, and but they just they just deny everything. I mean, even Matthew learns. I mean, Matthew not learns. Talking BS yesterday about those crepuscular rays. He says that to him they are parallel, but then when they cross the but by the way, but now he mix with perspective. I mean,
Let me help you with that for future reference.
yes.
Repeat after me. Cre. Pus.
Crepuscular.
Cular.
Cooler.
Crepuscular.
Okay.
Crepuscular.